Chapter 1948. 2 days later, he arrived at the place where Shattered Sky Palace's palace master and the 4 middle-aged men had stayed. This was a small town, and there were many powerful auras in it. Yi Xian walked in to see if he could find any information about the 4 Divine Beasts clan. He also wanted to see where this was. At this time, a notice at the entrance of the town attracted his attention. This was a mission to hunt a sacred beast called a white-haired rat. As long as the white hair on the white-haired rat's forehead was taken, it could be exchanged for sacred stones. Yi Xian felt a little strange. After asking around, he found out that this place was called the Greater Rat Ruins. This place used to be a superpower, and it was said that there were Saint Monarch powerhouses overseeing it. However, later on, rat-type sacred beasts appeared out of nowhere and began to multiply. At first, this power did not care, but later on, the rat tide erupted and destroyed all the surrounding powers. In the end, this power had no choice but to leave. That was why this place was called the Greater Rat Ruins. And this mission to hunt white-haired rats was issued by the surrounding powers at their own expense. The white hair on the white-haired rat's forehead was very tough. If there was a large amount of it, it could be made into clothes with good defensive power. Therefore, many powers around the Greater Rat Ruins were collecting them. First, they could reduce the number of rats, and second, they could make a small profit. However, the Greater Rat Ruins were very dangerous. If one was not careful, they would be eaten by the rats. If one was not a Saint King, they would die. Of course, even if it was a high-level Saint King, there was a possibility that he would die inside. Those people entered the Greater Rat Ruins. Could it be that the 4 Divine Beasts clan is in the Greater Rat Ruins? Yi Xian thought about it and felt that it was impossible. After asking around, he found out that the 4 Divine Beasts clan was behind the Greater Rat Ruins. The experts of the 4 Divine Beasts clan had to pass through the Greater Rat Ruins. Although the Greater Rat Ruins are dangerous, it is nothing to me. Yi Xian thought to himself as he stepped into the Greater Rat Ruins. This town was originally built outside the Greater Rat Ruins, but with the continuous outbreak of rat tides, the town was also considered to be within the Greater Rat Ruins. However, not long after Yi Xian entered the Greater Rat Ruins. Ding! The host has triggered a hunting mission. A system notification sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly checked. He found that this hunting mission was to kill the white-haired rat. No, to be more precise, it was to obtain the white fur on the white-haired rat's forehead, which could be used to exchange. At most, it could be exchanged for devouring points. Not bad, not bad. I can actually exchange for devouring points. Looks like I can increase my strength this time. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had obtained devour points. Right now, he still had 2 devour points in reserve. If he had 4 more points, he would be able to unlock the second immortal bloodline window. However, this hunting mission had a time limit. From now on, Yi Xian could only exchange for the white rat fur that he obtained within 10 days. Therefore, Yi Xian hesitated. Now that Shatter Heaven Palace's palace master has been captured, Shatter Heaven is very anxious. If I delay here for 10 days, who knows what will happen? Yi Xian thought to himself. In the end, he decided to pass through the Greater Rat Ruins at full speed instead of looking for the white-haired rat. At that moment, Yi Xian chased after the scarlet word, kill, in front of him. Yi Xian was probably the only one who dared to enter the Greater Rat Ruins as a great saint. However, the current him was not afraid even if he encountered a high-level Holy King-level Holy Beast, because Shatter Heaven was about to break through again. The Greater Rat Ruins were indeed dangerous. Yi Xian had just stepped in when he encountered a group of white-haired rats. This group of white-haired rats were only mid-level Holy Kings, and the highest was only a 6th-level Holy King. Therefore, Shatter Heaven easily killed them. The higher the level of these white-haired rats, the tougher their white fur, which was equivalent to having more low-level white fur. In comparison, using white fur to exchange in the system was much more profitable than exchanging outside. After that, Yi Xian continued straight ahead, not deliberately looking for white-haired rats. Soon, Shatter Heaven broke through to the 5th level Holy Spirit realm, and Yi Xian himself stepped into the 1st level Holy Spirit realm. At this time, it was already the 3rd day. In the Greater Rat Ruins, other than allowing Yi Xian to obtain white fur, it could also provide the Shackling Cauldron with a large number of holy beast corpses, which could allow Blackhorn and Luo Luo to quickly improve their level. After 3 days of hunting, Yi Xian obtained a large number of rat fur and holy beast corpses. Blackhorn's current level was not low, and his strength was enough to kill a 7th level Holy King giant rat. Therefore, Blackhorn dealt with the small soldiers, and only when they encountered a difficult problem, such as a large number of rats or an 8th level Holy King, Shatter Heaven would deal with it. However, just as Yi Xian was advancing, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Although that big guy is only a low-level Holy King, he can kill several 7th level Holy King giant white-haired rats. I'm afraid his background is not to be underestimated. He's just a 7th level Holy King. If I see him, he'll only be killed in a second. However, he must be holding back. Let's not talk so much. Let's go over. As long as we take him down, we can find out why he's fighting so many levels above him. The 2 figures were a man and a woman. The man had a scar on his face, and it was very ferocious. Due to the difference in level, Blackhorn did not notice the 2 people behind him. If even he did not notice, it was even more impossible for Yi Xian, a 1st level Holy Spirit, to do so. After all, the difference in level was too great. The 2 of them kept advancing. Yi Xian wanted to leave the giant rat ruins as soon as possible, so his speed was a little faster. Originally, the 2 people behind him were prepared to wait for Yi Xian and Blackhorn to encounter another group of rats, but after that, they did not encounter them even once. Therefore, they decided to make a move. Come, let's speed up and not arouse their suspicion. The man made a decision. After he finished speaking, he took the initiative to speed up and close the distance between him and Yi Xian. The other woman quickly followed. Soon, they entered Blackhorn's perception range. My 2 little brothers, wait a moment. A shout broke through the air. When Yi Xian and Blackhorn heard it, they could not help but stop and look at the 2 people. What's the matter? Blackhorn asked cautiously. It's like this. We've lost our way in the giant rat ruins. Can you tell us the direction to Hualan Town? The man asked. Hualan Town. I'm not sure. You can ask others. Blackhorn shook his head. He really did not know this place because the town Yi Xian had encountered before was not called Hualan Town. After he finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait, even if it's another town, as long as it can help us leave the giant rat ruins. The man shouted. Chapter 1949. Oh, thank you very much then. The man clasped his fist at Blackhorn, then turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned his back to Blackhorn, the sound of winds suddenly appeared. It was not the man or Blackhorn who attacked, but Heavenbreaker. What? The man and woman clearly did not expect the other party to attack them. After all, they were 8th grade Saint Kings. Even those of the same level would be very cautious when facing them, let alone Blackhorn. Most importantly, where did this little monkey come from with such a powerful attack? The attack from earlier had been blocked by the woman. However, her arm had been broken by the attack. What a powerful attack. Who are you? Tell me your names. The man asked with a face full of fear. In my eyes, you are already dead. Dead people don't need to know my name. Yi Xian said coldly. Humph, boasting shamelessly. Go to hell. The man shouted loudly as he charged towards Yi Xian with his sword in hand. Go. Yi Xian did not waste time and directly ordered. The man and woman were both 8th grade Saint Kings, and their strength was close to the top of the 8th grade Saint Kings. Heavenbreaker could handle one of them alone, and the other was left to Blackhorn and Luo Luo. These 2 appeared in the ruins of the Greater Rat Clan, so there should be many white-haired rat corpses in their ring of cosmos. As long as they were killed, they would definitely make a lot of money. Rumble. The 5 of them began to fight. Although Blackhorn and Luo Luo's cultivation was high, compared to Heavenbreaker, they were much weaker. Against the woman, Blackhorn and Luo Luo were at a disadvantage, but on the other side, Heavenbreaker had a great advantage. Yi Xian looked at the shadows of the staff one after another, and estimated that this battle would end soon. As expected, in less than 3 seconds, the man was defeated. Their strength was considered the top of the 8th grade Saint Kings, but that was under the condition that they worked together. In a one-on-one situation, the man was beaten to a pulp by Heavenbreaker's powerful staff. Very soon, he was defeated. Go. The man felt that things were not going well and hurriedly sent a message to the woman. However, the moment the woman retreated, Heavenbreaker suddenly changed his target and swept out with his staff, striking the woman's lower abdomen. Fortunately, the woman was wearing one. This set of clothes was made from the forehead hair of a white-haired rat. It absorbed a large amount of force, otherwise, this strike would have been enough to kill her instantly. Little Wan. When the man saw this, he shouted loudly. Unfortunately, the woman was held hostage by Blackhorn and Luo Luo. Let her go. The man said. Do you think it's possible? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This man was very fast. If he wanted to leave, Heavenbreaker wouldn't be able to stop him. Then what do you want? The man raised his brows and asked. I'm afraid the reason you chased after me is because you want to kill me and steal my treasures. So, my request is very simple. Take off your interspatial ring and give it to me, then you can leave. Yi Xian said. Impossible. The woman immediately shouted. The interspatial ring contained the wealth that they had accumulated over the years. How could they give it away just like that? If that's the case, then let's kill them. Yi Xian didn't waste any time. He turned around and said. In the next moment, Blackhorn's hand punched out, aiming straight for the woman's face. The woman was wearing a decent set of clothes with good defense, but the head was very fragile. Even Blackhorn could break it open. Wait. At this moment, the man suddenly said. Blackhorn couldn't help but stop. Why? Do you have something to say to her? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. I can't give it to you, but I can tell you a secret. The man said. A secret. This attracted Yi Xian's attention, but he wouldn't show it on his face. What secret is more valuable than your interspatial ring? Yi Xian pretended to be in disbelief. The 2 of us have been in the Greater Rat Ruins for many years. We know the terrain very well. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any danger. However, there's a place in the Greater Rat Ruins that we don't dare to enter. The man said. And then? The man paused and said, we've seen 9th grade Holy King level white rats there, and it's said that there might be a Holy King level rat, 9th grade Holy King, Holy King. Yi Xian smiled and said, you want me to send myself to death, right? I'm just telling you a secret. Those greater rats will eat the human corpses and bring back the interspatial rings. The man said. Oh. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. The Greater Rat Ruins had been formed for countless years. Who knew how many souls there were? If the Greater Rats could bring back the interspatial rings, wouldn't that be, right now, I don't have enough rat hair to exchange for Devourer points. If I can kill my way in and take those interspatial rings, I'll definitely make a lot of money. Yi Xian suddenly became interested. Although the palace master of Shattered Heaven Palace was captured, he only needed a few days. The Black Tortoise clan wouldn't take him to strengthen their bloodline so quickly. If they wanted to use him to strengthen their bloodline, they would need a large amount. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the Black Tortoise clan was still in the process of capturing people. Most importantly, the palace master of Shattered Heaven Palace had a death warrant on him. If he died, Yi Xian would receive a system notification. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to reverse time. Okay, take me there and I'll let him go. Yi Xian nodded. Are you serious? The man raised an eyebrow. In this kind of situation, it's up to you to believe it or not. Yi Xian said coldly. Okay, I'll take you there. If you dare to touch him, I'll drag you down with me even if I have to risk my life. The man said and rushed towards the northwest of the greater rat ruins. Yi Xian had Black Horn hold the woman hostage and followed him. 2 more days passed. 2 days later, Yi Xian saw a mountain range. According to the situation on the ground and when they came, the flow of greater rats here was very large. There were estimated to be millions of greater rats coming in and out every day. If that was the case, it was indeed the nest of the greater rats. I've brought you to the place. The man stopped and said to Yi Xian. You found a random place and told me that you found the secret? Yi Xian snorted. Don't tell me you still want to go in. There's a sage rat king inside. The man trembled. Since we're here, we naturally have to go in and take a look. As Yi Xian spoke, he cast his gaze towards Black Horn. Then, Black Horn threw the woman to the man. What? The man and woman were shocked. What's going on? He released her. Don't worry, she's been poisoned by me. I only have one antidote in my hands. If poisoned, even a sage rat king expert will die. You have 7 days. Yi Xian said slowly, come with me. If what you say is true, I'll give you the antidote. Chapter 1950. Poison. When the woman heard this, her expression changed. She had been held hostage by Black Horn the entire time. How did he poison her? There's no reaction in my body. There's no poison at all. The woman said instinctively. You're too naive. If there's no poison, why would I let you go? If I killed you earlier, he couldn't do anything to me. Yi Xian said. Indeed, if the woman died, the man wouldn't be able to take down Padian even if he fought with his life on the line. He would definitely die if he was surrounded by Padian and the other two. Bastard, you want to use us as bait? Are you trying to lure the Rat King out? The man shouted angrily. The Rat King is at the level of a great saint. I don't dare to provoke it now. I just want to see if what you said is true. As long as we meet a 9th grade Holy King Rat, I'll give you the antidote. How about it? Yi Xian said. 9th grade Holy King. The man and woman looked at each other. Both of them were 8th grade Holy Kings. With the help of Padian and the other two, it shouldn't be a problem for them to face a 9th grade Holy King Rat. All right. In the end, both of them agreed. Of course, they also had ulterior motives. If they really met a 9th grade Holy King Rat, they could send one of them to take down Yi Xian and get the antidote. Although the woman didn't know when Yi Xian poisoned her, Yi Xian and the others were very strange. They could fight so many levels above them. Their methods were definitely not ordinary. Therefore, both of them believed that Yi Xian was telling the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let them go. Then, both of them led the way into the mountain range. Yi Xian, Black Horn and the others followed behind. Be careful, there's a wave of rats coming. Hide. After a while, the ground began to shake violently. The man and woman quickly hid in the nearby forest. As for Yi Xian, he also put everyone away and put on the flowing light invisibility cloak. Rumble. A series of loud sounds spread. There were at least 10,000 rats in this wave of rats, and they were all intermediate grade Holy Kings. It was very terrifying. Even a 9th grade Holy King expert would be difficult to deal with if they were surrounded, let alone them. Huff huff. The scar-faced man and the woman breathed a sigh of relief. The Greater Rat Mountain Range was indeed terrifying. One careless mistake and they would be doomed eternally. At this point, they just wanted to meet as soon as possible. Once there was a 9th grade Holy King White Rat, Yi Xian would be able to give the antidote to both of them. However, how could a 9th grade Holy King level white-haired rat be so easy to encounter? The two parties cautiously entered the Greater Rat Mountain Range. About half a day later. Found it. The man in front suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw an extra-large giant rat in front of him. It was one size bigger than an 8th grade Holy King. 9th grade Holy King. When Yi Xian heard the man's shout, he immediately sent Black Horn over to take a look. There was indeed a giant rat. All right, here's the antidote. Yi Xian nodded and tossed the interspatial ring over. This poison was something that he had exchanged from the immortal grade devouring system. It was colorless, formless, and tasteless. Once one came into contact with it, one would be poisoned. Even a saint expert would die from the poison. However, this poison was only effective against humans. It was useless against holy beasts and Zooists. After obtaining the antidote, the two of them quickly left. However, Yi Xian had already achieved his goal. Time reversal. In an instant, Yi Xian returned to the day when he was holding the woman hostage. I can't give you the thing, but I can tell you a secret, the man said. Sorry, I don't want to know this secret. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, her head will explode. Yi Xian said coldly. You, the man pointed at Yi Xian angrily. However, he still understood the saying, where there's life, there's hope. At that moment, he threw his own interspatial ring to Yi Xian. As for the woman's ring, it had already been taken by Black Horn. Yi Xian successfully obtained the 2 interspatial rings. There was a large amount of rat fur inside. What a steal! Yi Xian looked at the backs of the 2 people as they left. The rat fur inside was enough for him to exchange for 1 devouring point. Ding! The host has obtained 1 devouring point. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian's devouring points had reached 3. With 3 more points, he would be able to unlock the 2nd combat bloodline column. After that, Yi Xian rushed toward the Greater Rat Mountain Range. He wanted to kill his way in after making another breakthrough. This was an opportunity to earn a lot of devouring points. He couldn't just miss it. 2 days later, he arrived at the Greater Rat Mountain Range. It just so happened that the rat tide from last time was passing by. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to let Heaven Breaker and the others take action. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. In the next moment, Heaven Breaker, Black Horn, and Luo Luo moved out together. Under such circumstances, the effect of Wei Zhentian's myriad beasts diagram was much better than the mystic god armor. Once the myriad beasts diagram appeared, all the greater rats were suppressed by 70% of their strength. It was rare to see 1,000,000 white-haired rats. One had to know that in the past few days that Yi Xian had entered, he'd only seen over 1,000 rats at most. Heaven Breaker's shocking staff sweep could take away thousands of greater rats' lives. Black Horn was even more ferocious. He opened his mouth and swallowed almost 10,000 greater rats. As for Luo Luo, she was also shuttling through the greater rat tide. Her speed was so fast that she formed 2 waves of air. Wherever she passed, the greater rats would be cut in half. This rat tide could already threaten a rank 9 Holy King. However, under the joint efforts of Yi Xian and the others, it was like a sheet of loose sand. Soon, the 1,000,000-strong rat tide was eliminated. These greater rats were also in a killing frenzy. They would not leave until they had bitten Yi Xian and the others to death. Therefore, not a single greater rat escaped. Such a large number of greater rat corpses made Yi Xian very happy. If he could refine all of these corpses into beast pills, Black Horn and Luo Luo's realms would definitely increase greatly. However, that was not Yi Xian's goal. He was preparing to enter the center of the Greater Rat Mountain Range. There was a huge amount of wealth accumulated over countless years. For these few days, Yi Xian stayed outside the Greater Rat Mountain Range and let Heaven Breaker watch. As for Black Horn and Luo Luo, they returned to the devouring space to cultivate. 3 days later. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a rank 2 Holy Spirit. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven Breaker Ape God have broken through. The host is now a rank 6 Holy Spirit. Heaven Breaker's realm had increased. He could now fight a rank 9 Holy King Greater Rat. However, if he encountered the Rat King, he would probably have to run. After all, the Rat King was a holy lord. At this time, there were only 2 or 3 days left before the hunting mission. Until now, Yi Xian had only exchanged 1 devouring point. Other than the day when he came to the Greater Rat Mountain Range and encountered a million-strong rat tide, Yi Xian had not encountered such a large one. At most, there were tens of thousands of them. After a few days, there were only a few 100,000. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to enter the Greater Rat Mountain Range. Chapter 1951. The Greater Rat Ruins had been around for many years, but not many dared to enter the Greater Rat Mountains. Yi Xian was the first to do so. This place was full of dangers. Yi Xian put on the flowing light invisibility cloak and began to move quickly. He had the time reversal skill anyway, so his detection ability was very strong. If there was nothing on one side, he would reverse time and look for the other side. Soon, he encountered an army of greater rats that had set up camp. There were about 100,000 of them. Go! Yi Xian did not say anything and immediately ordered Heaven Breaker and the other 2 to kill them. With their current strength, they could almost finish off these 100,000 greater rats in 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, this army of greater rats was completely wiped out and devoured by Black Horn. Heaven Breaker, go back and rest, Yi Xian said as he kept Heaven Breaker into the devouring space. For a battle of this level, Heaven Breaker only needed to rest for a few seconds. Of course, this was referring to the time in the outside world. After that, Yi Xian continued to move forward and encountered another army of greater rats. After wiping them out again, he continued on his way. At first, Yi Xian did not think much of it, but later on, Yi Xian realized that the positions of these greater rats seemed to have a pattern. No, it could not be said to be a pattern. It should be said that they were like soldiers, staying in a specific position. If one were to zoom in, these greater rats were arranged in a row, and each point was an army of greater rats. Is this the work of the Rat King? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. No matter what, these greater rats were his food. If I kill 1,000,000 more, I can exchange for a second devouring point. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, at this moment, Black Horn, who was scouting ahead, suddenly reported that he saw an extra-large greater rat. It was estimated to be a rank 9 Holy King. Good, kill it. It's worth at least 1,000,000 greater rats. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he quickly followed. Although Blackhorn's current strength was not as strong as Heaven Breaker, he had already broken through to Holy King. With his strong physique, he could still fight this rank 9 Holy King greater rat. Patian, Luo, kill it. Yi Xian roared in his mind. Blackhorn's Devourer and Empty Devourer, they were connected, so Heaven Breaker could come out of his mouth. By the time Yi Xian arrived, they were already fighting. Rumble. The sounds of battle were deafening. A battle of this level was not something Yi Xian could interfere in. Unless he could fuse with a second battle bloodline. However, the second bloodline window still required 3 Devour points to activate, so it was still not enough. Very soon, under the combined attacks of Heaven Breaker and the other 2, the 9th grade Saint King level giant rat was killed. After it died, Yi Xian swiftly swept over and collected its corpse. Immediately after, he beamed with joy. The white fur of a 9th grade Saint King ranked white-furred rat was worth more than the 1,000,000-strong army from before. He had made a huge profit. After that, Yi Xian continued on his journey, preparing to kill all of the giant rats. Very soon, he encountered a second 9th grade Saint King ranked giant rat. This giant rat was also killed by Yi Xian in the end. Then, it was refined into a beast pill and fed to Black Horn. Black Horn had broken through again. Now that Black Horn had reached the 4th grade Saint King level, his strength was no weaker than Heaven Breaker, who was wearing the Mystic Divine armor. The 2 of them worked together to increase their efficiency. From the beginning until now, Yi Xian had already killed millions of giant rats. However, all of the rat fur added up was only enough to exchange for 2 Devourer points. 2 more Devourer points, and I can activate the second bloodline window. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickened his pace. After a while, he encountered the third 9th grade Saint King ranked giant rat and killed it easily. Yi Xian gave this beast pill to Luo Luo for her to break through. Now, Black Horn, Heaven Breaker, and Luolua's strength were almost the same. Even if they encountered the Rat King, they might be able to fight. However, at this moment, who gave you the courage to enter this place? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice entered Yi Xian's ears. He trembled and turned around to see a long-haired man looking at him. There was no aura at all. How was this possible? Even Blackhorn and Heaven Breaker did not notice how this person came. This person is so strong. Yi Xian gulped and asked, "Who are you? You are killing wantonly in my territory, and you are asking me who I am?" The man narrowed his eyes and asked. Yi Xian finally understood. "You are the rat." Yi Xian snorted coldly. "That's right. That's what those people call me." The man nodded. Then, his gaze fell on Heaven Breaker and said, "If I didn't see that it was using the Heaven Shocking Staff technique, I'm afraid you would all be dead." "You know?" Yi Xian was shocked again. "Why wouldn't I know?" Rat King coldly snorted and said, "This little monkey has Heaven Breaker's bloodline. He should be the descendant of that old monkey. The reason why I didn't kill you was to give him face." After hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but go silent. He quickly thought for a moment and said in horror, "You are the Demon Rat Palace's palace master?" To be able to control so many giant rats and recognize the palace master, it could only be the Demon Rat Palace's palace master of the 12 god beast palaces. "You can recognize me, that's strange." Rat King grinned and said, "A few days ago, I saw the weak old monkey being captured. Could it be that you followed him here? You saw him, but you didn't do anything?" Yi Xian asked in horror. "Why should I save him? His life or death has nothing to do with me." Rat King shook his head and said, "Not only that, even if it was someone else, I wouldn't save them." Yi Xian looked at Rat King, secretly thinking that the other side was really cold-blooded. But at this time, "Well, I've said so much to you. It's time for me to get down to business. I want this little monkey." Rat King said and directly attacked Heaven Breaker. "What?" Yi Xian was shocked and quickly had Heaven Breaker counterattack. Why did Rat King want to capture Heaven Breaker? After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian finally understood why the Rat King had watched as the palace master of Shattering Heaven Palace was taken away and now wanted to capture Shattering Heaven. "You are that traitor?" Yi Xian angrily shouted. Rat King paused and said with a smile, "Yes, I was the one who colluded with the 4 god beasts clan to destroy the 12 god beast palaces. Otherwise, how could I have reached this point today?" Back then, the 12 god beast palaces palace masters were at most 7th rank Saint Kings. But now, Rat King had actually broken through to the Saint Monarch realm. He should have joined the 4 god beasts clan, so he ignored Heaven Breaker and instead wanted to capture Heaven Breaker. His purpose was to give Heaven Breaker to the 4 god beasts clan. Since it's like this, then I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he ordered to kill Rat King. Chapter 1952. In an instant, Heaven Breaker, Black Horn, and Luo Luo unleashed their full strength and charged at the Rat King. "How dare you!" The Rat King didn't care at all and charged forward. Black Horn and the others were so much weaker than him. How could he, who was full of pride, take them seriously? However, he soon realized that things weren't that simple. Black Horn, Heaven Breaker, and Luo Luo were actually able to fight him when they joined forces. The 3 of them cooperated very well. With Heaven Breaker as the main attacker and Black Horn and Luo Luo supporting him, the Rat King couldn't do anything to them after a few rounds. "This little monkey is so strong. I guess he's the youngest son of the old monkey?" The Rat King suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. "Guess?" Yi Xian replied coldly. The bloodline of this heaven breaker divine ape probably surpasses that of the little monkey. If I can hand it over to the 4 divine beasts clan, I might be able to break through the shackles and become a second-rank saint lord. The Rat King thought to himself. He had indeed joined the 4 divine beasts clan and obtained a large amount of treasures from them. That was how he had achieved what he had today. However, it wasn't that easy to capture Heaven Breaker. I can't use my full strength in my human form. Next, I'll show you that I'm not someone you can mess with. The Rat King roared angrily as his body began to expand and transform into his true form. The Rat King's true form was called the Purple Gold Rat. It wasn't much different from the giant white-furred rat. The only difference was that it didn't have 100 hairs on its forehead. Instead, it had purple gold hairs. After transforming into his true form, the Rat King was astonishingly fast as he charged at Black Horn. He wanted to capture Heaven Breaker, so as long as he killed either Black Horn or Luo Luo, the battle would be over. Too naive. Myriad Beasts Diagram, suppress. Suddenly, the mystic divine armor on Heaven Breaker transformed into the Myriad Beasts diagram. In the next moment, the Rat King's speed suddenly decreased. Black Horn and the others took advantage of this opportunity to launch their strongest attacks. Black Demon Claw. Heaven Startling Strike. Flaming Rain of Fire. The 3 people, 3 moves, all landed on the Purple Gold Rat King. The diagram of 10,000 beasts reduced all abilities, including defense. All 3 moves. Although they couldn't kill the Rat King, they severely injured it. Cough. The Purple Gold Rat King spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't understand what was going on, but his body told him that he had to leave now. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. You want to leave? Not so easy. The Purple Gold Rat King, whose speed had been reduced by 70%, was even slower than its human form. Black Horn stared at him, his mouth wide open. Devour. Even though the other party's cultivation realm was too high and he couldn't devour it, he could still restrict the other party's speed. Heaven Startling Strike. Flaming Sky Rain of Fire. Another 2 rounds of attacks fell on the Purple Gold Rat King. At this point, the Rat King's skin was already lacerated. Kill him. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly shouted angrily. Hold on. I can take you into the 4 Divine Beasts clan. The Purple Gold Rat King said in a hurry. Sorry, I don't need it. Yi Xian snorted coldly. In a few more days, Heaven Breaker's group would be strong enough to dominate the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Why would they need the Violet Gold Rat King to lead them? Bastard, if that's the case, then let's die together. As soon as the Purple Gold Rat King finished speaking, it raised its head and roared into the sky. Yi Xian understood that the Rat King was going to gather all the greater rats and fight to the death. But would it be so easy? Heaven Startling Strike. Flaming Sky Rain of Fire. Black Demon Claw. The 3 of them attacked again. By the time this round of attacks fell on the Purple Gold Rat King, the latter was already on the verge of death. Then, Black Horn quickly opened his mouth and sucked the Purple Gold Rat King into the devouring space. With this, the matter was resolved. Yi Xian immediately checked the Purple Gold Rat King's interspatial ring. Sure enough, there was a large amount of white fur in it. He guessed that the Purple Gold Rat King was raising white fur rats and then giving them to the 4 Divine Beasts clan in exchange for benefits. In addition, the interspatial ring contained a large amount of natural treasures. The amount was so large that it made Yi Xian's heart palpitate. Ding! The host has exchanged for 1 devouring point. Ding! The host has exchanged for 1 devouring point. 2 system notifications rang out consecutively. Yi Xian used the rat fur to exchange for devouring points. Now, he had a total of 6 devouring points. He immediately used the 6 devouring points to open the second combat bloodline column. Ding! The host. The second immortal combat bloodline column has been opened. Ding! The purchase of the Sword Immortal Bloodline is successful. Do you want to integrate it now? The system notifications rang out again. The Sword Immortal Bloodline was a combat bloodline that Yi Xian had his eyes on. With this Sword Immortal Bloodline, he could probably join the battle. Yes. Yi Xian immediately answered in his mind and integrated the Sword Immortal Bloodline. Ding! The host has obtained the one-hit kill sword, Peerless Sword Duel. Ding! The mighty flying sword has been upgraded. Yi Xian quickly checked. In the next moment, a rather handsome long sword appeared in his hand. This sword was called the one-hit kill sword. As the name suggested, it had the effect of killing with one hit. It could greatly enhance the skill of killing with one hit. In addition, as long as Yi Xian held this one-hit kill sword, his combat strength would directly increase by 30 times. Then, Yi Xian put away the one-hit kill sword and replaced it with another long sword. The Peerless Sword Duel could also increase the host's combat strength by 30 times. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that a person who looked exactly like him had condensed in front of him. This was the Sword Immortal clone, holding the other Peerless Sword Duel in his hand. Most importantly, this Sword Immortal clone would not be destroyed. Yi Xian could also switch places with him at any time. In addition, he could also use Yi Xian's various skills. The one-hit kill sword had the effect of killing with one hit. The Peerless Sword Duel gave Yi Xian a death immunity card, which was very useful. Moreover, these were only the two weapons given by the Sword Immortal Bloodline. Man and sword as one. Every advancement will increase the combat strength of the one-hit kill sword and Peerless Sword Duel by 10 times. When the Sword Immortal descends, my combat strength will greatly increase. I can use the ultimate move, Single Sword Immortal Ascension. These were the two advancement paths of the Sword Immortal Bloodline. Both were very heaven-defying. However, these two advancement paths required a lot of Devour points. This is too scary. Just by holding the Peerless Sword Duel, my combat strength has increased by 30 times. Right now, I'm afraid my combat strength is no weaker than potions when he's wearing the Mystic God armor. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This Sword Immortal Bloodline was the last bloodline in the Immortal level Devourer system. At the same time, it was also the most powerful bloodline. 6 Devour points to open the Battle Bloodline column was definitely worth it. Blackhorn and Luo Luo were both 4th grade Holy Kings, while Patian was a 6th grade Holy Spirit. Chapter 1953. If the three of them worked together and did not use the illustration of 10,000 beasts, they would be stronger than the average great sage. However, Yi Xian, who had the sword Celestial Bloodline, was much stronger. Ever since my Tower of Trials was refreshed, I can only reach the 7th level. I can't even pass the 8th level. Now, I want to see how many levels I can reach. With that in mind, Yi Xian immersed himself in the Tower of Trials. Pets could not be summoned in the Tower of Trials, but Yi Xian, who had the sword Celestial Bloodline, easily cleared the 8th level that he was stuck at previously. As a result, he obtained another Devour point. Next was the 9th level. With the one-hit kill sword in hand, Yi Xian easily killed his opponent with a single slash. Cleared. As for the 10th level, it was still an instant kill. On the 11th level, the opponent was 11 levels higher than him, which was the 4th stage Holy King. However, he was still instantly killed by Yi Xian. On the 12th level, instant kill. On the 13th level, instant kill. At this point, Yi Xian had already obtained 5 Devour points. As long as he cleared the next level, he would be able to get back the 6 Devour points that he needed to activate the second bloodline column. Immediately, Yi Xian stepped onto the 14th level. If he had not triggered the one-hit kill effect on the previous level, he would not have cleared it so easily. He felt that the 14th level would not be so simple. He would probably need to use his skills. On the 14th level, there was a 7th stage Holy King cultivator. The countdown began. 0. The moment the countdown reached 0, Yi Xian immediately used 6 slaughter seals, instantly increasing his combat power by 13 times. Instant kill. It had to be said that the combination of the sword's celestial bloodline and the immortal slayer bloodline was extremely powerful. Yi Xian also cleared the 15th level easily. However, the 16th level was tricky. At this point, he was not holding the one-hit kill sword, but the unparalleled sword. In the next battle, he cleverly used the sword's celestial clone to fight a guerrilla war with his opponent. The sword's celestial clone could use Yi Xian's skills with the other sword of the unparalleled sword. Moreover, it was in an invincible state. Yi Xian had it block the attacks for him while he continued to stack slaughter seals. In the end, all 11 slaughter seals erupted. 24 times the combat power. This allowed Yi Xian's strength to skyrocket. Level 16, cleared. On the 16th level of the Tower of Trials, Yi Xian encountered a 9th rank Holy King. However, this was not his limit, because he still had 9 devouring points that he had not used yet. As for the 17th floor, Yi Xian didn't try it for the time being because that was a Saint Monarch level, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat it. Therefore, he decided to use up his devouring points first. Ding! Man and sword as one successfully advanced. Ding! Sword Immortal's descent advancement successful. The 2 advancement paths of the Sword Immortal bloodline required 3 devour points for each advancement. Therefore, Yi Xian expended 6 devour points for each advancement. With the advancement of one with the sword, his combat prowess had increased by 40 times, which was 10 times more than before. It would not be a problem for him to clear the 18th level. Right now, there were still 3 devouring points left. Ding! Host has cleared level 18. Reward, 1 devour point. Devour points had increased to 4. Then, Yi Xian began to challenge the 19th level. With his rank 2 Holy Spirit Realm, his opponent would be a 3rd rank Holy King. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown reached 0, Yi Xian immediately used his trump card. Slaughter Mode, a 13-fold increase in strength. Sword Immortal's descent. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His entire body emitted a white light, and even his hair turned white. With the peerless dual sword in his hand, he gave off a sage-like aura. His opponent on the 19th level was a Zhuoist, and it was the Feng Qinglong that he had seen before. The moment Yi Xian transformed, his opponent also transformed into his original form. Single Sword Immortal Ascension. Without saying a word, Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal clone transformed into a ray of light and pierced towards the Feng Qinglong. However, this rank 3 Holy Monarch Feng Qinglong wasn't so easy to deal with. After it roared towards the sky, countless wind blades shot out from its body. These wind blades were extremely sharp, and could easily cut open the body of a rank 2 Holy Monarch. The Sword Immortal clone was invincible, and naturally wasn't afraid of these wind blades. However, Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian, who was using the single Sword Immortal Ascension, had no choice but to stop and use the extreme space shield to save his life. Unfortunately, these wind blades were endless, and the entire 19th level was filled with wind blades. Finally, Yi Xian was turned into meat paste by these wind blades, and failed the challenge. I actually failed. Yi Xian didn't expect this. The higher the level of the Tower of Trials, the stronger the guardians were, and almost all of them were Zhuoists. However, Yi Xian's opponent this time was Feng Qinglong, and it was very troublesome. As long as he encountered a simpler opponent next time, he might be able to fight. All in all, Yi Xian now had the qualifications to exterminate the 4 Divine Beasts clan. For Divine Beasts clan, prepare to die. Yi Xian looked at the scarlet kill character in the sky, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, there was still a problem to be solved, and that was the giant rats that the Purple Gold Rat King had summoned. If it was before, it would indeed be troublesome. However, even the Purple Gold Rat King had been sucked into the devouring space, so what could these giant rats do to him? Black Horn, if you can, then do it. Otherwise, kill them. Yi Xian immediately gave Black Horn the order, and then he took out his peerless dual sword. These giant rats were still useful, and their fur might be able to be exchanged for devouring points. Furthermore, if they were sucked into the devouring space, Yi Xian could kill them if he needed them in the future, and obtain the slaughter mark. A storm of blood was about to unfold. Currently, Yi Xian was the strongest among them, and this was under the condition that he wasn't wearing the Mystic God battle armor. If he could wear the Mystic God battle armor, even if the Purple Gold Rat King was a rank 3 holy monarch, it wouldn't be able to escape death. Sword Immortal Clone. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Extinguishing Arrow. Immortal Slaying Sword Array. Yi Xian began to madly attack, and the giant rats that had gathered were killed in droves. There were still 2 days left, so Yi Xian wanted to kill all of these giant rats. 2 days later. Ding! The host obtained 1 devouring point. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. In these 2 days, Yi Xian had slaughtered more than 20 million giant rats of different levels, and then used the white fur of these giant rats to exchange for 1 devouring point. Now, he had 5 devouring points. Let's go, destroy the 4 divine beasts clan. Yi Xian didn't say anything and turned around to leave. From now on, he didn't need to use the ascension to immortality steps anymore, and instead used the flying sword form of Mighty Shock the Heavens. In less than half a day, he left the giant rat ruins and chased after Shattered Heaven Palace Master. Chapter 1954. They stopped. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sensed that Shattered Heaven Palace Master had stopped. He couldn't help but wonder if Shattered Heaven Palace Master had already arrived at the 4 Divine Beasts clan. He estimated that he would need about 2 hours to catch up with the other party. Shattered Heaven, it's time for you and your father to reunite. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke to Shattered Heaven. Soon, he approached the target of the death warrant, which was Shattered Heaven Palace Master. Looking from afar, there were 4 towering statues in front of him. They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. It seemed that he had finally arrived at the 4 Divine Beasts clan. From the Purple Gold Rat King's memories, Yi Xian knew that the 4 Divine Beasts clan had 4 ancestors. They were the ones who had sealed the Palace Master of the Purple Gold Palace. These 4 were all second-rank saints. If they joined forces, they wouldn't even fear a third-rank saint. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of them either. Yi Xian, who possessed powerful battle strength, didn't need to fear them and directly flashed over. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian arrived in front of a person. It was Shattered Heaven Palace Master who had been captured. Besides Shattered Heaven Palace Master, there were 4 other masters of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, all of them 9th grade Saint Kings. Immediately, Yi Xian made a move and easily killed the 4 of them. With his current strength, even if the 4 ancestors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan attacked, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone these 4. Yi Xian? Shattered Heaven Palace Master stared blankly at the 4 corpses on the ground. Senior, I've come to save you. Yi Xian grinned and directly absorbed Shattered Heaven Palace Master into the devouring space, reuniting with him. Now, whether it was Black Horn, Shattered Heaven, or Luo Luo, their strength couldn't catch up to Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Xian didn't need their help. For Divine Beasts clan, 1 person was enough. Wei Zhentian, in flying sword form, follow me to deal with the Vermilion Bird ancestor. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Then, his aura skyrocketed. 11 slaughter seals all erupted, wildly increasing his battle strength by 24 times. Kill. Within the Azure Dragon race, there was an extremely powerful aura. It should be the Azure Dragon ancestor who was a second-rank Saint Lord. Yi Xian stepped on his flying sword and arrived in an instant. When Patriarch Green Dragon sensed Yi Xian, he opened his eyes and came out of seclusion. Who are you? Ancestor Azure Dragon looked at Yi Xian and said. As he possessed the bloodline of the Azure Dragon clan, he was very sensitive to the bloodline in Yi Xian's body. In the past, you annihilated the 12 God-Beast palaces for your own selfish reasons. Today, I will annihilate your 4 Divine Beasts clan for my own selfish reasons. Prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian made his move. Sword immortal descends, one sword ascends to immortality. In an instant, Yi Xian turned into a streak of white light and passed through Ancestor Azure Dragon's body. Ancestor Azure Dragon was dead. This move was currently Yi Xian's most powerful attack. If he used the single strike kill sword, the attack power of the single strike flying immortal would greatly increase. Moreover, the success rate of the single strike kill would also increase. If he used the peerless sword duel, the sword immortal clone would also use the single strike flying immortal technique, which would be more difficult to deal with. Generally speaking, there were pros and cons to each. However, after Ancestor Azure Dragon died, Yi Xian discovered that something was wrong. After his opponent died, he actually didn't return to his original body and instead dissipated. It was actually a Saint Energy clone. It's only Ancestor Azure Dragon's clone. Forget it. As long as it's a Saint King, kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At the same time, he also summoned Heaven Breaker. When the 12 God Beast palaces were attacked by the 4 Divine Beasts clan, Heaven Breaker was sealed, and he was also sent to the lower immortal world. Today, how could he not come out to take revenge? In an instant, the Azure Dragon race set off a storm of carnage. Yi Xian, the Sword Immortal clone, the Immortal Slaying Puppet, Wei Zhentian, Heaven Breaker, and the others were crazily killing. As long as it was a Saint King, it was difficult to escape death. At the same time, Black Horn was wantonly devouring the corpses of the Azure Dragon race and then extracting the dragon crystals to nurture Rib's dragon embryo. At the same time, in the depths of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, 4 old men who were sitting cross-legged opened their eyes. Someone is wantonly slaughtering my Azure Dragon race. Bastard, quickly come with me, otherwise my Azure Dragon race will suffer heavy casualties. But the seal is not complete yet. Don't care so much, let's go. The 4 old men quickly left the underground and came to the surface. At this time, on the surface, the Azure Dragon race had a strange change, and the other 3 great clans had already learned of it. Ding, the degree of dragon embryo nurturing has reached 100%. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. When the dragon embryo was nurtured to 100%, it could find a dragon corpse with high compatibility to revive Rib. However, if the dragon embryo was nurtured to 200%, then the chance of mutation would increase by 50%. Coupled with the random mission of reviving Rib, the chance of mutation would increase to 100%. Therefore, Yi Xian did not want to revive Rib for now. At this time, 4 powerful auras suddenly appeared. How dare you behave so atrociously in my 4 Divine Beasts clan? Tell me your names. The White Tiger Patriarch shouted angrily. Seeing that the main characters had finally arrived, Yi Xian could not help but turn around and look at the 4 figures in the distance. You've come at the right time, saving me the trouble of looking for you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the mystic divine battle armor and put it on his body. His battle strength soared again. You're courting death. After the 4 of them smelled the spreading stench of blood, they immediately formed the battle formation of 4 gods and charged towards Yi Xian. The 4 Divine Beasts clan was proficient in forming the battle formation of 4 gods. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger clans had all undergone bloodline strengthening, so the battle formation of 4 gods was even more powerful. It was only slightly weaker in terms of defense. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not afraid. Swish! Before the 4 of them charged over, the Sword Celestial clone used the Deathly Hunt command to mark one of them, then crossed a large distance and arrived behind the other party. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. The Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, enhanced by the Eye of Assassination, spread out and instantly surrounded the 4 patriarchs. Be careful. The Black Tortoise Patriarch quickly used his techniques to protect the other 3. Unfortunately, this could not stop the Sword Celestial clone. Deathly Hunt command. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, the sword celestial clone once again arrived behind the vermilion bird patriarch and slashed out with his sword. Immortal slaying breath slash. Rip. A crisp sound was heard, and the vermilion bird patriarch's back was cut open. If not for the black tortoise patriarch protecting him, he would have died. The four of them had gloomy expressions. They understood that they could not fight in their human forms, so they all transformed into their true forms. As a result, it was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. This time, without waiting for Yi Xian's instructions, Wei Zhintian directly transformed into the myriad beasts diagram. Suppress. In an instant, the battle strength of the four patriarchs plummeted. Chapter 1955. All of you, go to hell. Yi Xian stared at the four massive figures in the air, killing intent flashing through his eyes. He joined forces with the sword immortal clone to attack Patriarch Azure Dragon. Eye of Assassination. Immortal slaying breath slash. The two used the same move. Two massive slashes slashed across Patriarch Azure Dragon's body, instantly chopping him into 3 pieces. Even his dragon heart was chopped in half. Patriarch Azure Dragon was dead. The death of just one member of the four divine beasts clan would greatly weaken the might of the four gods' battle formation, let alone when it was being suppressed by the myriad beasts diagram. Old Dragon? When the other 3 patriarchs saw Patriarch Azure Dragon's corpse, they were all stunned. Before they could react, Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone attacked once more. This time, it was the vermilion bird patriarch. Then the white tiger patriarch. Finally, it was the black tortoise patriarch's turn, the one with the strongest defense. He was the one who wanted to use the heaven-breaking ape god bloodline to strengthen himself. In the blink of an eye, all 4 patriarchs of the 4 divine beasts clan had fallen. Not a single one remained. With this, the 4 divine beasts clan could be considered to have been wiped out. Follow the plan. After the 4 died, Yi Xian quickly said. Although the 4 patriarchs were dead, Yi Xian's goal wasn't just that. He wanted a large number of corpses of the Azure Dragon clan. As for the other 3 clans, he couldn't be bothered with them. As long as he killed their upper echelons, they wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. This mission was carried out by the sword immortal clone and Wei Zhintian. One dragon crystal after another was obtained by Yi Xian, who then used it to nurture the dragon embryo. The nurturing process of the dragon embryo was rapidly increasing. From 100%, it increased to 110%, then to 120%. How much would he be able to nurture this time? It would be best if he could reach 200%. That would save Yi Xian a lot of trouble. On the other side, when the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger clans saw that their patriarchs had died, they were all scared out of their wits and scattered. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop the sword immortal puppet and Wei Zhintian in his flying sword form. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. The blood of the vermilion bird clan dripped down and turned into flames, igniting a raging inferno. However, just as Yi Xian was taking revenge for the 12 god beast palaces, a certain creature deep underground suddenly let out a roar. Roar. The roar was deafening, causing the earth to tremble. The 4 towering statues also began to shake violently. When Yi Xian heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Was there something down there? Before he could react, the 4 statues around him collapsed with a loud crash, emitting traces of saint power fluctuations. It was only now that Yi Xian realized that the 4 statues were actually a 4 gods heaven sealing array. Could it be that something had been sealed? Rumble. The earth began to crack, and a scorching aura emerged from the ground, instantly burning that area to ashes. Following that, a huge head popped out of the hole. Yi Xian took a closer look and realized that he seemed to have seen this head somewhere before. However, the temperature of this soaring flame was too high. Even though he was wearing the mystic divine armor, he still felt uncomfortable, so he quickly retreated. As for the sword immortal clone, he stayed here. After all, the sword immortal clone was invincible. No matter what it is, kill. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and gave the order to the sword immortal clone. In the next moment, the the sword immortal clone turned into a stream of light and charged toward the fire pillar. Immortal slaying breath slash. The sword immortal clone raised his hand and slashed at the fire pillar. Swish. The huge sword light broke through the air and slashed at the fire pillar, but surprisingly, it was burned to ashes by the fire pillar. One had to know that this attack was enough to kill a second-grade great sage, but it couldn't even break the fire pillar. What exactly was this saint beast? At this moment, the saint beast inside the fire pillar quickly rose into the air and entered Yi Xian's sight. After seeing its entire body, Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was actually a unicorn. Ah, run! The scorching unicorn has broken the seal. The people of the 4 divine beasts clan shouted loudly. It was indeed a unicorn. I didn't expect that the 4 divine beasts clan had a unicorn sealed under them. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He hurriedly absorbed Wei Zhentian into his devouring space and let him search his soul. In an instant, Yi Xian understood where this scorching unicorn had come from. Back then, after the 4 divine beasts clan destroyed the 12 divine beasts palaces, they didn't move here. They had coincidentally encountered this heavily injured scorching unicorn. The two sides had a great battle, and the 4 ancestors of the 4 divine beasts clan used the 4 divine heaven sealing formation to seal it. Later on, they discovered that the blood of this scorching unicorn had a beneficial effect on their bloodlines, especially to the Vermilion Bird clan. Thus, they moved here and continuously absorbed the blood of the scorching unicorn to strengthen themselves. Otherwise, with the help of the 12 divine beasts palaces, they could only break through to the great sage level at most. But after obtaining this scorching unicorn, their bloodlines continued to improve. Just now, the 4 ancestors had absorbed the blood of the unicorn, but they didn't have time to seal it because Yi Xian had attacked the 4 divine beasts clan. Before they could completely seal it, the scorching unicorn had finally attacked. After learning of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This scorching unicorn gave him a very bad feeling. This was because he also had the bloodline of the unicorn. Although it was a unicorn of the immortal eye, they were of the same bloodline. Roar! The flaming sun Qilin also focused its attention on Yi Xian. It could sense the immortal eye Qilin bloodline within Yi Xian's body, as well as the powerful fire attribute of the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. Not good. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed. He felt that this scorching unicorn wanted to devour him to recover its strength. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Kill the scorching unicorn. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had actually triggered a random mission at this moment. What kind of joke is this? This scorching unicorn has recovered a lot of its strength after so many years. I'm afraid it has already reached the 4th stage Saint Monarch realm. I can't kill it right now. Yi Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly tore open the void to leave. Roar! When this scorching unicorn saw Yi Xian disappear, it was so angry that it roared at the sky. As it roared, it continuously released terrifying flames, turning everything around it into ashes. Even the experts of the Vermilion Bird clan couldn't escape death. Although Yi Xian had left, the Vermilion Bird was also of the fire attribute. With so many people around, it could recover a lot. Therefore, this scorching unicorn began to hunt down the experts of the Vermilion Bird clan, devouring everyone it saw. Chapter 1956. Fortunately, Yi Xian would be able to break through in a few days. At that time, he could use Sword Immortal's descent to kill it. At this moment, Yi Xian was observing everything that was happening at the 4 divine beasts clan through Wei Zhentian's eyes. The scorching unicorn had destroyed the 4 divine beasts clan. Everything was burned to ashes, and countless experts of the 4 divine beasts clan had died. After that, the scorching unicorn absorbed the flames of the Vermilion Bird clan experts and began to recover from its injuries. Its aura is strengthening. This guy has absorbed the power of the flames. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If that was the case, the plan to kill the scorching unicorn in a few days would be ruined. However, even if it recovered, it wouldn't be faster than Yi Xian's breakthrough speed, right? Yi Xian had Wei Zhentian follow it from afar. When the time was right, he would finish it off. Next, Yi Xian followed the scorching unicorn for 3 days. In these 3 days, the scorching unicorn burned its way through, destroying countless factions along the way. Everywhere it passed, not a single blade of grass grew. Yi Xian had Wei Zhentian follow it from behind, feeling its aura rising bit by bit. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 3rd-grade sacred spirit. Ding! Infernal ghostly lord, Wei Zhentian, and the sky-breaking ape god have broken through. Currently a 7th-grade sacred spirit. Yi Xian's cultivation level had finally increased. However, the scorching unicorn's cultivation level had also recovered to the 5th-grade sacred lord level. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill this beast. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He broke through the void and arrived beside Wei Zhentian. The scorching unicorn in the distance also sensed the immortal unicorn bloodline in Yi Xian's body. It turned around and rushed towards him. Gemini Heartlink Pendant, connect. Wei Zhentian instantly transformed into the Gemini Heartlink Pendant and released 2 red lights, connecting Yi Xian and the scorching unicorn. Unfortunately, the difference of 20 cultivation levels between the two was so small that the chances were pitifully small. In desperation, he could only use the 10,000 beasts diagram. In an instant, scorching unicorn's strength was suppressed, but what surprised Yi Xian was that the effect of the myriad beasts diagram was not 100%. Originally, the myriad beasts diagram could suppress 70% of scorching unicorn's strength, but now, Yi Xian felt that only 50% of scorching unicorn's strength had been suppressed. It seemed that it wasn't because the other party's cultivation was too high, but because the other party's bloodline was too noble. Fine, I'll take care of you. Yi Xian took out his sword of sure kill and attacked. Slaughter mode, activate. In an instant, Yi Xian's fighting strength skyrocketed. Following that was the arrival of a sword immortal. Bastard, watch me kill you. Yi Xian widened his eyes and turned into a white streak of light, attacking scorching unicorn. Roar. Scorching unicorn roared angrily and spat out a scorching breath at Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was using his strongest attack, flying immortal. As long as he could hurt scorching unicorn, there was a chance that he could kill the other party in an instant. Yi Xian already had a one-hit kill skill, and now with the addition of flying immortal and flying immortal, the chance of triggering it was greatly increased. Whoosh! Yi Xian broke through the flames with his sword and attacked. Pfft! With a muffled sound, Yi Xian's sword pierced scorching unicorn's huge head. Unfortunately, the one-hit kill effect was not triggered this time. Moreover, the temperature inside was shockingly high. Just as Yi Xian was about to continue attacking, an extremely strong wave of heat rolled out, forcing him to use teleportation to leave. I don't believe that I can't trigger the one-hit kill. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The man and beast began to fight. This scorching unicorn must have been at a very high level when it was at its peak. Otherwise, an ordinary 5th stage Saint Lord sacred beast would have been seriously injured or even killed in an instant. This battle was extremely intense. Yi Xian held the one-kill sword in his hand, but he was still unable to instantly kill the flaming Sun Qilin. On the contrary, he felt that he could not take it anymore. The surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher. Even Yi Xian, who had the immortal unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline, started to sweat. After all, his level was too low. He was relying entirely on his immortal slaying bloodline and sword immortal bloodline to fight above his level. I don't believe that time can be reversed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and reversed the time to half a day ago. Half a day later, he came back as scheduled and used flying immortal on scorching unicorn. Unfortunately, he still did not succeed. Again. The second time was reversed and he still did not manage to kill it. I'm going to fight with you. The third time was reversed and he still failed. Just like that, Yi Xian continued to use the time reversal skill. He went back 10 times and failed 10 times. In the end, Yi Xian decided to give up. Where did this scorching unicorn come from? I can't kill it even after using flying immortal 11 times. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Due to the difference in level, the chances of killing it instantly were not high. If it was only 5%, it would be difficult to encounter 1 out of 11 times. Therefore, he decided to follow him for the time being. After he made another breakthrough, he would follow the normal plan and kill this scorching unicorn. However, on the 3rd day after he made a breakthrough, this scorching unicorn suddenly arrived in front of a city. Yi Xian checked the map and found that this city was called Flame City. It was built next to a volcano and the temperature was extremely high. The scorching unicorn loved this kind of place the most. Therefore, it rushed in directly. A powerful sacred beast is attacking. The general of Flame City yelled out furiously. At the next moment, a large number of experts appeared. But the moment they showed themselves, they were spat to death by the scorching unicorn and burned to ashes. The flaming sun Qilan slaughtered its way into the city of flames. The flames spread out like a living hell. After the Flame City's city lord residents received the news, they quickly led experts over in an attempt to kill this evil scorching unicorn. The Flame City's city lord was a 5th stage saint lord. With the help of other experts, they might be able to fight this scorching unicorn. Rumble. This group of people surrounded and attacked the scorching unicorn in the air. However, this scorching unicorn had tough skin and flesh. When facing the attacks of this group of people, it actually ignored them and only cared about charging forward. At this moment, in a faraway place, Yi Xian saw this battle through the eyes of shaking the heavens. This scorching unicorn seems to want to enter the volcano and use the violent flames inside to recover its strength. Yi Xian's eyes flickered and he hesitated for a moment. This was a good opportunity for him to make a move. After all, there were others helping him. Immediately, he quickly broke through the void and left. When he walked out of the void door, the flaming sun Qilan in front of him suddenly stopped in its tracks. It turned around and looked at Yi Xian. The two of them did not say a word and attacked together. Unparalleled Sword Duel. Chapter 1957. Slash. The sword Saint clone wielded the other sword of the matchless swords and stabbed towards the scorching unicorn's eyes. Clang. The matchless sword stabbed into the scorching unicorn's eyes, but it did not break through the defense. Yi Xian used the sword Saint clone's eyes to take a look and realized that there was a layer of flame defense. Previously, he had fought with the scorching unicorn for more than 10 rounds and had also blinded the opponent, but he did not notice such a thing at that time. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately understood that this had something to do with the environment. The scorching unicorn had made use of the volcano's environment to become stronger. Bang! Just as Yi Xian was astonished, the sword Saint clone was blasted away by the scorching unicorn's flame breath. However, the sword Saint clone was invincible and was not injured at all. Following that, the scorching unicorn turned its attention back to Yi Xian and charged towards him. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's eyes flickered and immediately went all out to face the sword Saint clone. In an instant, he joined the battle. The Flame City had 1/5 stage Great Sage, 3/4 stage Great Sages, and more than 10 3rd stage Great Sages. With the addition of Yi Xian and the sword Saint clone, they might be able to fight. However, if this was any other place, the scorching unicorn would have been dead by now. However, they were in the vicinity of a volcano. The scorching unicorn was injured and could actually make use of the violent flame breath to recover. This is a little troublesome. The veins on Yi Xian's forehead bulged as he changed the sword in his hand to the one-hit kill sword. Sword Saint descends. Instantly, his aura surged again. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and stabbed towards the scorching unicorn. Single sword soaring immortal. However, what surprised him was that this single sword soaring immortal was actually unable to break through the scorching unicorn's flame breath. This guy was affected by the environment and became stronger. Roar. When scorching unicorn saw that it couldn't do anything to Yi Xian, it gave up on attacking and turned to run towards the volcano. Stop it. If it goes into the volcano, it will be even stronger. Yi Xian shouted angrily. What? The people from Flame City were shocked. Now that they were besieging Scorching Unicorn, they were unable to do anything to him. If his strength increased again, Blazing City would definitely be destroyed. This group of people all took out their trump cards and attacked Scorching Unicorn crazily. Unfortunately, some people couldn't break through the defense, while some people's injuries would quickly heal even if they did. In the end, Flame City's city lord gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Everyone, listen up. We're moving the city." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Moving city? Moving the city wasn't a small matter. Furthermore, Blazing City relied on this volcano to develop to its current level. If they were to move it, wouldn't they have wasted so many years of effort? However, this Scorching Unicorn obviously came for the volcano. If it stayed here, who would dare to stay in Blazing City? Even Flame City's city lord wasn't willing to move. Therefore, this group of people decided to give up and leave Blazing City with the others to find a new location. This group of people are scared. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he had to find another way. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see how much this Scorching Unicorn could recover. Therefore, he watched as Flame City's city lord led his people away, leaving behind an empty city. Wei Zhentian, enter the volcano and take a look. After that, Yi Xian remotely gave Wei Zhentian an order to enter the volcano to investigate. Wei Zhentian immediately rushed to the volcano and searched around. He found that Scorching Unicorn was hiding in the lava at the bottom of the volcano. Its aura was rapidly growing stronger. I'll be able to break through in 2 more days. I want to see if you're faster than me. Yi Xian thought to himself in a place very far away from the volcano. He had the immortal grade devouring system, so his leveling speed was faster than anyone else. Although the Scorching Unicorn was recovering, it couldn't be faster than him, right? 2 days later. Ding! Host broke through. Host is now a 4th stage Saint Spirit. Yi Xian finally broke through. Now, he could go and fight with the Scorching Unicorn. He immediately broke through the void and arrived outside the volcano. Then, he directly charged in. The Scorching Unicorn seemed to have sensed Yi Xian's presence. It immediately jumped out of the lava and waited quietly. Soon, the two met again. You're my mission target. How can I do it if you don't die? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately attacked. However, what surprised him was that this time, the Scorching Unicorn had broken through to the 6th stage Saint Spirit realm. What a scam! I don't care if you're a 5th stage Saint Spirit realm or a 6th stage Saint Spirit realm. You're going to die today. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else and directly attacked. Unfortunately, this Scorching Unicorn had broken through to the 6th stage Saint Spirit realm. Moreover, the surrounding environment was still a volcano. Therefore, Yi Xian still couldn't kill it. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a slight change in the surrounding environment. The temperature had dropped. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a huge figure in the distance. This time, it was a light blue Qilin that came. The Scorching Unicorn sensed the arrival of the Ice Unicorn. It immediately roared at the sky. It actually ignored Yi Xian and rushed toward the Ice Unicorn. In the blink of an eye, the two unicorns clashed. This Frost Qilin had actually fought against the Flaming Sun Qilin in the past. Both sides had suffered heavy injuries, and afterwards, the Flaming Sun Qilin had been discovered by the 4 patriarchs of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, who had used the 4 gods' Heavenlock formation to seal it away. As for the Ice Unicorn, it found a place by itself and fell into a deep sleep. That day, the Scorching Unicorn broke through the seal. The sleeping Ice Unicorn sensed it and rushed over. Today, when they met, the two unicorn emitted a look of wanting to fight to the death. The heavens are really helping me. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately used the time reversal skill to return to the past. Just now, he had already fought a battle with the Scorching Unicorn and used up some of his energy. Thus, he wanted to let the Scorching Unicorn and the Ice Unicorn fight to the death. Then, he would act and kill the Scorching Unicorn. After all, the Scorching Unicorn was his mission objective. Time reversed. The Scorching Unicorn was recovering in the volcano. However, this time, Yi Xian did not come looking for it. Instead, it was the Ice Unicorn that came looking for it. The two unicorns met again and began to fight. After that, Yi Xian broke through the void and arrived. Black Horn, hurry up and devour this volcano. Yi Xian quickly summoned Black Horn. Upon receiving the order, Black Horn opened its mouth and began to devour crazily. The Scorching Unicorn could recover its cultivation in this place. As long as the volcano was devoured, its strength would also decrease. Roar. The Scorching Unicorn could not help but roar at the sky when it felt the surrounding temperature rapidly drop. Chapter 1958. After a while, the volcano was completely devoured by Black Unicorn, leaving nothing behind. On the other side, Ice Unicorn was also a 6th-stage Saint Lord, so it was evenly matched with Scorching Unicorn. Roar. Scorching Unicorn was fighting Ice Unicorn while guarding against Yi Xian. It felt that the situation was not good. A sacred beast of this level was probably smarter than humans, so it was not stupid. Before Yi Xian made his move, it retreated. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and his aura surged. It was time to make a move. Peerless Sword Duel. Yi Xian immediately summoned his Sword Immortal clone, but he did not join the battle. Ice Unicorn and the Sword Immortal clone were enough to give Scorching Unicorn a lot of trouble. This was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian was using the human wave tactic. Countless immortal slaying puppets and countless immortal extinguishing arrows were summoned by the Sword Immortal clone and attacked Scorching Unicorn. Scorching Unicorn had lost its volcano environment, so its recovery ability was much weaker. After being injured by the Sword Immortal clone, the immortal extinguishing arrows pierced into its body in droves. After a few rounds, Scorching Unicorn was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out of its body, instantly turning into flames, which were quickly extinguished by the cold air. Yi Xian had been watching the battle from afar. After all, Scorching Unicorn did not seem to be on the verge of death. If the last Scorching Unicorn was not killed by him, then he would not be able to complete the random mission. However, he felt that there was almost no chance of turning the tables in this battle. As expected, with Yi Xian and Ice Unicorn working together, Scorching Unicorn was heavily injured and on the verge of death. This was Yi Xian's chance to make a move. In an instant, Yi Xian switched places with the Sword Immortal clone and switched the Peerless Sword Duel in his hand to the one-hit kill sword. Myriad Beasts Diagram. Sword Immortal descends. One sword flying immortal. Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. He turned into a streak of white light and entered Scorching Unicorn's head. He pierced through his entire body, piercing through his head and heart. After struggling for a while, Scorching Unicorn's huge body fell to the ground. Death. This time, Yi Xian had triggered the one-hit kill effect. It was unknown whether it was due to luck or the fact that Scorching Unicorn was already on the verge of death. In any case, he was killed by Yi Xian. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Advancement. The reward this time was not bad. After all, the Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Advancement had 4 paths, which was equivalent to 4 devouring points. Yi Xian's pursuit of Scorching Unicorn was not in vain. However, the death of the Flaming Sun Qilin infuriated the Ice Qilin because the Flaming Sun Qilin was its archenemy. Now that the Flaming Sun Qilin had died at the hands of others, it naturally could not stand by and watch. Roar. Ice Unicorn roared and charged at Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian kept Scorching Unicorn's corpse. In the next instant, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has obtained a unicorn's heart. It can be used for the Infernal Ghostly Lord's evolution. Would you like to proceed? After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian was stunned. Unicorn's heart? Yes. At that moment, Yi Xian directly replied. What a joke, how could he not agree? The old tree had been silent for a long time. From the time Yi Xian could merge with the world destroyer ghostly dragon, to the rise of Patian, and then to the time he merged with the sword immortal bloodline, the old tree had never had a foothold. Now, it could finally evolve again. Ding! Infernal ghostly lord merged with the unicorn's heart and evolved into the infernal god unicorn. The old tree had successfully evolved. Infernal ghostly lord had evolved into the infernal god unicorn and had the unicorn bloodline. However, this was not the end. Before Yi Xian could check out the infernal god unicorn's skills, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline Advancement. Ding! Immortal Phoenix Bloodline Advancement. 2 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yi Xian's strength had increased again. The Immortal Eye Qilan bloodline had advanced a total of 2 times, increasing Yi Xian's physique by 20%. In addition, the Qilan True Qi, rebirth from fire, and so on had also increased. However, what Yi Xian was concerned about was how strong the old tree had become after evolving. He took a look and realized that the old tree only had one skill after evolving, and that was the unicorn's sky incinerating flames. Old tree, I'll leave this ice unicorn to you. Yi Xian said. This old man has been silent for so long. Finally, I can show my skills. Leave it to me. The old tree grinned widely. At this moment, he'd already appeared beside Yi Xian. After advancing, his entire aura had changed. The flame aura on his body was even more exuberant than the flaming sun Qilan from before. Roar! The ice unicorn, which originally wanted to continue attacking, could not help but show a look of fear after seeing the old tree. Kill! Without saying anything, the old tree turned into a flame and rushed towards the ice unicorn. The cold air instantly became violent as the old tree rushed forward. In an instant, the man and the beast exchanged blows. The old tree, who was only an 8th grade sacred spirit, was not inferior to the 6th grade ice unicorn at all. 16 grades, it was easy to get stronger. Of course, this was under the suppression of the myriad beasts diagram. However, if Wei Zhentian turned into the mystic god armor to assist the old tree would probably be even stronger. Bang! 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 Originally, it had turned into a land of extreme ice, but after Old Shu rushed over, the ice melted in an instant, making the surroundings hot instead. Ice and fire had always been incompatible. The higher the temperature, the more uncomfortable the ice unicorn felt. Alright, I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'll show you my true strength. The old tree grinned. In the next moment, his body enlarged rapidly and turned into the infernal god unicorn. Although the infernal god unicorn was not as big as the scorching unicorn, its aura was much stronger than the scorching unicorn. As soon as the infernal god's body appeared, the ice crystals on the ice unicorn's body began to melt rapidly as if they were about to wither. Roar! The ice unicorn finally realized that something was wrong and turned around to escape. Trying to escape. It's too late. The old tree roared, opened its mouth, and spat out a blazing pillar of fire. Unicorn sky incinerating flame. Boom! This attack directly penetrated the ice unicorn's body and burned it to ashes in the blink of an eye. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The trouble was finally solved. This time, Yi Xian had gained a lot. Not only did the old tree mutate into the infernal god unicorn, but the immortal eye unicorn's bloodline had also evolved twice, and the immortal phoenix bloodline had evolved once. He had really gained a lot. Chapter 1959. But right at this moment. Young master, I sensed a similar chi presence in the north. The old tree suddenly said. Similar chi presence? Yi Xian raised his brows. Before he could ask, he heard a system notification. Ding! The system has created a bloodline holder. Host will be rewarded for killing the bloodline holder. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body couldn't help but tremble. Another bloodline holder? This is a scam. The bloodline holder that appeared previously gave Yi Xian a lot of trouble. Now, there was another one. This is really troublesome. After the bloodline holder appeared, the other party could sense him, but he couldn't sense the other party. Most importantly, he couldn't use the time reversal ability. Damn it, I don't know where the bloodline holder is now. I don't know what kind of bloodline he has, and I don't even know if his realm is high or low. Yi Xian was frightened. He might be able to fight with a mid-level saint, but what if the other party was a high-level saint? Even if it wasn't a high-level saint and was only a mid-level or low-level saint, the bloodline holder would have the ability to challenge someone of a higher realm. Therefore, Yi Xian felt a headache. But right at this moment. Young master, the chi presence that I sensed just now is rushing towards us. The old tree reminded again. N? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his brows. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Could this chi presence be coming for the old tree? Or was it coming for him? Could it be that the bloodline holder this time has the immortal eye unicorn bloodline? Yi Xian suddenly had such a thought in his mind and immediately asked, Old tree, how long will it take for him to arrive? Probably 2 to 3 days. The old tree replied. 2 to 3 days? Then I can go in the opposite direction. I will find him after I break through. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he didn't know the other party's realm. Therefore, he immediately summoned his sword immortal clone and rushed towards the south. If this aura really belonged to that bloodline holder, then the other party should have found the sword immortal avatar first. After all, the sword immortal avatar looked exactly like Yi Xian. Yi Xian immediately tore open the void and left, while the sword immortal avatar took the old tree and headed towards that aura. The two groups of people walked opposite each other and soon met. That aura belonged to a young man. His aura was that of a rank 1 Saint Lord. This was a good thing for Yi Xian. Are you my target? The youth looked at the sword immortal clone and said coldly. Who are you? Old tree couldn't help but ask. Shixingyu, the one who will kill you. After the young man finished speaking, he started to attack. An extremely powerful flaming sword chi slashed towards the sword immortal avatar. Bang! When the sword chi struck the sword immortal avatar, it only repelled it but did not injure it. After all, the sword immortal avatar was an invincible existence. Oh. You are quite capable. Shixingyu was slightly surprised when he saw this. On his way here, he had burned a rank 5 Saint Lord expert to ashes with a single slash. He didn't expect that he couldn't even kill a holy spirit. Yi Xian, who was far away, looked at this attack. He was sure that the other party was the bloodline holder. Firstly, the sword immortal avatar couldn't use the death hunt command to target the other party. Secondly, the sword chi that the other party used just now contained the unicorn true chi. Sword immortal avatar, old tree, kill him. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the two of them. In the next moment, the old tree transformed into the infernal god unicorn and attacked the other party. Humph, unicorn? I have one too. Shixingyu narrowed his eyes. The unicorn true chi in his body surged out and condensed into 3 terrifying flaming unicorns. Yi Xian was naturally familiar with this move. It was the unicorn's descent. However, this bloodline holder was able to summon 3 unicorn at once. It was really terrifying. Shixingyu's bloodline was much more advanced than Yi Xian's. That was why he could summon 3 unicorns at once. It was the same for the bloodline holder of the Divine Beast Ambassador. His ability was much higher than Yi Xian's. In an instant, the sword immortal avatar and the old tree exchanged blows with the 3 flaming unicorn. As for Shixingyu, he kept attacking the sword immortal avatar. He didn't know that the sword immortal avatar was invincible. Rumble. The sound was endless. This battle wasn't intense because the old tree couldn't withstand the attacks of Shi Xingyu and the other 3 flaming unicorn. He was quickly killed. As for the sword immortal avatar, he was in an invincible state and could withstand the attacks. The loud sounds were the sounds of attacks landing on his body. That bloodline holder is really not an ordinary person. I'll hide for a while first, Yi Xian said to himself. I'll wait until I break through. If he wanted to hide, it would be difficult for the other party to catch up. After all, he had the sword immortal avatar and the eyes of the void. No. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. The other party also had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline. Then, the other party should also have the eyes of the void. Oh no. Whatever, I'll run further away first. I'll find this guy after I break through. Yi Xian shrunk his neck and continued to use Megatron to hurry on his way. As for the sword immortal avatar, he was in a state of being beaten up. However, he kept going north, trying to lure Shi Xingyu away. This guy is only a rank 4 sacred spirit. How can he have such a strong defense? How many bloodlines does he have in his body? Shi Xingyu couldn't help but wonder. At this time, the 3 Flame Emperor unicorn that he had summoned had already killed the old tree and joined the battle. However, even though it was 4 against 1, they still couldn't do anything to the sword immortal avatar. After some time, he felt that something was wrong. This guy is very strange. There's another aura in another direction. Could that be the real body? Shi Xingyu thought for a while. He left the sword immortal avatar behind and headed south. Seeing this, Yi Xian, who was far away, finally understood that the other party had discovered him. You want to leave? Not so easy. The sword immortal avatar's eyes flickered. He instantly used the sword immortal's descent and slaughter mode. He turned into a ray of white light and charged towards Shi Xingyu. What? Shi Xingyu was shocked. Just now, the sword immortal avatar was constantly being beaten up. He could see that the sword immortal avatar's strength was actually much weaker than the old tree. However, now it seemed that the other party was just hiding his strength. Flying immortal sword. The sword immortal avatar held the unparalleled sword and stabbed into Shi Xingyu's chest. However, the position was not good and it did not pierce through Shi Xingyu's heart. Chapter 1960. Bam! Shi Xingyu frowned. An extremely strong flame energy surged out of his body and sent the sword immortal avatar flying. In the next moment, the sword immortal avatar saw his opponent's wound heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. That was some skill. Next, Shi Xingyu rushed towards Yi Xian's original body. The sword immortal avatar ignored him and turned to leave. What a joke. You think you can catch me? You must be dreaming. Yi Xian, who was far away, snorted inwardly. After the other party had rushed for a while, he switched places with the sword immortal avatar. The sword immortal avatar not only had all of Yi Xian's skills, but was also an invincible existence. In addition, he could switch places with Yi Xian in an instant. Therefore, Yi Xian should not have known that he had switched places with the sword immortal avatar. Soon, Shi Xingyu found the sword immortal avatar and gave it a good beating. Strange. Why can't this guy move? Shi Xingyu was very surprised. He decided to capture the sword immortal avatar and take a look. Yi Xian sensed his intention and immediately put away the peerless dual sword. Then, the sword immortal avatar dissipated. Where did he go? Shi Xingyu was shocked. The sword immortal avatar disappeared right under his nose. How was that possible? However, the other aura did not disappear. It was Yi Xian's aura. Humph. Yi Xian, who was far away, could not help but snort. Then, he quickly summoned the sword immortal avatar and continued on his way. However, Yi Xian did not expect that after the sword immortal avatar disappeared, Shi Xingyu would travel on foot instead of using the eyes of the void to teleport. This made Yi Xian very surprised. Could it be that he doesn't know the eyes of the void? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline, and the other party might have other unicorn bloodlines. If that was the case, he did not have to worry. Yi Xian continued to avoid Shi Xingyu. After a few days, he broke through to the 5th grade sacred spirit. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. After ensuring his strength, he decided to take the initiative to attack. Of course, before that, he had to use the sword immortal avatar to test the waters. Back then, the owner of the Imperial Beast Messenger bloodline had also improved his cultivation very quickly, so Yi Xian was afraid that Shi Xingyu was the same. Soon, the sword immortal avatar encountered Shi Xingyu again. The other party was a first-rank Saint Lord. Humph. When Shi Xingyu saw the sword immortal avatar, he could not help but snort coldly. He had no way of dealing with the sword immortal avatar. Moreover, he could sense an aura behind the sword immortal avatar, so he was prepared to ignore the sword immortal avatar. But this time, the sword immortal avatar did not plan on letting him off. The sword immortal clone immediately summoned the old tree and Wei Zhentian. There was one thing that Yi Xian regretted about the sword immortal avatar: he could not wear the mystic divine battle armor. Otherwise, his strength would increase tremendously. However, Wei Zhentian did not come here to watch the battle. Yi Xian had a breakthrough, so did Wei Zhentian and the old tree. The same went for the sword immortal avatar. The three of them had a breakthrough and should be able to fight with Shi Xingyu this time. This brat has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. As long as I kill him, I will inherit his abilities. When that time comes, who in this world can stop me? Shi Xingyu thought to himself. He did not believe it at first, but after the person who called himself the system increased his strength for no reason, he believed it. No one would reject it. Therefore, there was only one battle. Unicorn, descend. Shi Xingyu shouted angrily in his heart. A huge amount of unicorn true qi surged out from his body and formed 3 unicorns. This time, it was 3 Ice Emperor unicorn. Kill. In an instant, the two sides started to fight. Last time, the old tree was besieged by 3 Flame Emperor unicorn and died tragically. This time, he had a breakthrough and naturally wanted to get back at them. However, these 3 Ice Emperor unicorn were not to be underestimated. Their strength was actually on par with the old tree's original form, the Infernal God unicorn. Unfortunately, in addition to the sword immortal avatar and the old tree, Wei Zhentian also came. Myriad Beasts diagram, suppress. Wei Zhentian instantly changed, and the 3 Ice Emperor unicorn's strength directly decreased. Yi Xian did not expect the Myriad Beasts diagram to be effective on summoned creatures. He originally wanted to give it a try, but it was actually effective. This way, things would be easier. Turn into ashes. The old tree roared to the sky and opened its mouth, spewing out a blazing pillar of fire. Unicorn sky burning flame. Boom! The 3 Ice Emperor unicorn were directly blown away by the unicorn sky burning flame. Then, the old tree aimed its mouth at Shi Xingyu. You want to hurt me with this kind of attack? Shi Xingyu's eyes shone brightly, and he actually blocked the unicorn sky-burning flame. However, this was not surprising. After all, he had the unicorn bloodline in his body. He had the unicorn vital energy and had extremely high resistance to fire attacks. This move was not much of a threat to him. At the same time, the sword immortal avatar had also taken out his trump card. His hair instantly turned long and white, and then turned into a white stream of light, piercing towards Shi Xingyu. Poof! In a muffled sound, the unparalleled sword pierced into Shi Xingyu's chest, but he still managed to avoid the vital points. The one-hit kill sword could increase the success rate of one-hit kill, but this did not mean that the unparalleled sword did not have a one-hit kill effect. After all, Yi Xian himself had a one-hit kill skill. This time, he really hit the jackpot. He actually triggered it. The moment the unparalleled sword pierced Shi Xingyu's chest, Shi Xingyu's body was like a flame, dispersing between heaven and earth. Dead? Yi Xian, who was far away in the sky, was stunned. He did not expect Shi Xingyu to be killed in an instant. He was really lucky. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that after Shi Xingyu died, he did not hear the system notification sound. No, to be precise, he did not hear the notification sound that he wanted to hear. Ding! The host has killed the unparalleled avatar of the bloodline holder. Please continue to work hard. Hearing this, Yi Xian was completely stunned. Since when did the unicorn bloodline have an unparalleled avatar? Wasn't the unparalleled avatar of the immortal phoenix bloodline? Gulp. Yi Xian could not help but gulp. He suddenly thought of something bad. Could it be that Shi Xingyu had both the unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline at the same time? The opponent was a dual bloodline holder? Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but shudder. Previously, he had dealt with a beast ambassador bloodline holder. Now, if there was a dual bloodline holder with both the unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline, would there be a triple bloodline holder next time? Triple bloodline? Damn it. Yi Xian gulped again. He decided not to think so much for the time being. It was better to deal with this bloodline holder first. Chapter 1961. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued on his way. If that was the case, then he had to be careful. After all, his opponent had flame avatars, and there were definitely more of them than him. If one died, there would be many more. At this time, he could not sense any aura from the old tree. It seemed that the other party was further away than him. However, he sensed it 2 days later. This time, fortunately, the old tree could sense the other party. Otherwise, he would be in a very passive position. Soon, the two parties met again. I didn't expect you to be able to destroy one of my undying avatars, Shi Xingyu said as he looked at the sword celestial avatar. It's just one. I can destroy 10 of them, the sword celestial avatar replied. Then you can try. I don't mind telling you that I can revive my undying avatar as long as there are materials, Shi Xingyu said. When he said that, Yi Xian was stunned. If his undying avatar died, he would need to use devouring points to revive it. However, this Shi Xingyu only needed treasures. He began to seriously suspect that the system was not happy with him. If this undying avatar can be revived so easily, then the materials should not be so easy to obtain. When the time comes, as long as I find his original body, I can kill him. Yi Xian thought to himself. Come on, let's fight again. Shi Xingyu shouted angrily and attacked directly. Suddenly, the two parties began to exchange fire. This time, Shi Xingyu had broken through to the second stage sacred spirit, so this battle was more difficult. Even if Yi Xian's original body joined in, he would definitely lose. Without a doubt, Yi Xian lost this battle. However, this did not matter. In a few days, Yi Xian would kill Shi Xingyu again. A few days later. Ding! The host has broken through to the 6th stage sacred spirit. Ding! The infernal god unicorn, Weizhentian, and sky-breaking ape god have broken through to the 1st stage sacred king. Yi Xian broke through again and went to find him. However, this time, the one-hit kill effect was not triggered. After the two parties fought fiercely, Shi Xingyu chose to escape. As expected of the owner of the system. The speed of your breakthrough is amazing. However, I'm not to be trifled with. Shi Xingyu said as he fled. If you have guts, don't run. Yi Xian controlled his sword immortal avatar and shouted from behind. However, in the next moment. Ding! Next, before the owner of the bloodline is killed, the host is not allowed to use the Eye of the Void and switch positions with the sword celestial avatar. Furthermore, the reward for the kill is doubled. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Yi Xian was completely stunned. This system must be pissed at him. If he couldn't use the Eyes of the Void, what could he do? This is troublesome. Yi Xian had a gloomy expression as he quickly recalled his sword immortal avatar. This time, he would let Shi Xingyu off. Just you wait. One day, I will burn you to ashes. Shi Xingyu did not notice Yi Xian's abnormality. Instead, he turned and left. Now, all Yi Xian could do was to quickly summon the Sword Immortal Avatar back before splitting up. This way, he could confuse Shi Xingyu. He wanted to buy himself some time. Unfortunately, Shi Xingyu didn't give it to him. Soon, Shi Xingyu broke through to the third stage of the Great Sage Realm. Then, relying on his senses, he attacked Yi Xian again. This time, he did not act alone. Instead, he had his original body and 5 avatars together. Both of them were triple combination and were much stronger than Shi Xingyu's avatar alone. Young master, 2 auras have appeared. They are several times stronger than before. Old Tree hurriedly reminded him. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He understood that the other party was combining with his avatars. In addition, he couldn't use the Eye of the Void and switch positions. This was adding fuel to the fire. There is no other way. I can only use the remaining 5 Devourer points to strengthen the bloodline. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he was prepared to fight to the death. However, if they really fought, it was not certain who would die. Now, he could only hope that Shi Xingyu would come later because he would be able to break through in a while. When that time came, his strength would skyrocket and his chances of winning would be higher. Unfortunately, things were not going as he wished. On the day he was about to break through, a powerful aura finally found him. Shi Xingyu was here. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've finally found you. Shi Xingyu looked at Yi Xian in front of him and let out a strange laugh. He had seen the Sword Immortal Avatar a few times and always had a nonchalant expression. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn. Obviously, he had seen Yi Xian's original body. Of course, in order to kill Yi Xian in one fell swoop, Shi Xingyu had also used his original body. However, Yi Xian did not know. What will come in the end. Yi Xian said slowly. How could he, who had the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, not know the benefits of multiple combinations? Furthermore, the other party's immortal divine phoenix bloodline had advanced to a higher level than his. Shi Xingyu would not tell Yi Xian that his original body was here. After all, his immortal divine phoenix bloodline was slightly different from Yi Xian's. Avatars could be recreated, but if the original body died, the other avatars would be instantly destroyed. Therefore, this time, he had come bearing a huge risk. Let's not talk nonsense. Come on. Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. This time, it was success or death. Ding. Massacre Seal Evolution successful. Ding. Massacre Seal Evolution successful. Yi Xian used 4 Devourer points to evolve the Massacre Seal twice. Next, one seal would increase his combat power by 6 times. After the evolution, all 13 Massacre Seals would explode together. That meant that it would increase his combat power by nearly 34 times. It was nearly 10 times higher than before. Although Yi Xian could reclaim one of his skills to get 6 Devourer points to evolve the Sword Immortal Bloodline into one with the sword. However, this meant that he would lose a skill and increase his combat power by about 10 times. In comparison, the Massacre Seal was more practical. After all, other than the Massacre Seal, there were 4 other skills. Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu exchanged glances and revealed their killing intent. Sword Immortal Avatar, return. Yi Xian quickly recalled the Sword Immortal Avatar. Although he could not switch places with the Sword Immortal Avatar, as long as he put away the unparalleled Sword Master Sword, the Sword Immortal Avatar would disappear. When he took it out again, the Sword Immortal Avatar would reappear. Massacre Seal. Murdering Immortal Puppet. Yi Xian's aura surged. At the same time, a large number of murdering immortal puppets appeared beside him. The current him did not lack those sacrifices. In other words, those sacred beasts. The Massacre Seals were constantly being used and regenerated. Previously, the extinguishing immortal arrow required the deathly warrant to be used on the opponent. However, this bloodline holder could not be marked by the deathly warrant, so it could not be used. Fortunately, Yi Xian had evolved the massacre seals a few more times. Later on, there was no such restriction. One summon could summon 9 extinguishing immortal arrows. Chapter 1962. Looking at the sky full of immortal slaying puppets, immortal eliminating arrows, and the immortal slaying sword formation, Shi Xingyu narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself that Yi Xian was indeed not to be trifled with. However, he was not to be trifled with either. Unicorn descend. Shi Xingyu shouted angrily as he used the unicorn quintessential energy in his body to form 3 unicorns. What shocked him was that the unicorn descend this time actually had 3 powerful unicorns. It's actually an extremely powerful wild unicorn. You're dead meat. Shi Xingyu laughed in his heart. A wild unicorn was at least equivalent to 3 Inferno Emperor Unicorn or Ice Emperor Unicorn. 3 unicorns were equivalent to 9 unicorns previously. Yi Xian also felt that these 3 unicorns were extraordinary. He immediately ordered the old tree to deal with these 3 wild unicorns first. Previously, he tested that the Million Beasts diagram was also effective on summoned creatures. However, this time, Yi Xian was not going to use it as a backup. Instead, he let Wei Zhentian transform into the mystic god battle armor and put it on his body. Then, the sword immortal clone stood in front of him. This time, it was either success or failure. Hence, he had to ensure his own safety. Kill. Both of them prepared at almost the same time. After looking at each other, a huge battle broke out. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone dealt with Shi Xingyu, while the old tree, the immortal slaying puppets, and the immortal eliminating arrows dealt with the 3 wild unicorn. As the commander, Yi Xian hid behind the sword immortal clone and kept using the slaughter seal to summon new immortal slaying puppets and immortal eliminating arrows. At the same time, he maintained the slaughter state and the immortal slaying sword formation. Occasionally, he would use the immortal slaying breath slash to attack. There were countless sacrifices in his devouring space. As long as he could hold on until the 3 wild unicorn disappeared, his chances of winning would greatly increase. Rumble. Suddenly, there were loud sounds in the air. The triple-fused Shi Xingyu was much stronger than before. When facing him, Yi Xian only dared to hide behind the sword immortal avatar. Brat, I've finally found you, yet you're hiding behind your back. Aren't you going to have a proper fight? Shi Xingyu couldn't help but mock. Fair and square. You're a 3rd-rank Saint Monarch, and I'm a 6th-rank Saint Spirit. There's a difference of 15 ranks, and you're telling me that we're fair and square? Yi Xian retorted. Humph, you have the system, but you're only a 3rd-grade Holy Spirit now. What a waste. Just hand it over to me. I'll become a peerless master in your place. Shi Xingyu snorted coldly. When Yi Xian heard this, he scolded, Why don't you hand your mother over to me? You're courting death. Shi Xingyu's expression changed, and his aura grew stronger. With the highly strengthened unicorn bloodline and immortal phoenix bloodline, Shi Xingyu's flame attacks were very powerful. As the battle continued, the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. Yi Xian was wearing the mystic god armor, but he felt a little hot. He turned around and realized that the immortal slaying puppets formed by true energy were actually a little scattered. If this continues, these hundreds of immortal slaying puppets will all evaporate. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With so many immortal slaying puppets, it was a decent battle force. If it weren't for them, the old tree would not have been able to fight the 3 untamed unicorn puppets for so long. It seemed like he had to use some tricks. Majestic Heavens, Million Beasts diagram. In the next moment, the mystic god armor transformed into the Million Beasts diagram, and instantly suppressed the 3 untamed unicorn puppets. These 3 untamed unicorn puppets were relying on their immortal phoenix bloodline to fight the old tree, the immortal slaying puppets, and the large number of celestial eliminating arrows. However, now that their strength had decreased by 70%, they were a little powerless against the attacks of the old tree and the others. Moreover, Yi Xian had risked his life to let majestic heaven suppress them this time. He was not just going to watch. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian and the sword celestial clone flashed behind one of the untamed unicorn puppets at the same time. Then, the two of them used the immortal slaying breath slash at the same time, and slashed the back of one of the untamed unicorn puppets. However, this untamed unicorn puppets relied on their physique to survive. They did not have any attributes. After taking the two slashes, they did not collapse. Go to hell. At this moment, the old tree suddenly roared and opened its mouth to attack him with a unicorn's burning sky flame. Boom! This time, the untamed unicorn puppets was finally killed and dissipated between heaven and earth. One of the three untamed unicorn puppets had finally been killed. Although the old tree had used his ultimate move, the unicorn's burning sky flame, it would be much easier to kill one of the unicorns. Kid, do you think you can threaten me by killing one untamed unicorn puppets? Shi Xingyu's voice rang out and fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head to look, but he did not see what new trick Shi Xingyu had up his sleeve. He only looked at him coldly. What is this guy talking about? Ignore him. Continue killing. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to the old tree and continued to attack the other untamed unicorn puppets. Soon, the second untamed unicorn puppets was also defeated. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Shi Xingyu had not done anything until now. It was very strange. However, just as he was attacking the third untamed unicorn puppets. Unicorn transformation. Two flames suddenly erupted from Shi Xingyu's eyes. In the next moment, his figure swept into the body of the last untamed unicorn puppets like a ghost. Suddenly, the untamed unicorn puppet's aura surged, far surpassing when it was not suppressed by the myriad beasts diagram. What? Yi Xian was shocked. By the time he reacted, the untamed unicorn puppets had already stepped on the void and rushed toward him. Its speed was shockingly fast. Bam! With a loud sound, the untamed unicorn puppets collided with a person's body, but it was not Yi Xian. Thankfully, the sword immortal avatar hurriedly teleported in front of Yi Xian, blocking the strike midway. Otherwise, Shi Xingyu could have smashed Yi Xian's body into minced meat with that collision. Even so, Yi Xian was struck by the sword immortal avatar and was severely injured. The immortal phoenix bloodline in his body began to work rapidly, healing Yi Xian's injuries. However, at this moment, the savage unicorn charged forward again. Teleport. The sword immortal avatar flashed again and appeared in front of savage unicorn. But this time, the wildlands unicorn suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the sword immortal clone. Then, it rushed toward Yi Xian. Damn it! Yi Xian roared angrily and quickly put away the peerless dual swords. The sword immortal clone that had been swallowed by the savage unicorn also disappeared. However, before he could take out the peerless swords again, the wild unicorn had already charged at him again. I'll dodge. Yi Xian flashed away. Chapter 1963. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Shi Xingyu's eyes flashed as he dashed toward Yi Xian again. This can't go on. Kill. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he teleported behind his opponent. At the same time, he was no longer wielding the peerless sword, but the one-hit kill sword. Sword immortal descends. Single sword immortal ascension. Pfft. With a dull thud, Yi Xian's sword pierced the back of unicorn. However, Yi Xian was helpless as his sword did not trigger the one-hit kill effect. This was a scam. The single sword immortal ascension could only be used once a day. If it failed, it would be troublesome. Although the one-hit kill sword had the one-hit kill effect, the chances of triggering it were not very high. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered a skill that he had neglected. 1,000 cuts. Bam! 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 Before Unicorn could turn around, Yi Xian swung his sword again. The sword chi vibrated thousands of times on Unicorn's rough back, but it still did not trigger the one-hit kill effect. He made a prompt decision to leave. Immediately, Yi Xian allowed Wei Zhentian to transform into a flying sword and leave. Your attack is so weak. Shi Xingyu snorted and quickly chased after him. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he quickly teleported to avoid his opponent's attack. It seemed that he would not be able to escape today. Fortunately, he still had a clone in the mortal realm. When the time came, all he had to do was recall a few skills to revive his clone. However, he did not know what method he would have to use to ascend to the immortal realm after he was revived. No matter what, Yi Xian was at his wit's end. Soon, his teleport count reached 0. Next, he would have to bear the brunt of Shi Xingyu's attacks. Although the sword immortal clone could block a little, if it did not, then Yi Xian would be smashed into meat paste. Are you desperate? Let me send you on your way. Shi Xingyu's voice rang out from behind Yi Xian. In addition, there was also the sound of wild unicorn treading through the air. However, just as the wild unicorn was about to collide with the sword immortal clone, an aura suddenly appeared. In an instant, wild unicorn stopped. Yi Xian, who was being chased by wild unicorn, also stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but they couldn't. In the next moment, an old man appeared before the two of them. Those of the unicorn bloodline are not allowed to kill each other. After the old man appeared, he slowly said. Then, he turned his head to look at the wilderness unicorn and flicked a finger light into the wilderness unicorn's body. Then, the wild unicorn collapsed, and Shi Xingyu reappeared in its body. Although the two of you are not members of the unicorn ancient clan, you still possess the unicorn bloodline. Now, I will give you 2 choices. 1. Be killed by me on the spot. 2. Enter the battlefield and kill the enemy. After the old man finished speaking, Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu couldn't help but look at each other. Where did this old man come from? They didn't know whether this old man's appearance was a blessing or a curse. Senior, this battlefield is. Shi Xingyu could feel that this old man was extraordinary and couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, the old man glanced at him and said, "Shut up. I'll give you 3 seconds to answer." Both Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu could feel that this old man was not an ordinary person. His cultivation level was very likely at the level of a holy emperor. Not only that, they also felt the unicorn bloodline in his body. Perhaps he was the unicorn ancient clan that the old man had mentioned. I choose to enter the battlefield and kill the enemy. Yi Xian made his choice without hesitation. If the old man did not appear, he would have been doomed. Entering the battlefield might give him a chance of survival. As for Shi Xingyu, Yi Xian could not be bothered with him. He would avoid him first. Very well. The old man nodded and immediately turned to look at Shi Xingyu. Under such strong pressure, Shi Xingyu had no intention of resisting and could only nod in agreement. Very well. The old man said, the unicorn ancient clan must be united. We must not attack our own people. Let's go. The next moment, Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu's bodies involuntarily flew up. I'll spare your life today. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely take your head. Along the way, Shi Xingyu could not help but send a voice transmission to Yi Xian. TSK, Yi Xian pursed his lips. He had heard such threats so many times that his ears were about to rot. He did not know how many times he had heard them. However, Shi Xingyu was a hidden danger. If he had the chance, he would get rid of him as soon as possible. The old man from the unicorn ancient clan brought Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu for who knew how long before finally landing in the one-line sky. My lord. A middle-aged man respectfully cupped his fists when he saw the old man from the unicorn ancient clan. These two have the bloodline of the unicorn ancient clan. Send them to the battlefield. The old man said. Yes. The middle-aged man did not say a word. He took out 2 tokens and directly sent them into Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu's bodies. Next, let me introduce the purgatory battlefield to you. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he said, the current purgatory battlefield is divided into 2 camps. They are the Unicorn Ancient Clan and the 100 Battle Valley. Both camps are hostile to each other. Next, I will send you to one of the cities of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. The tokens that have just entered your bodies are the merit tokens. The Purgatory battlefield implements the merit system. The merit tokens will condense after the death of the host. You can obtain the merit tokens of others and refine them with your blood. Merit points can be exchanged for various items in the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. I won't say much about this. However, you can only refine your enemy's merit tokens to obtain merit points. The Unicorn Ancient Clan values unity the most. If someone betrays us and attacks his own people, he will be attacked by the others. Did you hear that clearly? The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu. Then, how can we leave the Purgatory battlefield? Shi Xingyu suddenly asked. Once you have a certain level of strength, you will naturally understand. The middle-aged man said as he directly threw him into the tunnel. Then, it was Yi Xian. It turned out that there was a teleportation formation in the tunnel. After Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu were thrown into it, they were teleported to another place. However, Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu were not teleported to the same place. Is this the Purgatory battlefield? The holy qi is so abundant. It's much more abundant than outside. When Yi Xian landed, he sensed that he was in a teleportation palace. However, the aura of the people around him was very similar to his. They all had the bloodline of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Chapter 1964. Shi Xingyu is not here, and there are so many low-level people around. It seems like they have been separated. That's good too. Give me some time to grow. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he also felt a few powerful auras. These people with the unicorn bloodline are probably very strong. That means I won't be able to challenge those who are stronger than me. Yi Xian continued to think to himself. In any case, he had to capture someone and search their soul to understand the purgatory hell. However, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the teleportation palace, which attracted Yi Xian's attention. When he walked out, he saw people fighting in the sky. There were corpses falling from the sky at all times. What is this place? I just landed. Why is it being attacked already? Whatever, I'll kill them first. Without hesitation, Yi Xian summoned the sword Celestial Clone and the old tree. After fusing with the Unicorn Ancient Tribe merit token, he could sense the presence of his enemies. Anyway, he was in the same camp as those with the Unicorn bloodline. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian put on the mystic divine armor and charged out. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian and the sword Immortal Clone flashed behind a person and slashed out with both swords, directly killing him. Then, Yi Xian quickly put the corpse into the devouring space and went to a safe place to search his soul. As he was searching his soul in the devouring space, it was very fast. It turned out that this place was called the Wolf Kingdom, and the city lord was a 9th-grade saint. However, the Wolf Kingdom was just an insignificant city in the Purgatory battlefield. At this moment, the people attacking the Wolf Kingdom were from the Scorching Sun sect. There were many experts, including 2 9th-grade saints. If it was before, the Wolf Kingdom would have suffered heavy losses and even been destroyed by the Scorching Sun sect. However, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the outcome would change. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Your merit points will reach the level of a domain chief. A system notification sounded. It was not an easy feat to reach the level of a lieutenant. Rank 1 Saint Monarch and below would only have 1 contribution point. But to become a lieutenant, one would have to have 1,000,000 contribution points. Fortunately, merit points would increase as one's cultivation level increased. The higher the cultivation level of the enemy killed, the more merit points would be awarded. If he wanted to reach 1,000,000 contribution points, he just had to kill 10 rank 9 saints. When I was a 1st-grade Saint Spirit, I was able to fight against the 5th-grade Saint Lord Scorching Unicorn. Now that I'm a 7th-rank Holy Spirit, my battle prowess should be at the level of a Holy Emperor. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. That being said, the scorching unicorn from that day was obviously not as strong as the people around him. After all, he knew from the memory of the scorching sun sect disciple that the purgatory was a very cruel place. Therefore, those who could survive were not ordinary people. Let alone 10 rank 9 saints, even if there was only one rank 9 saint monarch, Yi Xian might not have 100% confidence. The members of the unicorn ancient race are not only united, but also warlike. Their opponent is the 100 Battle Valley. They are humans with a special bloodline called the Berserker bloodline. They have the ability to go berserk and their battle prowess is not inferior to the unicorn race. Therefore, I better take it slow. Thinking about this, Yi Xian attacked again. The Wolf Royal City's city lord was only a rank 9 saint monarch. This time, the Scorching Sun sect sent out 2 rank 9 saints to attack the Wolf Royal City. They naturally wouldn't pay attention to a saint spirit like Yi Xian. It wasn't just them, even the others wouldn't. Because even a saint monarch was like an ant in this place, let alone a trash like Yi Xian who wasn't even a saint ruler. But it was this trash like Yi Xian that caught the Scorching Sun sect off guard. Everyone, be careful. A saint spirit is wantonly killing our disciples. He is at least a high-level saint or even a holy emperor. An expert from the Scorching Sun sect yelled out. Unfortunately, just as he finished his sentence, Yi Xian had already flashed behind him. Slash. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already summoned a large number of immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows to turn the situation around. The Scorching Sun sect originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy. As the unicorn ancient race's side were mostly Zooists, Yi Xian couldn't use the myriad beasts diagram to suppress them. But this didn't matter. After all, no one present had the strength to stop Yi Xian. The 2 rank 9 saints had already rushed to the city lord's mansion. Soon, the experts from the Scorching Sun sect on this side were killed by Yi Xian and quickly retreated. What? An expert appeared at the east gate? He is at least a rank 9 saint monarch, and most likely a holy emperor. The 2 rank 9 saints from the Scorching Sun sect received the news. However, they had already killed their way to the city lord's mansion. How could they give up just because of this news? Kill. Immediately, the 2 of them charged into the city lord's mansion. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom was the descendant of the unicorn and the wolf-type sacred beast. His battle strength wasn't weak either, but the 2 rank 9 saints from the Scorching Sun sect had already comprehended the Berserk transformation. Once the Berserk transformation was activated, the 2's strength skyrocketed. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom was no match for them and was killed in the end. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom is dead. Let's go to the South City. The 2 rank 9 saints looked at each other and rushed to the south. Previously, Yi Xian had repelled the Scorching Sun sect's experts from the East City and then rushed to the South City to start a massacre. At this moment, he turned his head and looked to the north. He felt 2 different auras. Kid, tell us your name. One of the Scorching Sun sect's experts couldn't help but ask. Damn you. Yi Xian didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian and the sword celestial clone appeared behind each other and slashed out. Pfft. 2 slashes of the immortal slaying breath sliced a rank 9 saint lord from the Scorching Sun sect into 3 pieces. Instant kill. Although a rank 9 saint lord in the purgatory battlefield was comparable to a saint emperor expert outside, Yi Xian's strength was much greater than that of a saint emperor expert. However, Yi Xian's strength had already surpassed ordinary saint emperors by quite a bit. In his eyes, there wasn't much of a difference between a 9th rank saint lord and a 1st rank saint emperor. Seeing this, the other person was so scared that he wet his pants and prepared to escape. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and the sword celestial clone had already appeared behind him. With a slash of the unparalleled sword, he was also sliced into pieces. The 2 elders of the Scorching Sun sect are dead. Run. The 2 elders are rank 9 saints. How is it possible that they were killed by a saint spirit? The other party must be a saint emperor expert and is just pretending to be a saint spirit. Run. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Immediately, the people from the 100 Battles Valley all retreated. Chapter 1965. Countless immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows began to chase after the people of 100 Battle Valley. At the same time, the people of Wolf Kingdom secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The city lord of Wolf Kingdom was dead, and they thought that they would be buried with him. They did not expect an expert to suddenly appear and save the city. That holy emperor disguised himself as a holy spirit and caught the Scorching Sun sect off guard. I wonder who he is. His back is so handsome, and he can control so many identical puppets. Is there such a bloodline in the Unicorn Ancient clan? I'm not sure, but he does have the unicorn bloodline. Anyway, he's one of us. The people of Wolf Kingdom were very grateful to Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian had already killed the Scorching Sun sect's experts and retreated. TSK, TSK, TSK. 2 9th-level saints worth 200,000 merit points. Together with the others, I've obtained 300,000 merit points this time. I'm already a 9-star captain. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned to look at Wolf Kingdom. He did not need anything now, only merit points. The best way to obtain a large amount of merit points was to kill enemies. Wolf Kingdom is located at the border between the Unicorn Ancient Clan and 100 Battle Valley. As long as I cross the border and kill my way to 100 Battle Valley, I won't have to worry about not having enough merit points. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed to the west, which was the direction the Scorching Sun sect's experts had retreated to. At the same time, it was also the territory of 100 Battle Valley. However, Shi Xingyu was also sent to the Purgatory battlefield, so he had to be careful. He wanted to complete the random mission before he met Shi Xingyu. That way, he would be rewarded and increase his strength. Soon, Yi Xian entered the territory of 100 Battle Valley, and the direction he was heading to was the Scorching Sun sect. The Scorching Sun sect is a small force at the border of 100 Battle Valley, and they have holy emperors. Just as Yi Xian thought to himself, he saw a pillar of flame piercing through the clouds. That must be the Scorching Sun sect. Almost everyone in 100 Battle Valley had the bloodline of Berserker, but not many could use Berserk. The Scorching Sun sect used high temperatures to stimulate the blood in their bodies so that their disciples could master the Berserk state. The 2 9th grade saints from before had already used up their Berserk state, which was why they were killed by Yi Xian. A large amount of merit points, here I come. As Yi Xian spoke, he jumped down from the flying sword Wei Zhentian and summoned countless immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows to attack the Scorching Sun sect. That Shi Xingyu had also been sent to the Purgatory battlefield. No one knew when he would appear, so Yi Xian had to make the best use of his time to increase his strength. If he could annihilate the Scorching Sun sect, then he would have earned enough merit points. A sacred spirit is approaching. A disciple guarding outside the Scorching Sun sect sent a message to his superiors. What? The upper echelons of the Scorching Sun sect were shocked when they learned of this. They had just received news that the attack on the Wolf Kingdom had failed because of a Saint King disguised as a Saint Spirit. When the Scorching Sun sect leader heard about this, he immediately gathered all the experts and went to meet him. Soon, he met up with Yi Xian. However, the current Yi Xian was only a sword celestial doppelganger. Even with my cultivation level, I can't see through him, the Scorching Sun sect leader swallowed his saliva as he thought to himself. He was already a first-grade Saint King, but he still couldn't see through the sword celestial doppelganger's cultivation level. He should be a second-grade Saint King. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. The Scorching Sun sect leader roared as he charged toward Yi Xian. With the Berserker bloodline, unless the difference in strength was too great, they wouldn't choose to run away. The experts of the Scorching Sun sect were all mobilized, so they might be able to defeat their opponent. However, the Yi Xian in front of them was only a sword celestial doppelganger. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. The sword celestial doppelganger immediately marked a person and charged into the crowd. Behind him, the immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows also swept out. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge battle broke out outside the Scorching Sun sect. Although the sword celestial doppelganger was weak, he was invincible. No matter how strong the attacks were, he wouldn't be injured. Even his clothes wouldn't be damaged. As for Yi Xian himself, he had already entered the Scorching Sun sect from the back. Kill. Sect leader, this is bad. Another person has charged into our sect. While the group was fighting the sword celestial doppelganger, the Scorching Sun sect leader suddenly received a message. What? He was shocked. It turned out that the other party didn't come alone. He had helpers. No. The sage-like person in front of him with extremely strong defense should only be a puppet. His original body had charged back. Immediately, the Scorching Sun sect leader led a group of people and charged back to the Scorching Sun sect. Only 3 9th-grade Saint Lords and a dozen 8th-grade Saint Lords were left to deal with the sword celestial doppelganger. However, just as the Scorching Sun sect leader was about to leave, the sword celestial doppelganger suddenly summoned the old tree. Unicorn sky incinerating flames. While everyone was flabbergasted, Elder Shu had already used his ultimate move to kill a 9th stage Saint Monarch, along with a few 8th stage Saint Monarchs. After that, Elder Shu turned his mouth and spat at the other two. Not good. The other two people's expressions changed drastically as they quickly retreated. However, the sword celestial doppelganger had already flashed behind them and swiftly slashed out a few times. Immortal slaying breath slash. Once the Scorching Sun sect leader left, the remaining people were no longer a threat. They were quickly dealt with by the sword celestial doppelganger and the old tree. At the same time, inside the Scorching Flame sect, Yi Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. When he saw the scarlet kill word approaching, he immediately put on the flowing light invisibility cloak and fled. This time, the plan of luring the enemy away was very successful. He had obtained more than 400,000 merit points. As long as he killed the Scorching Sun sect leader, he would definitely be able to complete the random mission. However, the Scorching Sun sect leader was a first-grade holy emperor. If he went berserk, his combat power would be very strong. Without the sword celestial doppelganger, it was still very dangerous for Yi Xian to fight him alone. After all, he could not use the Eye of the Void, doppelganger swap, or time reversal. Bastard, where is he? The Scorching Sun sect leader could not help but roar. Soon, the sword celestial doppelganger led a large group of people over. Yi Xian then removed the flowing light invisibility cloak and put on the mystic divine armor. Together with the sword celestial doppelganger, he flashed behind a 9th-grade Saint Lord. Immortal slaying breath slash. The two of them attacked almost at the same time and instantly killed a 9th-grade Saint Lord. At this moment, there was only one 9th-grade Saint Lord left in the Scorching Sun sect. Furthermore, Yi Xian's merit points had soared to 800,000. With another 200,000, he would be able to complete the random mission. Courting Death. Chapter 1966. Those with the Berserker bloodline would be weakened every time they used the Berserker bloodline. Hence, he had to kill Yi Xian before that happened. Unfortunately, even though he couldn't use the doppelganger swap or the Eye of the Void, he could still use the Death Hunting Order and instant movement. How could it be easy to catch Yi Xian, who was as slippery as a loach? Death Hunting Order. Eye of Assassination. At this moment, Yi Xian cooperated with the Sword Celestial Avatar and killed another person. His merit points had reached 900,000. Even though the Scorching Sun sect didn't have any more level 9 saints, he could still complete the mission if he killed a few more level 8 saints. After a while. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Wei Jintian's Treasure Form Fusion System. Ding. Host has one chance to fuse the Treasure Form Fusion System. 2 system notifications rang out. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was a new system. He immediately checked the Wei Zhentian's treasure form fusion system. However, the results were out of his expectations. It turned out that not all treasures could be fused. It required 2 or more specific treasures. Most importantly, only treasures that were fixed in place could be fused. Ding! The Mystic God armor and the Flowing Light invisibility cloak are fusing. Ding! Fusion. Hearing this, Yi Xian checked again and realized that the result of the fusion was called the Flowing Light armor. Even though the fusion was chosen by the system, the Flowing Light armor combined the characteristics of the Mystic God armor and the Flowing Light invisibility cloak. Not only could it improve one's physique, but it also had a strong defense and could be invisible. Its effect was much better than the Mystic God armor and the Flowing Light invisibility cloak. This is good stuff. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately put on the Flowing Light armor. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Old man, turn it into my merit points. After yelling in his heart, Yi Xian used the Eye of Assassination again. Together with the Sword Celestial Avatar, they appeared behind the Scorching Sun sect leader. Bang! The Scorching Sun sect leader only felt the Sword Celestial Avatar's aura and immediately turned around to counterattack. However, at the moment he let the Sword Immortal clone attack, another attack came from another direction. Bang! The Immortal Slayer hit the Scorching Sun sect leader. How is that possible? The Scorching Sun sect leader, he sensed the Sword Celestial Avatar. He sensed the Sword Celestial Avatar. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Formation. Could kill Yi's leader? Could it? That was could. Very quickly, the Scorching Sun sect master was killed by them. The merit token in his body was refined by Yi Xian, increasing his merit points by 300,000. Could absorb could. Could absorb was. Was could. But all in all, Yi Xian had encountered a huge opportunity this time. The Mystic God battle armor and the Flowing Light invisibility cloak merged with the Flowing Light battle armor. This greatly increased Yi Xian's survivability. In addition, this Flowing Light battle armor was very deceptive when used in battle. Unless the opponent's perception was very strong, it would be very difficult to discover. Of course, this fusion was a reward for unlocking a new system. If Yi Xian wanted to fuse again, he would need 1 Devour point. Previously, he had fixed a total of 5 Dharma treasures, the soul-absorbing bell, the necromancer kettle, the portrait of 10,000 beasts, the mystic divine battle armor, and the Flowing Light invisibility cloak. The Flowing Light battle armor and the Flowing Light invisibility cloak had already fused, so there were only 3 magic treasures left. Amongst these 3 magic treasures, the soul-absorbing bell and the myriad beasts diagram could be fused, but since they weren't of use right now, Yi Xian didn't choose to consume the last Devour point. The mission is complete. Next, I'll return to the Unicorn Ancient Clan's territory. I'll exchange these merit points and find something for Ribgu that can nurture a dragon fetus. It would be best if I could find a suitable dragon corpse to revive Ribgu. That way, my strength will increase. Yi Xian thought to himself. He took the flying sword and flew back to the Unicorn Ancient Clan's territory. However, when the Wolf King city was attacked and the Wolf King city's lord died in battle, the Wolf King city was already empty. As a result, Yi Xian was currently heading towards a city that was even larger than the Wolf King city. A few days later. Ding! Host has broken through to 8th grade Divine Spirit. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, and Heaven-breaking Ape God have broken through to 3rd grade Divine King. When Yi Xian was brought to the Purgatory, he had broken through to 7th grade Divine Spirit. After a few days of traveling, he finally broke through to 8th grade Divine Spirit. However, not to mention Divine Spirits, even Holy Rulers and Holy Lords were at the bottom of the list. Even if someone from the enemy camp brushed past Yi Xian, they would not attack Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian arrived at his destination, he did not know that everyone knew about him. So many people are following me. Could it be that the news of me helping the Wolf Kingdom escape a few days ago has spread? Yi Xian was a little surprised and did not pay attention to it. Next, he was going to exchange all his merit points for good stuff before deciding what to do next. However, when he was halfway there, he was suddenly stopped by a group of city guards. This group of city guards was made up of at least 8th grade great saints. The leader was even a 9th grade great saint. He took out a sheepskin scroll and read it. His eyes lit up. It is indeed the target. Capture him. The leader nodded and said. What? Yi Xian was puzzled when he heard that. It was his first time here. Why did the city guards want to capture him? However, he was not to be trifled with. Since they wanted to harm him, he would not show mercy. If I want to find out why they want to capture me, I have to capture one person. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he quickly flashed behind the leader. Then, he stabbed out with his sword and directly killed the leader. As for the rest, they were no match for him and were killed one after another. Then, Yi Xian quickly asked Wei Zhentian to search their souls. What is going on? Why did the Unicorn Ancient Tribe issue a warrant for my arrest? Yi Xian did not know what was going on. The leader of the city guards was only following orders. If he wanted to find out what was going on, he would have to kill his way to the city lord mansion. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe hates internal strife the most. Now that I have resisted, even if I am not wanted, they will not tolerate me. Since that is the case, I will rebel. Yi Xian widened his eyes and charged toward the city lord mansion. Chapter 1967. News of the death of that group of city guards quickly spread. Hence, a large number of city guards were searching for Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not need to use the flowing light armor to avoid their pursuit. Instead, he killed everyone he saw. After killing 3 groups of city guards, Yi Xian finally arrived in front of the city lord mansion. He is the person wanted by the higher-ups. Capture him. The guards outside the city lord mansion immediately recognized Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian had no choice but to start a massacre again. Today is the day your city lord mansion will be destroyed. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he went all out. Immortal slaying puppet. Immortal slashing arrow. Immortal slaying sword formation. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone used their trump cards and attacked indiscriminately. A loud rumble sounded outside the city lord mansion. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the sage emperors inside. City lord, someone sent a message saying that they saw Yi Xian on the wanted poster. The city lord immediately rushed out when he heard this. The reward for this wanted mission was very high. It was passed down from his higher-ups. If he could capture Yi Xian alive, the reward would be enough for him to break through several times. However, Yi Xian was not so easy to capture. When Yi Xian sensed the auras of the sage emperors, he put on the flowing light armor and hid, leaving only the sword immortal clone. Soon, the sage emperors appeared. Leave no one alive. Kill. Killing intent flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Since he had already started, he might as well go all out. Since he had already made his move, he might as well make it big. Death warrant. Sword immortal descends. Eye of assassination. Single sword immortal ascension. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone used the single sword immortal ascension at the same time and attacked the city lord. The 4 sage emperors, including the city lord, quickly blocked the attack of the sword immortal clone. Unfortunately, they did not notice Yi Xian, who was wearing the flowing light armor. Puchi. With a series of crisp sounds, Yi Xian's peerless swords pierced through the city lord's heart. What? The other 3 first-rank saint emperors were stunned. By the time they reacted, they could only see that the city lord's back was bright red and his vitality was quickly fading away. A second-rank holy emperor had fallen. If even he had died, then these 3 first-rank holy emperors would naturally not be able to stop Yi Xian. They were easily killed. The ridiculous thing is that even though they are all unicorn Zuyoists, they don't even have time to transform into their true forms before the battle is over. Black Horn, take the entire city for me. Yi Xian quickly released Black Horn and said. Since the Unicorn Ancient clan wanted to capture him, he naturally had to play a bigger game. At this moment, Yi Xian doesn't perform a soul search immediately. Instead, he starts to throw people with unicorn blood or Zooists into his devouring space one by one. Some people appeared in the devouring space without knowing what was going on. Soon, the city disappeared from the purgatory battlefield. Not many people managed to escape safely. Then, Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to perform a soul search. Even the city lord doesn't know. Like the other cities, he only received an arrest warrant. However, this arrest warrant was issued directly from the Unicorn Ancient clan. The reward is very generous. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He wasn't a member of the Unicorn Ancient clan. It was just a coincidence that he was caught by that old man. Then, who wanted to capture him? At this point in time, there was only one person who had a grudge against him, and that was Shi Xingyu. It must be that guy. He must have hooked up with the Unicorn Ancient clan. Yi Xian immediately understood. Apart from Shi Xingyu, who else wanted to capture him? This guy didn't come himself. He must have started to cultivate in seclusion after hooking up with the Unicorn Ancient clan. Yi Xian's expression turned serious as he thought about it. The Unicorn Ancient clan was a colossus and would definitely give Shi Xingyu a large amount of treasures. After all, the unicorn bloodline in Shi Xingyu's body was much stronger than his. In any case, this was going to be difficult. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sensed a powerful aura. He turned his head and saw a fiery light coming from the horizon. So powerful. He's at least a third-rank holy emperor. Maybe even stronger. Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly summoned Wei Zhentian, put on the flowing light battle armor, and hid himself. He disappeared. The fiery light quickly arrived above the ruins. It was a young man in red armor. He sensed for a moment but couldn't sense Yi Xian's aura. He must have set up some kind of concealment array. Watch me force you out. The young man in red armor's eyes flashed and he transformed. As he transformed into the flaming unicorn body, the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. The ground started to burn and turned into a sea of fire in an instant. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had put on the light stream armor, didn't leave. This was because the young man in red armor was too fast. He arrived in the blink of an eye. Such high temperature. Even if I have the immortal unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline, I feel like I'm going to faint. Yi Xian frowned. Don't forget, he was still wearing the light stream armor. Sweat flowed out continuously and then quickly evaporated. The high temperature made Yi Xian feel dizzy and feverish. Sword Celestial Clone, lure him away. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly summoned the Sword Celestial Clone. The moment the Sword Celestial Clone appeared, he immediately used the Eye of Assassination and flashed behind the young man in red armor. He finally appeared. The young man in red armor's eyes lit up. He turned around and grabbed the unparalleled sword. Then, he used his other hand to pinch the Sword Celestial Clone. Teleport. The Sword Celestial Clone flashed away and appeared in the horizon. Trying to escape. The young man in red armor quickly gave chase. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian also quietly left the sea of fire. After searching through his memories, Yi Xian could deduce that the young man in red armor should be a unicorn soldier from the Unicorn Ancient tribe. The Unicorn army was made up of the elites of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. Only the experts of the 100 Battle Group from the 100 Battle Valley could compare to them. Fortunately, the Sword Celestial Clone had attracted the attention of the other party, so Yi Xian was able to escape. I didn't expect that even the Unicorn army would be mobilized. They really didn't give me a way out. In this case, I can only enter the 100 Battle Valley to survive. Yi Xian thought to himself with a gloomy expression. This time, it was fortunate that he only encountered an elite of the Unicorn army. If Shi Xingyu had sent out a high-level Sage Emperor, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being captured even with the light stream armor. However, just as the sword celestial clone lured the young man in red armor away. That's right, the higher-up said that the kid has an undying clone. Could it be this? The young man in red armor suddenly thought of this. While he was chasing the sword celestial clone, he had already tried to capture it, but had failed repeatedly. Chapter 1968. Damn it. The red-armored youth stopped in his tracks and quickly turned around to leave. Yi Xian saw this through the eyes of the sword immortal avatar. He knew that the youth had come to his senses, so he quickly put away the peerless sword. However, the youth was very fast and caught up with him in a short while. However, Yi Xian was wearing the flowing light armor, so the youth could not capture his whereabouts and could only wander around nearby. It's good that he can't find me. Once I reach the 100 Battle Valley, the threat will be much smaller. Yi Xian thought to himself. A unicorn army expert entering the 100 Battle Valley would naturally attract the attention of the 100 Battle Valley experts. When the time came, he would be able to survive. However, things were not that easy. After the red-armored youth's fruitless search, he notified 2 other nearby unicorn army experts. The 3 of them searched for Yi Xian together. It would be fine if it was only one person, but if the 3 of them searched together, Yi Xian would be in a lot of danger. Something strange over there? At this time, the red-armored youth suddenly found something strange near the border and went to check it out. With a single glance, he found a clue. Sword Immortal descends. Sword Immortal Ascension. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately used the Eye of Assassination to flash behind the red-armored youth. Kacha! The long sword stabbed the red-armored youth's armor but did not break it. This was the unicorn army's armor. How could Yi Xian break it so easily? Seeing that the assassination failed, Yi Xian quickly switched to the peerless sword and summoned the sword immortal avatar while his true body quickly retreated. Good boy, after searching for a few days, I finally found you. The red-armored youth's eyes widened. For the past few days, he had followed a trace of sacred power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find Yi Xian. Now, he had finally shown himself. However, before he made a move, a large number of immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows appeared to conceal Yi Xian's aura. How dare you show off your petty tricks in front of me? The red-armored youth shouted angrily and immediately transformed into his true form. Damn it, my luck is really bad. I'll be able to break through soon. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. As long as he could break through, his battle prowess would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, he might even be able to fight this red-armored youth. However, the red-armored youth had now transformed into his true form, which was exactly what he wanted. After thinking quickly for a moment, Yi Xian decided to fuse the forms of the artifacts. Ding! Host, are you sure you want to fuse the soul-absorbing bell with the myriad beasts diagram? Yes. Yi Xian replied in his mind. He just so happened to have some Devourer points left, so he fused the 2 Dharma treasure forms together. Ding! Fusion of powers. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian immediately checked it. The fusion of the soul-absorbing bell and the myriad beasts diagram was called the Beast God Clock. The Beast God Clock had all the abilities of the soul-sucking bell, and it increased the suppression power of the myriad beasts diagram by 10% to 80%. In addition, it can also increase the chances of controlling Zooists, holy beasts, and the like who have transformed into their true forms. Not only that, but it can also increase the fighting strength of Yi Xian's own creatures. It really has a lot of effects. Beast God Clock, appear. Yi Xian immediately transformed Megatron into his newest magic treasure. A quaint myriad beasts clock appeared in the air, suppressing the red-armored youth's flaming unicorn to 80% of its fighting strength in an instant. Wang! All of a sudden, a faint sound of a clock rang out, falling into the ears of the flaming unicorn. A soul attack? The red-armored youth was shocked. His strength had been reduced for some reason, otherwise, this kind of attack would not have been able to hurt him. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was distracted, Yi Xian quickly joined forces with the sword immortal clone and launched the immortal slaughtering breath slash. Swish! Swish! Two immortal slaughtering breath slashes pierced through the air and landed on the flaming unicorn, immediately splitting it into 3 parts. Insta-kill. Don't forget, Yi Xian's immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and Divine Beast Trainer bloodline, as well as his title, increased his damage to beasts by several times. However, this was also out of Yi Xian's expectations, because he felt that the red-armored youth would not be so easy to deal with. At once, Yi Xian quickly put away the corpse. However, the commotion attracted the attention of the other 2 elites from the Qilin army. Not good, the 2 of them are coming. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Although he had the beast god clock, if the 2 of them did not transform into their true forms, he would not be able to fight them. Coincidentally, a good magic treasure appeared in today's magic treasure selection with Megatron. This magic treasure was called the Mask of Truth and Illusion. It had appeared before, but at that time, it was useless against Yi Xian, so he ignored it. This Mask of Truth and Illusion could allow Yi Xian to transform into the red-armored youth, and even increase his cultivation level to the same level as the red-armored youth, as well as his aura. However, it was only a high level of disguise. If Yi Xian were to attack, he would be exposed immediately. Moreover, the Mask of Truth and Illusion needed the corpse of the person whose appearance was disguised. As long as 60% of the corpse was absorbed, the disguise could begin. The higher the amount, the more similar it would be. Yi Xian quickly asked Megatron to search the youth's soul, then used the Mask of Truth and Illusion to absorb the red-armored youth's corpse. Then, Yi Xian transformed into the red-armored youth. Whether it was his face, figure, cultivation level, or aura, they were all identical. After all, the corpse was not damaged, only cut into 3 parts, so the absorption rate was close to 100%. Hua Qin, what's the situation here? After a while, the other red-armored youth rushed over and asked Yi Xian. It's nothing. It's just a holy beast that doesn't have eyes. Let's continue searching. Yi Xian shook his head and said. Alright, let us know immediately if you find anything. The other person said as he turned around and muttered, this is strange. We've been chasing after that person's saint power. Why can't we find anything? Looking at his back as he left, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. Fortunately, the heavens were protecting him this time, and the magic treasure, the Mask of Truth and Illusion, appeared. However, Yi Xian no longer had any absorption points, so he could not fix the Mask of Truth and Illusion. By tomorrow, the forms of Megatron's magic treasures would be refreshed, except for a few that were fixed. The Mask of Truth and Illusion would be the same. Of course, after tomorrow, as long as Megatron did not transform into anything else, the Mask of Truth and Illusion would remain. This Mask of Truth and Illusion is only a high-level disguise. If I attack, I'll be exposed immediately, so it's best if I don't come into contact with these 2 people. Yi Xian thought to himself, then moved quickly. This time, he wanted to enter the Valley of 100 Battles and separate from these 2 people. Chapter 1969. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Kill Lu Fu and Xiang Huahui. Reward, Mask of the True and False Mask. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. 52013149226. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Lu Fu and Xiang Huahui were the other 2 people who were hunting him down. As long as I kill the other 2, the Mask of the True and False Mask can be fixed. This is great. Yi Xian quickly thought for a moment and made a decision. However, this random quest would be completed tomorrow. Yi Xian had already used Sword Deity's Descent and Single Sword Ascension today. However, in a few hours, they would be refreshed and he would have a breakthrough. At that time, it would be the death of these 2 people. Time passed quietly. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 9th grade Sacred Spirit. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Weizhentian, and Skybreaking Ape God have broken through. Currently a 4th grade Sacred King. The system notification sounded again. Now, Yi Xian had the strength to kill the two people. Even if they did not transform into their original forms, he would still kill them. If they transformed into their original forms, it would be like setting fire to them. Xiang Huahui, come quickly. I found him. Yi Xian immediately sent a message to the other person. After the other person received the message, he quickly rushed to him. After a while, Xiang Huahui rushed over and saw Yi Xian holding the sword deity's clone. Not bad. This time, we have done a great job. There is hope for a promotion. Xiang Huahui laughed loudly. When Yi Xian sent him a message, he did not tell Lu Fu. The reason was that he did not have the ability to capture the target alone. Therefore, Xiang Huahui did not suspect anything and came alone. However, just as Xiang Huahui was laughing and letting down his guard. Eye of assassination. Yi Xian and the sword deity's clones suddenly attacked together and flashed behind each other. Sword deity's descent. Single sword ascension. Kacha. Kacha. Last time, Yi Xian used single sword ascension but could not break through the red battle armor. This time, his level increased and he successfully broke through the armor and pierced through Xiang Huahui's heart. As for the sword deity's unparalleled sword, it pierced through Xiang Huahui's head. Die. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increased. When the system notification sounded out, Yi Xian quickly put away Xiang Huahui's corpse. Now, there was only one left. Next, Yi Xian used the same method to send a sound transmission to Lu Ju. Not long after, Lu Fu also arrived, and then Yi Xian directly made his move. But this time, Yi deity's single sword deity's sword. Amidst two crisp sounds, Lu Fu, who had just arrived, was directly sent flying by the two swords of Yi Xian and the sword immortal puppet. Huaqing, what are you doing? Lu Ju was shocked, but in the next moment, he saw Huaqing's face begin to change. God, him. Tsk tisk, it's too late. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He put on the flowing light armor and charged at Lu Fu. You're courting death. Lu Fu reacted and turned into his original form. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's figure appeared once again. This was because the flowing light battle armor had changed once again, turning into a gigantic beast god bell. Lu Fu's original form was an ice unicorn. However, after being affected by the beast god bell, his combat power dropped by 80%. Therefore, he was easily killed by Yi Xian. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. By the time the system notification rang out, the mask of truth and illusion had already been fixed. From now on, Yi Xian could use it at any time. It's finally over. Yi Xian sighed and put away Lu Fu's body. With the real mask, he did not have to worry about being wanted. However, if Shixingyu came personally, he would be found no matter how well he hid. Therefore, he could not stay in the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's territory for long. Under such circumstances, the Battle Valley would be safer. Yi Xian stepped on Wei Zhentian's flying sword and stepped into the Battle Valley's territory. However, just as he stepped into the Battle Valley's territory, several communication tokens in the devouring space lit up. There's a Tyrannosaurus Rex under Atlas Peak? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Atlas Peak was one of the forces under the Battle Valley. A Unicorn Army team had gone to destroy it. During the battle, the Unicorn Army team accidentally released the seal and released a Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, the Unicorn Army team was fighting the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, they were not strong enough and asked for backup. This communication token can only be seen by those in the vicinity. That means that the towering sky peak is nearby. Yi Xian thought to himself. He quickly checked the map and found that it was not far from here. It would take at least half a day. However, this was based on the flying sword's speed. If he used the flowing light armor, it would be much slower. Don't forget that he was in the Battle Valley. If he did not wear the flowing light armor, it would be a tragedy if he encountered a high-level holy emperor. This Tyrannosaurus rex is a high-grade heavenly dragon bloodline. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had obtained so many treasures before and had nurtured Ribgu's dragon fetus to its limit. He only needed to find a suitable dragon corpse to revive Ribgu. However, there were not many suitable dragon corpses. After all, Yi Xian did not want those with low-grade bloodlines. If he wanted to find one, he would find a high-grade one. When the time came, Ribgu would mutate and become very powerful after being revived. I want this Tyrannosaurus rex corpse. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately stepped on his flying sword and began his journey. Fortunately, this area was not high-grade. Yi Xian only met a third-rank holy emperor along the way. He had already killed 3 elites from the unicorn army, let alone these ordinary third-rank holy emperors. Half a day later, he finally arrived at the towering sky peak. Another brother is here. Before Yi Xian could get close, someone came up to him. It was a 4th-rank holy emperor from the unicorn army elite. Yi Xian did not recognize this person even though he had searched through the memories of the 3 people. After all, there were so many people in the unicorn army. He did not necessarily know all of them. Brother, I am Wang Ming, a commander in the unicorn army. I was the one who sent the message, said the 4th-rank holy emperor. Hua Qing greets the Lord Commander. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fist. Before arriving, Yi Xian had already used Wei Zhentian to disguise himself. Therefore, Yi Xian was now Hua Qing. Now, we have 2 4th-rank holy emperors, including me, and 7 3rd-rank holy emperors. Including you, that makes 8. As for that Tyrannosaurus rex, although it has been sealed for so long, it is still a 5th-rank holy emperor. If we can take it down this time, we will definitely reward you, said Wang Ming. Chapter 1970. Alright, you go and rest first. As long as a few more people come, we'll take action. Wang Ming said. 520131492 yes. Yi Xian responded and walked to the side. He did not want to have too much contact with the others. After all, he was afraid that if he met someone he knew, he would be exposed. Then, he waited. In the next half a day, 2 more 3rd-rank holy emperors and a 4th-rank holy emperor came. As a result, there were 3 4th-rank holy emperors and 10 3rd-rank holy emperors. The unicorn army only accepted elites. This group of people was enough to fight against several 5th-rank holy emperors. However, this Tyrannosaurus was not like other holy beasts. It had a high-grade bloodline, so it was better to be safe. Wang Ming looked around and said, everyone, almost everyone is here. Let's get ready to take action in case the 100 battle team comes. Hearing this, everyone quickly gathered. Then, they rubbed their fists and got ready. That Tyrannosaurus is actually not completely out of the seal, so try not to attack the formation to prevent it from escaping. Wang Ming reminded them. They were not fools, so they all expressed that they understood. Then, they rushed toward the towering sky peak. The Tyrannosaurus was under the towering sky peak. Only half of its body was exposed, and it was roaring continuously. While waiting for the others, Yi Xian also sneaked a glance. It was a black Tyrannosaurus covered in tough dragon scales. The Tyrannosaurus was known for its physique, but its defense was even stronger. That was why Wang Ming called so many people over. If possible, he hoped that more people would come. However, after they destroyed the towering sky peak, the 100 Battle Valley would definitely know about it, so they had to deal with this Tyrannosaurus before the experts of the 100 Battle Valley arrived. This Tyrannosaurus's defense is extremely strong. Act according to the plan. Wang Ming shouted and transformed into his original form. The other 2 4th-rank holy emperors did the same. The 3 of them were Flame Unicorn. As for the other 9 3rd-rank Saint Emperors, there were Flame Unicorn, Ice Unicorn, Thunder Unicorn, and other bloodlines. Wang Ming's plan was to have the Ice Unicorn and the Fire Unicorn work together to melt the Tyrannosaurus's scales and damage it. As for the others, they did not need to transform into their true forms because there was no need to do so. Furthermore, some of them only had the unicorn bloodline. After the battle began, Yi Xian deliberately took a detour to a secluded area to attack. Although he had the immortal unicorn bloodline in his body, he was not the real deal. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the Tyrannosaurus. No one cared about Yi Xian. Although the beast god clock is useful, but if I take it out now, it won't only suppress this Tyrannosaurus, but also others. Yi Xian thought to himself. Therefore, he decided to save this trump card for later use. As long as the Tyrannosaurus died, the beast god clock would immediately appear and suppress others. As for Yi Xian, he would collect the Tyrannosaurus's corpse and escape. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus's lower body was still sealed. Therefore, it could only roar and spit dragon breath at others from time to time. Previously, Wang Ming had led his men to fight against the Tyrannosaurus. However, they did not have enough people and could not break through its defense. Now, they had more people and stronger attacks. Killing the Tyrannosaurus was only a matter of time. Of course, this was under the condition that the enemy had not arrived. Yi Xian prayed in his heart, hoping that no one would come. After all, he was in other people's territory. Huff, huff, huff. Boom. The sound was deafening. In fact, many people heard the sound, but they knew that the towering sky peak was destroyed. Therefore, they did not dare to come over. The unicorn army's experts attacked together, continuously burning the Tyrannosaurus's tough dragon scales. Soon, there was an effect. Under the combination of ice and fire, the Tyrannosaurus's scales became very brittle and were shattered. Once the dragon's scales were shattered, the Tyrannosaurus's body would be injured. I have the immortal unicorn bloodline and the imperial beast envoy bloodline in me. Also, I have that title. My attacks are not weak against beasts. My attacks are no weaker than those three. Yi Xian attacked while sizing up the others. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. When the time came, it would be easier to deal with them. The long sword in his hand was a one-hit kill. Perhaps when he attacked the Tyrannosaurus, he would suddenly trigger the one-hit kill effect? If that was the case, it would save a lot of time. However, there was a large gap between him and the Tyrannosaurus. If he did not use the single sword Immortal Ascension, the chances of triggering it were pitifully low. However, the single sword Immortal Ascension could only be triggered once. Now that he was attacking continuously, he might actually be able to trigger it. Roar! At this time, the Tyrannosaurus's mouth suddenly turned and moved toward Yi Xian. F***CK. Yi Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. Then, a black dragon's breath erupted. Even Yi Xian, who was wearing the Lightstream armor, did not dare to take that attack head-on. Even if that attack had landed on Wang Ming's body, it might have killed him. That aura could only be described as terrifying. Soon, the Tyrannosaurus began to weaken. Black blood kept flowing out of its body, and it let out a miserable cry. Brothers, work harder. As long as we kill it, a lot of merit points will be waiting for us. Wang Ming shouted loudly. If this Tyrannosaurus's body was brought back, they could exchange it for a lot of merit points. Of course, it would be better if they could capture it alive. Unfortunately, they did not have the strength to do so, so they could only bring back the corpse. After a while, the Tyrannosaurus was on the verge of death. A few more rounds of attacks and it would die. However, at this moment. Ding! Host has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the notification. What a stroke of luck! He did not do anything, but he actually triggered a one-hit kill. What a steal! Because he was the only one who heard the system notification, and the others did not, the group did not know that the Tyrannosaurus was already dead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly used Flash to get closer, and then put the Tyrannosaurus's body away. Although this group of people was called over by Wang Ming, they were actually serving Yi Xian. They let Yi Xian benefit for nothing. What? Where's the Tyrannosaurus? Who took the Tyrannosaurus's body away? What's going on? Everyone revealed a puzzled expression one after another. Chapter 1971. Since Wang Ming did not take it himself, he naturally looked at the other two fourth-rank holy emperors. Bastard, how dare you take the dragon corpse under my nose? Do you want to keep it for yourself? Wang Ming shouted angrily. When the man in black armor heard this, he could not help but turn to look at the third person. After all, he did not take it himself. If Wang Ming did not take it either, then there was only one other person. Why are you looking at me? I'm not taking it either. The third blazing unicorn also shook his head. If that's the case, why don't we exchange rings? Wang Ming suggested. If they wanted to check the rings, they would have to transform into their human forms. It would be more convenient that way. However, Yi Xian would not allow this to happen. Beast God Bell, suppress. The flowing light armor on Yi Xian transformed into a huge bell and fell down. In an instant, all the unicorn experts who transformed into their true forms had their strength reduced by 80%. While everyone was still in shock, Yi Xian summoned his sword immortal clone. Eye of Assassination. The two of them flashed behind the two blazing unicorns and slashed with their swords. Rip! Rip! Two crisp sounds rang out. The two fourth-rank Holy Emperor blazing unicorn were directly cut in half. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Ming was left. What? Wang Ming watched as the two halves of their bodies disappeared. Before he could sort out his thoughts, he felt a chill on his back. A slaying immortal breath slash had cut his body in half as well. Not only that, there was another third-rank Holy Emperor blazing unicorn. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 6 unicorns who had transformed into their true forms had died, including 3 fourth-rank Holy Emperors. That left 2 unicorns and 3 third-rank Holy Emperors with unicorn bloodlines. However, the last 2 unicorn did not expect to recover their strength by transforming into their human forms. As such, Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone attacked again and killed the 2 of them. The corpses all disappeared. There's a traitor. The remaining 3 third-rank Holy Emperors with unicorn bloodlines reacted. Follow the plan, go. Yi Xian did not waste any time and immediately attacked. Because he had come here on a flying sword, his cultivation level was the same as when he had killed Hu Qing. Facing 3 third-rank Holy Emperors, they could only work together. Yi Xian, who was wearing the flowing light armor, held back one while the sword immortal avatar held back another. As for the remaining one, it was held back by Old Tree, Black Horn, and Heaven Breaker. Because Luolua's realm was lower than Black Cove's, her combat power was insufficient, so Yi Xian did not release her. As for the plan Yi Xian mentioned, it was to temporarily stall one of them. If there was an opportunity, they would use Assassin's Eyes to focus their attacks on one of them. As long as they could reduce the enemy's numbers, it would be much simpler. Rumble. Immediately, a great battle broke out in the sky. I remember now, it's the person on the wanted poster. At this time, one of them remembered. After his reminder, the other 2 did the same. However, so what if he knew? I'll start with you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and immediately gave Old Tree an order. Unicorn Sky Burning Flame. Old Tree opened his mouth and spat out his strongest attack at that person. Boom! This person was pincered by Heaven Breaker and Black Horn and could not dodge, so he could only hold on. Fortunately, Old Tree's attack was much weaker than Yi Xian's one-sword flying immortal. It only cracked Unicorn's armor. However, the real killing move was yet to come. Assassin's Eyes. Assassin's Eyes. Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar appeared at the same time. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Crack. This attack was much stronger than Old Tree's Unicorn Sky Burning Flame. It directly broke the person's unicorn armor and severely injured him. Oh no. The other 2's expressions changed drastically. Yi Xian and the others' strength was beyond their imagination. If this person died, then they would probably be defeated one by Yi Xian. They had to protect this person. Black Demon Claw. The black horned dragon claw grabbed the person with the cheap mouth in its hand. His expression changed drastically as he smelled the scent of death. Heavily injured, he was afraid that he would not be able to break free from Blackhorn's claw immediately. Then, what awaited him was the second round of Immortal Slaying Breath Slash from Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Avatar. No, I can't die. This person opened his eyes wide. He did not want to die like this, but the other two did not seem to be able to help. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two air-piercing sounds rang out. A swift and fierce sword light directly shattered the immortal slaughtering breath slash. As for the other sword ray, it flashed before everyone's eyes and split Blackhorn's body in half. After seeing this, Yi Xian did not look to see who did it. He was stunned. Blackhorn's body had been split in half. Ding! Host's contracted beast Blackhorn is dead. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Blackhorn was dead? How could it be? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. The system would not lie to him. If it said that Blackhorn was dead, then he was really dead. Although Blackhorn had signed a master-servant contract with him, he was not a treasure. If he died, there was no way to revive him. Damn! Yi Xian turned his head angrily and saw a middle-aged man in red armor standing in the air. His aura was far more powerful than Wang Ming's. He was at least a 5th-rank Holy Emperor, or even a 6th-rank Holy Emperor. F***ck your ancestors. Yi Xian was a little blinded by anger. He immediately ordered everyone to attack this person. However, he could not move in the next moment. This person was not a 5th-rank Holy Emperor, nor a 6th-rank Holy Emperor. He was a 7th-rank Holy Emperor. This is the person that our superiors wanted us to capture? The middle-aged man in red armor squinted his eyes. It seemed that he was in luck this time. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was gloomy because he felt that things were not going well. He could not use the time reversal skill now. If he was caught in front of Shi Xingyu, he would be dead meat. However, did he have any other way to escape? Tisk, TSK, TSK. Are you guys fighting among yourselves? At this moment, a sudden laughter rang in the sky. Then, a figure appeared in the air. This person's aura was not any weaker than the middle-aged man in red armor. An elite from 100 Battles Valley. After seeing him, Yi Xian felt that there was a chance for him to turn things around this time. 100 Battles Valley and Unicorn Ancient Tribe were enemies. Now that the elites from both sides met, a battle was inevitable. Then, he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, at this moment. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in red armor suddenly shot out a ray of cold light into Yi Xian's body. Then, Yi Xian's saint power was sealed. You guys, take him back. Go. The middle-aged man in red armor immediately said. He felt that the person in front of him was not a simple person. Chapter 1972. Yes, my lord. The other three nodded and quickly left with Yi Xian. As for the old tree and the others, Yi Xian put them away. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The 100 Battles Valley expert glanced at the backs of Yi Xian and the others and revealed a thoughtful look. Whoosh! The red-armored middle-aged man took the opportunity to attack first. There was no need for words when people from opposing camps met. Immediately, an intense battle unfolded. At this time, Yi Xian, who was under the control of the three people, was forcibly taken away. He heard the sounds of battle behind him and gritted his teeth. Unicorn Ancient Tribe, I will destroy your entire clan. Yi Xian swore in his heart. Fortunately, Blackhorn's body was also put away by him through the air. However, he had to solve the problem in front of him first. His saint power was sealed by the red-armored middle-aged man, so it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wore the Lightstream armor. Old Tree, Patian, and the Sword Celestial Avatar can still be deployed. As long as I make another breakthrough, the Sword Celestial Avatar alone will be able to deal with these three. I need some time. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Now, he only hoped that he would not encounter any more experts from the 100 Battles Valley on the way. If these three people were no match for them, he would be dead. However, after the three people had led him for more than half a day, something happened. That's right. Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he thought of something. He had put away the Tyrannosaurus body. He had not tried to revive Rib Gu. However, what surprised him was that the Tyrannosaurus body only had a 10% compatibility with Rib Gu's dragon fetus. That was so low. That's right. The Tyrannosaurus is a sky dragon, and Rib Gu is a giant dragon. They are not of the same species. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, in the next moment, he thought of something else. He had put away Blackhorn's body. Then, could Rib Gu use Blackhorn's body to revive? Let's give it a try. Yi Xian immediately put Blackhorn's body and the dragon fetus together. Ding! Compatibility is 99.9%. Do you want to fuse them? The system prompted. The compatibility level had to reach 60% before it could be revived. The higher the compatibility level, the higher the success rate. Unexpectedly, Blackhorn's physique, which allowed him to devour black dragons, was very suitable. The resurrection ceremony was very slow, but fortunately, there was the devouring space. Under this many times faster flow, the dragon fetus finally merged with Blackhorn's body. After the fusion, the two halves of Blackhorn's body merged into one, as if he had never been injured. Ding! Resurrection successful. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Ding! Devouring black dragon leveled up. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. Ribs was finally resurrected. The evolved rib bones was called the Devouring Black Scale Dragon, which was even more powerful than the Devouring Black Dragon. However, Ribs had yet to sign a contract with Yi Xian. Ribs, do you still remember me? Yi Xian immediately projected himself into the devouring space and asked. Roar! Ribs raised his head and roared. How could it not recognize Yi Xian? Very well, now that I'm being held hostage by 3 people, can you help me kill them? Yi Xian asked again. Roar! Ribs roared again, apparently agreeing to it. When Blackhorn died, he was a 9th level Holy King. Now that Ribs had used his body to resurrect, although he had leveled up, he was still a 9th level Holy King. However, at that time, Blackhorn could join forces with Old Tree to deal with a unicorn soldier who was a 3rd level Holy Emperor. Now that Ribs had leveled up after his resurrection, it should not be a problem to kill 3 people, right? Alright, I'll let you out now. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately let Ribs out. As soon as Ribs appeared, the 3 unicorn soldiers sensed it, but when they reacted, they saw Ribs open his mouth. Devour. In the next moment, the 3 were directly swallowed into Ribs' stomach. Because Blackhorn and Yi Xian had signed a master-servant contract, Ribs would still appear in the planting space after swallowing people. Great, this is great. Yi Xian was overjoyed. After leveling up, Ribs was indeed awesome, swallowing 3 people in seconds. Now that the 3 were swallowed, he was also reborn, but he still could not use his holy power. At that moment, Yi Xian checked the characteristics of Ribs after his resurrection. Now, Ribs had been refined into Yi Xian's treasure. Its original form was a devouring dragon scale, but without the previous skills, it could not merge with Yi Xian, but fortunately, it could be resurrected. Ribs, you carried Blackhorn's will and resurrected, so from now on, you are Blackhorn, follow me to take revenge. Yi Xian said slowly to Ribs. Roar. Ribs also knew the ins and outs, so he agreed to change his name to Blackhorn. From now on, he was Blackhorn. Alright, let's take revenge. Yi Xian said coldly as he looked at the scarlet word, kill, in the sky. Before he was taken away, he had already issued a death hunt order to the middle-aged man in red armor. That man killed Blackhorn, so how could he not take revenge? Because Blackhorn was a 9th-level Holy King before, he was still a 9th-level Holy King. This would not change until Yi Xian reached 6th-level Holy King. After Blackhorn, who was a 9th-level Holy King, was strengthened by Yi Xian's bloodline, still afraid of the middle-aged man in red armor. Moreover, Yi Xian's realm was sealed by that man, so he could not use his holy power, so he had to capture that man to remove the seal. At that moment, the 9th-level Holy King Ribs, who was also Blackhorn, led Yi Xian to the target of the death hunt order. After his advancement, Blackhorn was very fast, and anyone who met him on the way was directly swallowed into the devouring space. Yi Xian, who was taken away by force for half a day, only spent half an hour to get close to the target of the death hunt order. Suffer my wrath. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, and immediately ordered Blackhorn to attack. In an instant, Blackhorn turned into a black stream of light and attacked the target. What? At that moment, the middle-aged man in red armor had just sensed Blackhorn's presence, and by the time he reacted, Blackhorn had already rushed in front of him. Boom! Blackhorn swept out its claws, and the middle-aged man in red armor defended with all his might, but he was sent flying. He felt that Blackhorn was a little familiar, and so was its aura. However, he would never have thought that this giant black dragon was the one he had killed earlier. Although it is only a 9th-level Holy King, it is very powerful. Where did it come from? The middle-aged man in red armor secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then quickly transformed into his original form. He had won the battle just now, but he was seriously injured because of it, so he found a place to recover. But he did not expect that someone could find him. Chapter 1973. Beast God Bell, suppress him. Wei Zhentian transformed into a huge golden bell and fell down. The red-armored middle-aged man's strength was instantly reduced by 80%. Then, Blackhorn opened his mouth and devoured the red-armored middle-aged man. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be Blackhorn's match. Now that he was seriously injured and his strength was reduced by 80%, it was naturally impossible for him to resist Blackhorn's powerful devouring. In the blink of an eye, the red-armored middle-aged man who had transformed into a unicorn was devoured and brought into the devouring space. In the devouring space, Yi Xian would be the one to decide whether he lived or died. Now that he was seriously injured, he might not even be able to transform into a human and could only maintain his original form. Wei Zhentian, I'll give you 3 seconds to control him. Yi Xian ordered again. 3 seconds in the outside world was equivalent to half a month in the devouring space. During this half a month, Wei Zhentian had been using the beast god Bell non-stop. How could he not control the red-armored middle-aged man? The beast god Bell could control people. If the red-armored middle-aged man was a beast or a zooist, it would be strengthened. Soon, the red-armored middle-aged man was controlled by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian released the red-armored middle-aged man and removed the seal on his body. You killed Blackhorn. Your crime is punishable by death. But you're still useful to us, so we won't kill you for now. Yi Xian said slowly. The red-armored middle-aged man was a 7th-stage Holy Emperor. Although he was injured, he had more or less recovered after staying in the devouring space for a while. As long as he joined forces with Blackhorn, he could kill an ordinary 7th-stage Holy Emperor. Half of the revenge had been avenged, but the other half was still unfinished. If he was not wanted by the Unicorn Ancient Clan, how could Yi Xian be hunted down? How could Blackhorn die? Shi Xingyu must die. The Unicorn Ancient Clan that helped Shi Xingyu must be destroyed. Blackhorn, I order you to enter the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. No matter who you see, devour them. Yi Xian said to Blackhorn. Roar. Blackhorn roared. After that, Yi Xian hid inside Blackhorn's body, and the latter led the way. Other than Black Cove's ability to devour people, he could also hide people in his internal space. With him leading Yi Xian, Yi Xian's chances of survival were greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had returned to the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Yi Xian, who was hiding in Blackhorn's body, watched as Blackhorn wandered around, swallowing cities into its devouring space. 4th rank Holy Emperors, 5th rank Holy Emperors, they were devoured one after another. Even 6th rank Holy Emperors could not escape the fate of being devoured. Within a few days, all the cities near the borders of the Unicorn Ancient Clan were reduced to ruins. No one managed to escape. For small cities, black coves only needed to swallow them once. For large cities, they only needed to swallow them a few times. His actions finally attracted the attention of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. At this time, Yi Xian had already broken through to the 1st rank Holy King realm. However, Blackhorn was now a 9th rank Holy King. Unless Yi Xian broke through to the 6th rank Holy King realm, Blackhorn would not be able to break through this shackle. In the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Clan leader, this is bad. A black dragon is wreaking havoc in our territory. He has already destroyed countless cities and killed a few generals. An expert of the ancient Qilan clan hurriedly reported to a red-haired elder. How could there be such a thing? The Unicorn Ancient Clan leader narrowed his eyes and said, "Let Tian Tong deal with him." Yes. Tian Tong was the #1 genius in the Unicorn Army. Although he was only a 7th rank Holy Emperor, he was more powerful than an average 8th rank Holy Emperor. It should not be a problem to send him to deal with a black dragon who was causing trouble. Young Master is now a 5th rank Holy Emperor, but his strength is comparable to mine. If he is allowed to break through again, he might be able to lead the Unicorn Ancient Clan to escape from this damned place. The Unicorn Ancient Clan leader thought to himself. In fact, he had just met the young master that Tian Tong was talking about. However, the young master's aptitude had surpassed everyone in the Unicorn Ancient Clan. In such a short period of time, he had broken through from a low-level great saint to a holy emperor. After a period of time, he would definitely be able to lead the Unicorn Ancient Clan to escape. If Yi Xian saw this young master, he would definitely recognize that this young master was the dual bloodline possessor, Shi Xingyu. Soon, the Unicorn Ancient Clan's #1 genius, Tian Tong, was on the move. In a few days, he found that reckless black dragon. Spirit-impacting strike. Tian Tong took out his longbow treasure and shot an arrow from afar. Swish! The green arrow pierced through the air and instantly shot into the black dragon's head. However, what was surprising was that this arrow of his actually only shattered the other party's dragon scales. Furthermore, in the blink of an eye, the other party's injuries were healed. How is this possible? My arrow is enough to kill an 8th rank Holy Emperor, but it can't even kill a 9th rank Holy King Black Dragon. Tian Tong was shocked. He was starting to doubt his own strength. The black dragon that he had his eyes on was naturally Blackhorn. At this moment, Blackhorn turned his head to look, but he didn't see anything. That arrow came from that direction, but I don't see anyone. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused. However, from the attack power of the arrow, the other party was at least an 8th rank Holy Emperor. Blackhorn immediately flew in the direction of the arrow, but he still didn't find anyone. Swish! Right at this moment, another arrow flew over. PFFF. The arrow shattered Blackhorn's devouring dragon scales, but it didn't cause much damage to him. After leveling up, the devouring black scale dragon scales also had the devouring effect. When the arrow hit the scales, a large amount of attack power was devoured. If not for that, Blackhorn's head would have been pierced through. Who is the one who shot the arrow? Sword Celestial Clone, Old Tree, Patian, go and see. Yi Xian snorted and summoned the Sword Celestial Clone. Then, he summoned a large number of immortal slaying puppets and spread them around. As long as he found the person who shot the arrow, the Sword Celestial Clone could use the death hunting order to mark him. When that time came, Blackhorn would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. The one who shot the arrow was the #1 genius of the Unicorn Army, Tian Tong. He had the Heavenly Eye Unicorn bloodline, which gave him super strong vision. However, with the sword's celestial clone attacking, he couldn't hide and was quickly found. Finally found you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly got the sword's celestial clone to mark him with the death hunting order. Then, he charged over. Slaughter mode. The sword's celestial clone went all out and charged to the back of the black dragon. Clang. Unfortunately, although the sword's celestial clone was already a 5th rank holy king, he still couldn't break through the black dragon's unicorn armor. This unicorn armor would change according to the realm of the unicorn experts. Tian Tong was a 7th rank holy emperor. How could the sword's celestial clone break through his defense? Chapter 1974. Du Fei, Yin Jian, you guys go too. Yi Xian sent out 2 more people. Du Fei was the red-armored middle-aged man who killed Black Horn, while Yin Jian was a 7th grade holy emperor who walked right into the trap when Black Horn was trying to cause trouble. With 2 7th grade holy emperors and Black Horn, they should have the ability to take down the guy who shot the arrow. Humph, 2 traitors, I'll kill you first. Tian Tong snorted and shot an arrow at Du Fei. However, the sword immortal clone was the first to appear in front of him and use his body to block the arrow. Get out of my way. Tian Tong threw out a slap, preparing to send the sword immortal clone flying. However, the sword immortal clone flashed behind him again. The sword immortal clone in an invincible state was like an unkillable cockroach. It would be very troublesome to be entangled with him. With the sword immortal clone entangling him, Du Fei, Yin Jian, and Black Horn hurried over. Tian Tong's attack power was very strong. He almost never failed when he was sent out on a mission. However, he was good at long-range attacks. If someone got close to him, he would be a little powerless. You want to get close to me with just you? At this time, Tian Tong's glabella suddenly opened and a white beam of light shot out. Coincidentally, the sword immortal clone flashed in front of him again and blocked the white beam of light with his body. Then, it slammed into Black Horn. Is this guy Ultraman? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although this move was ferocious, it was fortunate that Black Horn had the sword immortal avatar in hand. He used the sword immortal avatar as a shield, completely blocking this move. Bastard, what kind of puppet is that? It can actually block my Heaven Eye strike. Tian Tong could not help but be shocked. This move consumed a lot of energy and could only be maintained for a short period of time. Therefore, he immediately stopped and raised his hand to attack. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air. This time, Tian Tong aimed at Du Fei. If the sword immortal clone blocked it, he would use the Heaven Eye strike to attack Black Horn again. He did not believe that the other party could split into 2. Too naive. Black Horn, teach him a lesson. Yi Xian snorted. The next moment, Black Horn opened his big mouth and spat out a terrifying dragon breath. Devouring dragon roar. Boom! The black and white light beams collided, but in the next moment, the white light beam was immediately engulfed by the black light beam. What a joke! All of Black Horn's attacks now contained the power of devouring. When the devouring dragon's roar hit the God's Eye strike, it was instantly devoured. What? Tian Tong's eyes widened as he watched the pillar of light in front of him rapidly expand before swallowing him whole. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. With just one move, the number 1 prodigy of the unicorn army was killed. Black Cove's current strength was unparalleled. However, the devouring dragon's roar could only be used once a day. Moreover, it was not easy to control. For example, the Heaven Child's body and unicorn's armor had all been devoured, leaving nothing behind, including his ring of cosmos. This guy is the number 1 genius of the unicorn army. He has the Heaven Eye unicorn bloodline in his body. But he's not a Zooist, so it's useless to keep him alive. It's better to kill him. That was what Yi Xian thought after the Heaven Child's death. Since he's not a Zooist, he can't transform into his true form. Since he can't transform into his true form, Yi Xian can't use the beast god clock to control him. Although the beast god clock can control ordinary people, Yi Xian can't break through the opponent's defense without suppressing 80% of his strength. So he can only kill him. However, since the number 1 genius of the Unicorn Army has been dispatched, the Unicorn Ancient Clan has probably started to pay attention to him. This time, they sent a 7th stage Holy Emperor. Next time, they may send an 8th stage Holy Emperor or even the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Facing such an existence, Yi Xian doesn't have the strength to fight him for the time being. After all, Blackhorn can't increase his realm now. He still needs a month to grow. So Yi Xian decided to retreat to the 100 Battles Valley for the time being. At the same time, in the Unicorn Ancient Clan, Tian Tong's Jade Tablet of Life is broken. There was a huge uproar in the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Tian Tong has been through countless missions and completed them every time. However, he died this time, which surprised them. Tian Tong was the super genius in the Unicorn Ancient Clan who had the highest chance of breaking through the shackles of a holy emperor and becoming a holy venerable. Unfortunately, he died just like that. Inform the 3 generals. They must kill the target. Just like that, the 3 strongest 8th stage holy emperors of the Unicorn Ancient Clan were dispatched. At the same time, Yi Xian has already turned around and retreated to the 100 Battles Valley. Once Tian Tong dies, the Unicorn Ancient Clan will definitely know. If Shi Xingyu comes with experts, he will be dead meat. It's better to leave first. Soon, he arrived at the boundary of the 100 Battles Valley again and continued to go deeper. For him, the deeper he goes into the 100 Battles Valley, the safer he is. To the experts of the 100 Battles Valley, Blackhorn, a 9th stage Holy King, was not worth mentioning. If the people of the Unicorn Ancient Clan came after him, the experts of the 100 Battles Valley would naturally be distracted by them and fight. At that time, if both of them were to suffer heavy losses, then Yi Xian would be the one to take advantage of them. After a few days, Yi Xian finally arrived at the center of the 100 Battles Valley. The people wandering around here were mostly mid-level holy emperors. Next, Yi Xian just had to wait. As long as his cultivation level increased, the Unicorn Ancient Clan would be nothing. At the moment, he was already a 3rd stage Holy King. However, this strength was useless because Blackhorn was still a 9th stage Holy King. Therefore, he had to continue his seclusion. However, at this moment, "Kid, I finally found you." Suddenly, a familiar voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look and saw 4 figures flying over from the horizon. 3 of them had stronger auras than Tian Tong, and the last one was someone he was very familiar with, Shi Xingyu. F***CK, Shi Xingyu finally can't help but send out his avatar and bring experts here? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. It seemed that this time, he was in trouble. Fortunately, during the journey, a very good treasure had appeared in Wei Zhentian's treasure selection. This time, he might be able to use it. This treasure was called the demonic dragon's heart. It was specially made for dragons. As long as it was placed in Blackhorn's body, it could greatly increase Blackhorn's defense, attack, and recovery. Simply put, it would increase Blackhorn's combat power in all aspects. Shi Xingyu, it's really you behind this. Yi Xian's voice came from Blackhorn's body. So what if it's me? Chapter 1975. It's not that easy to kill me, replied Yi Xian. Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to stop the 3 great generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. Shi Xingyu shouted coldly. Attack! I want him alive. In the next moment, the 3 8th grade Holy Kings behind Shi Xingyu attacked. The 3 of them were the 3 most powerful great generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. Their original forms were the Ice Emperor Unicorn, the Flame Emperor Unicorn, and the Thunder Emperor Unicorn. However, Shi Xingyu had warned them not to transform into their original forms as their strength might decrease. As such, the 3 of them maintained their human forms and charged toward Blackhorn. You're too naive. So what if you're an 8th grade Holy King? Yi Xian snorted coldly. At this moment, Black Horn had also attacked. With the demonic dragon's heart, his combat strength had increased significantly. He was able to withstand the attacks of the three experts. Roar! Black Horn roared to the sky, indicating that it was not painful at all. Yi Xian did not expect that the demonic dragon's heart could increase Black Horn's strength by so much. Unfortunately, he did not have the devouring point at this moment, so he could not fix the magic treasure. As for Yi Xian, he had also sent his celestial sword clone. Shi Xingyu, die. The celestial sword clone roared and charged toward Shi Xingyu's clone. Bang! Shi Xingyu threw a punch and sent the celestial sword clone flying. You're overestimating yourself. I'm now a 5th grade holy king. I'm many times stronger than before. Even if it's just a clone, do you think you can kill me? Shi Xingyu's voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Shi Xingyu has the support of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe and obtained countless heavenly treasures. That means that the undying clones that I destroyed have reformed. The strength of this clone is probably not any weaker than the 3 great generals. If he fuses with all his clones, his strength will probably reach the level of a 9th grade holy king. When Yi Xian thought of this, he felt a little terrified. Comparing the two of them, Shi Xingyu's breakthrough speed was much faster than his. This person had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would lose the qualifications to fight him in the future. Celestial Sword Clone, go help Black Horn. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Since the Sword Clone could not defeat Shi Xingyu, it would help Black Horn. After all, the Sword Celestial Sword Holy King had a chance of triggering kill. At that moment, Black Horn and the 3 enemy generals were evenly matched. Neither side could do anything to the other. As long as the Sword Immortal Avatar triggered a one-hit kill, he could instantly kill one of them. Rumble blee 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 blee. To say it. When Shi Xingyu saw that the 3 great generals of the ancient Qilin clan were unable to do anything to Black Horn, he cursed in his heart and summoned 3 Qilins. Fortunately, Black Horn, who had the heart of the demonic dragon, was extremely powerful. Of course, defense was the most important thing in this situation. Black Horn, who had the devouring dragon scale, was not afraid of anyone's attacks. Half of the attacks that landed on his body were devoured and blocked by his tough dragon skin. Bastard, his growth is so fast. If I can get that system, I will become the strongest person in the world. Shi Xingyu's eyes were full of greed. He had always thought that the system was a super treasure that could help people break through quickly. Yi Xian had the system, which was why his growth was so fast. However, in order to get the system, he had to kill Yi Xian first. In order to kill Yi Xian, he had to break through Black Horn's defense first. But don't forget that he was in the territory of the 100 Battle Valley. How could the 100 Battle Valley not do anything when the 3 strongest holy generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe were on the move? At this time, a large number of experts were flying in from the sky. Not good. Shi Xingyu's expression changed. He attacked with all his might, but he still could not break through Black Horn's defense. It's the people of the 100 Battle Valley. They have sent at least 10 mad generals. Shi Xingyu immediately came out. The mad generals of the 100 Battle Valley were the same as the holy generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. They were both 8th grade holy emperors. 10 8th grade holy emperors. It seemed that they had attracted the attention of the 100 Battle Valley. If they were surrounded, even the 3 strongest holy generals would have to pay a heavy price. Young master, we can't fight anymore. The Ice Emperor immediately sent a telepathic message to Shi Xingyu. Bastards, I will deal with you after some time. Shi Xingyu scolded. After some time, he would break through. When that time came, who would be his match in the purgatory battlefield? Shi Xingyu immediately led the 3 holy generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe away, leaving behind the 3 Unicorn Ancient Tribe members to delay them. You want to leave? How can you leave without paying a price? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, a black pillar of light shot out from Black Horn's mouth. Danger! After sensing the terrifying aura behind them, Shi Xingyu and the others immediately dodged. However, the Ice Emperor was too slow and was hit by the Pillar of Light. In an instant, the Ice Emperor was engulfed by the black Pillar of Light and turned into dust. There was nothing left of him. Dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian could not help but laugh out loud. What unicorn ancient tribe? What Shi Xingyu? What great generals? So many people came to kill him, but he killed one of them. They were all **T. Shi Xingyu and the other two holy generals were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. If they had not dodged, they would have been killed. That move was too terrifying. At this moment, the experts of the 100 Battle Valley were divided into two groups. One group went to chase after Shi Xingyu and the other group surrounded Black Horn. Who are you? An old man walked out and asked Black Horn. I am from the 100 Battle Valley. Why don't we make a deal? Yi Xian's voice slowly drifted out. What kind of deal? The elder asked in shock. You should want to destroy the unicorn ancient tribe, and so do I. Therefore, I would like to join forces with you. What do you think? Yi Xian said. Join forces? The elder narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before he said, I don't even know who you are. How can we join forces? I do have the blood of the unicorn in me, but I am not a member of the unicorn ancient tribe. As for who I am, you don't need to know. Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Xingyu's back and said, that young man is called Shi Xingyu. We are mortal enemies. Since he has joined the unicorn ancient tribe, I will naturally stand against him. I have never seen that person before. The elder nodded. Chapter 1976. Yi Xian's words fell into everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked. A month ago, he was just a low-level saint. How is that possible? The experts of 100 Battle Valley could not believe it. He has a way to break through quickly. That's why we are enemies. If he continues to break through, your 100 Battle Valley will be destroyed. So I suggest that we work together. When the time comes, I only want him dead. As for his corpse, you can take it away, said Yi Xian. Although his words were sincere, the people of 100 Battle Valley were skeptical. After all, they had been fighting with the unicorn ancient tribe for countless years without a clear victor. Now that they heard that the situation would change in a short period of time, they were in disbelief. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Don't blame me when you are annihilated. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Black Horn turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by the people from the 100 Battles Valley. You have seen my strength just now. You don't think that these people can stop me, right? Yi Xian sneered. Just now, he had withstood the attacks of several 8th grade holy emperors. However, he was unscathed and even killed one of them. Although the 100 Battle Valley had surrounded him now, whether or not they could break through his defenses was still unknown. No, to Yi Xian, these people would definitely not be able to break through Black Horn's devouring dragon scale unless the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley made a move personally. Black Horn had the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body and had extremely strong recovery abilities. Even if the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley made a move, it was still uncertain if he could kill Black Horn. Moreover, Black Horn could be resurrected now. When the time came, they would suffer a double loss. I have conveyed your suggestion to the Valley Master. He invites you to meet in the valley, said the leading elder. All right. Yi Xian nodded and immediately sent the Sword Immortal clone to follow. Although he was not afraid of a 9th grade holy emperor, what if the opponent had a trump card? He could not use time reversal now, so he had to be careful. The people from 100 Battle Valley did not know his background. They thought that the Sword Immortal avatar was Yi Xian, so they brought him back. As for Black Horn, he stayed nearby. In another half a month, I will be able to break through to the 6th rank Holy King realm. Black Horn will also break through to the Saint Lord realm. At that time, I will be able to dominate the entire Purgatory battlefield. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, Shi Xingyu's cultivation speed was faster than his. If he broke through before him, it would be troublesome. At that time, even if the 100 Battle Valley worked with him, they would not be able to stop Shi Xingyu. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved quickly. Soon, the Sword Immortal clone followed the experts and arrived at the 100 Battle Valley to meet the Valley Master. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley was a middle-aged man with an amiable smile on his face. He was a 9th-rank Saint Emperor, the same as the clan leader of the Unicorn Ancients. When he saw Yi Xian, he sized him up carefully and asked, "You are?" "My name is Yi Xian." Yi Xian finally said his name. He might be cooperating with the 100 Battle Valley next, so he had to show more sincerity. "May I know where Brother Yi is from?" asked the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley. "I don't belong to any sect. I am a loner. Because I have the bloodline of the unicorn, I was caught in the outside world and thrown into the purgatory battlefield," replied Yi Xian. "So that's how it is." Everyone understood. At first, they thought that Yi Xian was a trump card cultivated by the Unicorn Ancients. They did not expect that he was not. There is no time to lose. Let's not beat around the bush. Yi Xian did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "I believe that the Valley Master already knows the ins and outs of the matter. What do you think of my cooperation?" The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley turned to look at the others and said, "My 100 Battle Valley and the Unicorn Ancients have been fighting for countless years. I find it hard to believe that there will be a victor in this period of time. I'll be frank. As long as you cooperate with me, I have a 90% chance of destroying the Unicorn Ancients." Yi Xian said confidently. "Sir, why are you so confident? Is it because of that black dragon?" asked the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley, puzzled. "No, I am not relying on that dragon. I am relying on a treasure." Chapter 1977. However, this was no child's play, so the Valley Master added, "Let's see if we can get some more sacred beasts." Soon, all the sacred beasts in 100 Battles Valley gathered. Their cultivation levels varied, but they were suppressed by the beast god clock as soon as they approached. This time, everyone in 100 Battles Valley believed him. "All right, I agree to this cooperation." The Valley Master finally nodded after discussing with the others. "Great." Yi Xian grinned. "There's no time to lose. I hope the Valley Master can organize his men in a day or two and attack 100 Battles Valley with me. Don't you have any other requests for this?" the Valley Master asked curiously. "There's only one request. Shi Xingyu must die. It doesn't matter if he's killed by you, me, or others, he must die." Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian did not have to kill the bloodline bearer personally. Of course, if he did, he would be rewarded. If the bloodline bearer was killed by others, he would not be rewarded. However, at this critical juncture, Yi Xian was prepared to give up on the reward. "All right, in that case, I'll begin immediately, brothers." The Valley Master nodded and began to gather the experts in 100 Battles Valley. Countless years ago, their faction was brought to the purgatory battlefield. After countless years, they multiplied into various factions. These people were actually their descendants. Once the Valley Master gave the order, they would immediately gather and engage in a battle to the death with the Unicorn Ancient tribe. In less than a day, they were all gathered. Everyone attacked the Unicorn Ancient tribe with full force. The Valley Master immediately gave the order. This was a rare sight. The people of 100 Battles Valley moved out in full force and crossed the border like an army. They began to attack the cities of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. As for Yi Xian and the others, they had already gathered and were charging toward the base camp of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. "Not good, tribe master. A large number of enemies have crossed the border, not good. All the higher-ups of 100 Battles Valley have moved out. It seems like they're going to have a decisive battle with us. Marshal, please give the order." The commander-in-chief of the Unicorn Army was, in fact, the chief of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. When he heard the news, his face darkened and he immediately reported the matter to Shi Xingyu. Hold on, I'll be able to break through soon. I'll send my doppelganger to help during this time. Shi Xingyu transmitted his voice to the leader of the Unicorn Ancients. As long as he broke through, the people from 100 Battle Valley would not be able to cause any more trouble. Now, it was time to see which side was faster. In order to increase their chances of winning, Yi Xian ordered Black Cove to swallow all the cities along the way into the devouring space. This way, he would be able to force the other party to revert to their original form and use the Beast God Clock to control them. To put it simply, in addition to the Berserker bloodline experts, the Valley of 100 Battles also had a large number of unicorn experts. Valley Master, I suddenly have a bad premonition. Please speed up. Yi Xian suddenly reminded him. Alright, everyone, pick up the pace. The Valley Master of 100 Battles nodded. The 9th rank Holy Emperor expert led the charge and arrived at the base camp of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe in a few days. At this time, the Unicorn Ancient Tribe was ready to fight back. Berserker, what are you doing? The leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe shouted from afar. I've had enough of this *T purgatory. Today, we'll determine the winner. The winner will leave this place. The Valley Master of 100 Battles shouted angrily. Just the likes of you also want to exterminate my Qilin clan? Don't forget that this is my territory. The leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe said. So what? The Valley Master of 100 Battles narrowed his eyes and shouted, Brothers, kill. The leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe could not help but gulp when he saw the other party attacking. He quickly said, Activate the 108th Sacred Qilins Formation. The 108th Sacred Qilins Formation was made up of 108 unicorn bloodline holders. It was extremely powerful. Even if the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe personally stepped in, his life would be in danger. However, the higher-ups of the Valley Master of 100 Battles were gathered together and could withstand the attack. Kill. Kill the 108 people who set up the formation. The Valley Master of 100 Battles shouted. As long as the 108 people were killed, the formation would be broken. No, they did not have to kill all of them. As long as they killed some of them, the formation would not be able to maintain itself. Don't even think about it. Everyone, attack. After the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe shouted, he led the experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe to attack. The 108th Sacred Qilins Formation had no effect on them who possessed the Unicorn bloodline. Because this battle was of utmost importance, everyone went all out from the beginning. Those experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe all transformed into their true forms. Seeing this, the Valley Master of 100 Battles' eyes brightened. He did not feel any pressure at all. Brother Yi, it's up to you. The Valley Master of 100 Battles immediately sent a message to Yi Xian, who was surrounded in the middle. This time, only Yi Xian's sword immortal clone came. But this was enough. Beast God Bell, suppress them. A huge golden bell fell. In an instant, the strength of the Zooist's true forms decreased by 80%. This was not the point. Buzz. A long sound of the bell spread. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe members in the surroundings immediately faced the sky and roared in pain. Some 6th and 7th stage Holy Emperors were directly controlled. Almost all of the members of the 108th Sacred Qilins Formation were 6th and 7th stage Holy Emperors. As soon as the Beast God Bell appeared, at least half of them were controlled. If these people were controlled by Yi Xian, the 108th Sacred Qilins Formation would be broken by itself. The formation is broken. Kill. The Valley Master of 100 Battles' eyes brightened. In the next moment, his eyes turned red. All of the people of 100 Battles Valley went berserk. Kill. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe's fighting strength decreased while the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley increased their fighting strength. Therefore, the Unicorn Ancient Tribe suffered heavy casualties after only one wave of attack. Buzz. The Beast God Bell continued to sound. More and more people of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe were controlled by Yi Xian and turned to attack others. Not only that, but the sword immortal clone also released a large number of people who had been controlled before. This battle was very chaotic. Even the chief of the Unicorn Ancient tribe was killed by the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley in the first wave of attack. The Unicorn Ancient tribe was leaderless. However, after the death of the chief of the Unicorn Ancient tribe, an even more powerful aura swept over from the horizon. Shi Xingyu had finally appeared. Damn it. This group of trash was unexpectedly broken in an instant. Shi Xingyu cursed angrily. He finally appeared. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately sent a message to the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley. Chapter 1978. The final boss had appeared, so they all focused their attention on Shi Xingyu. If Shi Xingyu did not die, this battle would not be considered their victory. If Shi Xingyu escaped death, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, listen up. Kill him with all your might. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley shouted. Everyone's spirits were lifted. With the Berserker bloodline, they loved to fight, not to mention so many of them against one person. How dare an ant like you want to kill me? Shi Xingyu's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was in the state of 6 fusion. He had merged all his clones except for his original body. His combat strength surpassed that of the Unicorn Ancient clan's patriarch. Unicorn, descend. Without saying a word, Shi Xingyu summoned 3 unicorn clones. However, he forgot that the beast god clock was still there, so the 3 unicorn clones were instantly suppressed and then beaten to death by the crowd. Seeing that the Unicorn Ancient clan was almost wiped out, the sword immortal clone's eyes flickered. The next moment, he summoned Black Horn. The heart of the demonic dragon fused. Black Horn also joined the battle. As for Yi Xian's original body, he was still in the territory of 100 Battle Valley, far away. Anyway, whether it was the unicorn clone or Black Horn, they were both immortal and indestructible. The more effort they put in, the higher their chances of winning. Valley Master, only Shi Xingyu's clone is here. His original body should be nearby. Yi Xian immediately shouted. I've already sent someone to look for him. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley immediately replied. Not only that, but the old tree, the infernal god Unicorn, was also searching everywhere. Even the Unicorn Ancient clan experts controlled by Yi Xian had spread out to search. As this was the territory of the Unicorn Ancient clan, there were many Unicorn Ancient clan sacred emperors around, so it was difficult for the old tree to find Shi Xingyu's original body. Since that was the case, it would deal with Shi Xingyu's clone first. Die, all of you. Shi Xingyu's 6 clones also used all kinds of trump cards. Although his strength was strong, under the encirclement of so many experts, he seemed to be a little powerless. Furthermore, there was a sword immortal avatar that would appear behind him from time to time. Apart from the unicorn bloodline, this guy also has the immortal phoenix bloodline. He's practically a perpetual motion machine. The people of 100 Battles Valley don't seem to have enough attacking power. I don't think they can kill him. Yi Xian saw the entire battle through Black Cove's eyes. Even Black Horn would not be able to deal with Shi Xingyu's 6 merged bodies unless he used the devouring dragon roar. However, with Black Horn's current realm, using the devouring dragon's roar would not only fail to hit Shi Xingyu, it would also hurt the people of 100 Battle Valley. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to let Black Cove do the search. Although there were so many people around, as long as he could devour them all, it would be enough. Black Horn began to devour the enemies of the Unicorn Ancient tribe in a frenzy. At the same time, Yi Xian kept an eye on Shi Xingyu's clones. This Shi Xingyu came from behind, but his original body might not be there. I should look around. Yi Xian thought to himself as he moved quickly. Shi Xingyu combined his 6 clones to fight the experts of 100 Battles Valley. His original body's combat power would be much weaker. As long as he could find Shi Xingyu's original body, Yi Xian was confident that he could kill him. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Bastard, I didn't look for you, but you sent yourself to me. I'd like to see who can stop me. At this time, Shi Xingyu's clones suddenly roared and flew in a direction. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this because that direction was where his original body was. Shi Xingyu wanted to capture the leader first. In Shi Xingyu's opinion, as long as he killed Yi Xian, he would be able to obtain the super treasure that was the system. Who would be able to defeat him then? However, Yi Xian's original body had long hidden in the depths of 100 Battles Valley. It would not be that easy for Shi Xingyu to rush over. However, at this time, "Young master, I sensed it." The old tree suddenly sent a message. "Okay, I'll be right there." Yi Xian's eyes lit up and immediately asked Black Horn to follow him. At this time, Shi Xingyu suddenly turned around and charged toward Black Horn. It seemed that he had found the right person. "I've found his original body. Hold him back for me, I'll deal with his original body." The Sword Celestial clone shouted. In the next moment, the experts of 100 Battles Valley went crazy and tried their best to hold back Shi Xingyu's clones. "Get out of my way!" Shi Xingyu roared angrily. Since his original body had been found, he would have to merge with his body. As long as he could merge 7 times, it would not be a problem for him to kill these people. Therefore, Yi Xian had to find Shi Xingyu's original body before he did. "Young master, he's hiding underground. There's a defensive formation next to him." The old tree reminded him. "Okay, blast it open." Yi Xian nodded. He guessed that the defensive formation had the ability to conceal Shi Xingyu's aura. That was why the old tree could sense it now. Shi Xingyu, who was hiding underground, knew that he had been found. He immediately left the formation and then rushed toward his clone. "Damn it, I've been found at this critical juncture." Shi Xingyu cursed in his heart. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to break through. By then, no one would be his match. If there was anyone to blame, it would be the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's fault for being too weak to stop him. However, the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's people could not be blamed. After all, when Yi Xian used the Beast God Clock, they were all turned into trash. "Bastards, get out of my way." Shi Xingyu was burning with anxiety at this moment. That formation was personally set up by the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. He said that it would not leak any aura, but in the end, it was still detected by the old tree. In fact, he had been outsmarted by his own cleverness. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, the old tree suddenly shouted. He opened his mouth and spat a burst of flames at the ground. Unicorn sky-burning flames. The ground broke open and the aura of Shi Xingyu's original body leaked out. Sword Celestial Clone, kill. After receiving the order, the Sword Celestial Clone instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Shi Xingyu. "Get out of my way." Shi Xingyu was furious. He threw a punch and sent the Sword Celestial Clone flying. However, the old tree's ultimate move, Unicorn Sky-Burning Flames, was not over yet. He continued to spit at Su Mo. Although Shi Xingyu was very strong, his original body had not merged with his clone. Therefore, his combat strength was much weaker than his clone. He was probably slightly stronger than the Ice Emperor General. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Slashing Arrow. The Sword Celestial Clone quickly summoned a large number of puppets. In addition, he also summoned the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's people who were controlled by Yi Xian. Chapter 1979. Shi Xingyu, go to hell. At this time, the Sword Celestial Avatar suddenly roared. Black Horn opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying attack. The Devouring Dragon's Roar. No. Shi Xingyu's eyes widened as if he could not believe that he would end up like this. Unfortunately, it was a foregone conclusion. Boom! The Devouring Dragon's roar engulfed Shi Xingyu's original body in an instant. Shi Xingyu's Unicorn bloodline and Immortal Phoenix bloodline were a little different from Yi Xian's. After his original body died, the Immortal Avatar would be buried with him. In an instant, the 6 merged Shi Xingyu disappeared from the world. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has killed the owner of the bloodline. The system rewards the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and immortal Phoenix bloodline to evolve once. After hearing the two system notifications, Yi Xian felt that the system was too stingy. It was not easy for him to kill Shi Xingyu and only evolve his bloodline twice. Wasn't that too stingy? However, in general, the matter was settled. With Shi Xingyu's death, the mission was completed. Yi Xian could finally use the time reversal skill. At this time, the experts of the 100 Battle Valley had finished off all the experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. In order to win, we have to kill the other party's leader and destroy the other party's military flag. Then, someone will descend. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley thought to himself. He searched for a while and finally found the military flag of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. Crack! With a crisp sound, the military flag was cut down. The 100 Battle Valley had won a great victory. Brother Yi, it's all thanks to you that we can win this time. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley said to Yi Xian. We were just doing what we wanted. Yi Xian replied with a smile. At this time, he, who could use the eyes of the void, took his original body and hid it in Blackhorn's body. What made him curious was who had created this purgatory battlefield. Who was controlling this purgatory battlefield? Just as he was surprised, a powerful pressure suddenly spread out. Everyone turned their heads to look and found that the protective array formation in the air had also been broken. Then, a figure slowly descended from the sky. A sacred venerate? The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley trembled after sensing it. The newcomer was a sacred venerate expert who was stronger than a sacred emperor. This middle-aged Saint Venerable slowly descended from the sky like a deity. He then looked around and his gaze landed on the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley. According to the agreement, your 100 Battle Valley can leave the purgatory battlefield after destroying the ancient Qilan clan, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. Thank you, my lord. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley said hurriedly. However, at this moment, the middle-aged Saint Venerable suddenly said something that made the Valley Master of the 100 Battles Valley curious. He paused for a moment before continuing. The people who made the agreement with you weren't from my Devil Spirit ancient country, but the Vicissitude Flame ancient country. Your 100 Battle Valley annihilated the ancient Qilan clan and caused my master to lose a territory to them. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Didn't they say they could leave as long as they won? Why did they go back on their words? Indeed, the person who made the agreement with the Valley Master was not the middle-aged sacred venerate, but the envoy from the Ashen Flame ancient country. The middle-aged sacred venerate belonged to the sacred venerate ancient country, and he was the one who wanted the unicorn to win. Yi Xian finally understood the situation of the purgatory battlefield. It turned out that this was a battlefield established by the sacred venerate ancient country and the Ashen Flame ancient country. The unicorn represented the sacred venerate ancient country, while the 100 Battle Valley represented the Ashen Flame ancient country. Whichever side won would get the other's territory. Now that the 100 Battle Valley had won, the sacred venerate ancient country's envoy would not be polite. Lord, you can't do this. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley suddenly said. Humph, I'm already being benevolent by not killing you all, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that after surviving one calamity, they would face another calamity. Their luck was really bad. Yi Xian also felt very helpless. Although Shi Xingyu was already dead, he could still use the time reversal skill. However, the time reversal skill could not return to yesterday. To be precise, it could only return to a certain moment after Shi Xingyu's death. In that case, the time reversal skill was useless in this situation. Even if they could they escape the eyes of a sacred venerate? Moreover, Yi Xian felt that this sacred venerate was not ordinary. He represented the sacred venerate ancient country, so he might not be a low-level sacred venerate, but a mid-level sacred venerate. Just as everyone was in despair, another figure flew over from the horizon. Sacred venerate ancient country's envoy, we meet again. A long-haired youth flew over and grinned. Seeing this, the middle-aged sacred venerate's expression changed. It seemed that his plan to bring these people away was ruined. Ashen Flame Envoy, I trust you have been well since we last met, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. My Ashen Flame ancient country won this battle. These people should be brought away by me, right? Said the long-haired youth. That's right. I thought that you were not coming, so I wanted to bring them away, nodded the middle-aged sacred venerate. The long-haired youth faintly smiled and said, May I ask, what do you want to do by bringing them away? They caused my master to lose the Red Dragon territory. I want to send them to the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate and let them suffer, said the middle-aged sacred venerate without any trace of euphemism. Although they did not know where the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate were, the people of 100 Battle Valley knew that it was not a good place. However, the long-haired youth was very familiar with the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate. After all, it was a terrifying place in the sacred venerate ancient country. Huh, so that's how it is, laughed the long-haired youth. He used his saint power to envelop everyone and said, Since this battle is over, I will not stay. I hope that your country can withdraw the Red Dragon territory's army and let us take over. My sacred venerate ancient country can still afford to lose. Farewell, said the middle-aged sacred venerate, then turned around and left alone. As for the survivors of the unicorn ancient country, he did not bother to care about them. A bunch of trash had caused the sacred venerate ancient country to lose a territory. It was already good enough that he did not kill them. After the middle-aged sacred venerate left, the long-haired youth turned around and looked at the crowd and said, My name is Gu Tianlei. I am from the Ashen Flame ancient country. Since you have helped my Ashen Flame ancient country to win the Red Dragon territory, my master will definitely reward you greatly. Thank you, my lord, said the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley immediately. All right, let's go. Gu Tianlei nodded and immediately left with everyone. This time, it was a daunting experience. Fortunately, the Ashen Flame Envoy had come. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. Lord Envoy, where are the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate? Chapter 1980. The 9 gates of hell are the prisons of the Devil Spirit ancient country. It is a terrifying place. No matter who enters that place, they will never be able to come out. Gu Tianlei replied. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill running down their spines. They felt that they were really lucky this time. However, right at this moment. Young man, your aptitude is not bad. Are you interested in making a deal with me? Gu Tianlei's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was a little surprised when he heard this because Gu Tianlei was talking to him through voice transmission. What kind of deal? Yi Xian asked curiously. Actually, before the battle ended, I have been paying attention to you. Your aptitude is very high, maybe you can help me complete a mission. Gu Tianlei paused for a moment before continuing. Just now, I mentioned that there is someone from my Ashen Flame Empire in the 9 gates of hell. I hope you can enter the 9 gates of hell and bring him out. If that's the case, why don't you ask the Devil Spirit ancient country for him? Yi Xian asked curiously. His identity is a little special. He accidentally entered the 9 gates of hell when he was seriously injured. If the Devil Spirit ancient country's people know about it, his life will be in danger. Therefore, this is the only way. If you can complete the mission, my Ashen Flame ancient country will definitely reward you greatly. Gu Tianlei said. Yi Xian was silent because he felt that this matter was very unusual. That person should be a big shot from the Ashen Flame ancient country who accidentally entered the 9 gates of hell and needed someone to rescue him. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Enter the 9 gates of hell and rescue the Ashen Flame ancient country's Prince Rong. A system notification rang in his ears. He actually triggered a random mission. Not bad. There is no reward. That means it has something to do with my efficiency. The faster I rescue the person, the higher the reward. Yi Xian thought in his heart and made a decision. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Gu Tianlei. All right, I agree. Straightforward. Gu Tianlei raised his eyebrows and said, since that's the case, I will hand you over to the devil spirit envoy and say that you contradicted me. All right. Then, Gu Tianlei set up a formation and surrounded the valley master of the 100 Battle Valley and the others. Then, he brought Yi Xian back alone. His speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to catch up to the demon spirit envoy. During this period of time, Gu Tianlei had already given Yi Xian a large amount of rewards, enough for him to break through to the Holy Sovereign level. The middle-aged Saint Sovereign had already sensed Gu Tianlei's arrival. He turned around and saw that Gu Tianlei was carrying Yi Xian like a chicken. Devil Spirit Emissary, I have a request. Gu Tianlei said. The middle-aged saint nodded and said, that's a piece of cake. He didn't doubt it at all. After all, Gu Tianlei and Yi Xian were acting very well. Moreover, there was nothing to doubt about him. Of course, if he knew that Prince Rong of the Ashen Flame Empire had fallen into the 9 gates of hell, he wouldn't think so. Then, Gu Tianlei threw Yi Xian to the middle-aged Saint Venerable. Gu Tianlei said with a cold face, boy, if you have made up your mind, you can send me a message at any time. Don't even think about it. Yi Xian snorted. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After you enter the 9 gates of hell, you will definitely kneel and beg me. Gu Tianlei then cupped his fists at the middle-aged Saint Venerable and said, farewell. Then, he left. Then, the middle-aged Saint Venerable rushed to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country with Yi Xian in his hand. 2 days later, the middle-aged Saint Venerable arrived with him. He then threw Yi Xian to a person. That person then threw Yi Xian into a one-way teleportation formation. In the end, Yi Xian was sent into the terrifying 9 gates of hell. Other than the reward, Gu Tianlei also gave me a jade token that can sense Prince Rong's location. Yi Xian looked around and directly picked up the jade tablet to take a look, but there was no reaction. This meant that Prince Rong wasn't in the first gate of hell. There are a total of 9 gates of hell. I'm currently in the first gate of hell. What's so special about this place? Yi Xian looked around. Other than the darkness around him, there was nothing special about this place. He then released the old tree, Heaven Breaker, and Black Horn and hid himself inside Black Horn's body. Wei Zhentian had refreshed the demonic dragon's heart recently, so Black Horn was still at his peak. As long as he didn't encounter a Saint Venerable, he should be fine. However, he learned from Gu Tianlei that there was a Saint Venerable in the first gate of hell. However, this wouldn't be a threat to Yi Xian now. After all, he could use the time reversal skill now. Once he encountered a problem, he could reverse time. However, at this moment. Hiss. Suddenly, the first gate of hell shook violently, and a soul-stirring scream rang out. F***CK. Yi Xian didn't know what was going on. He felt like his head was about to explode. After a long while, the scream stopped. What the hell was that? Why was the scream so miserable? Moreover, it wouldn't hurt his soul. It would only give him a headache. What the hell was that? I don't know where the scream came from. Yi Xian was a little helpless. He was at a loss. No matter what, he should find the person first. Soon, the old tree encountered a person. Then, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and went over. This person was only an 8th-rank Saint Emperor. He was easily swallowed by Black Horn and had his soul searched by Wei Zhentian. Now, Yi Xian had some understanding of the 9 gates of hell. He was currently at the first gate of hell's 9 gates. There was nothing special here, but there would be a heart-wrenching scream every day. It was soul-stirring. No one knew where this scream came from. In any case, it would happen once every day. Moreover, it wouldn't hurt one's soul. It would only give one a headache. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if it continued for a long time, it would become a kind of torture. It was even said that some people couldn't stand it and committed suicide. Listening to this kind of scream for a month is a very scary thing, let alone a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 10,000 years. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. He understood why people would commit suicide. Chapter 1981. Whatever, let's find the entrance to the second stage of the 9 gates first. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew in a certain direction. There was a city there. The 9 gates of the hell were filled with prisoners from the devil spirit ancient nation. They could never leave the 9 gates of the hell, so they had to live there. However, when they thought of that sound, their hair would stand on end and their bodies would tremble. Therefore, many people left the first stage of the hell and went to the second stage. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the city. He asked around and found out the location of the second stage of the hell. To go from the first stage to the second stage of the hell, one has to go through a long cableway. However, this long cableway is not easy to pass even for a Saint Venerable expert, Yi Xian thought to himself. There was nothing special about the long cableway, but once someone stepped on it, they would hear a heart-wrenching sound and then fall into the abyss. No one knew what was at the bottom of the abyss, but they knew from the jade plate of life that those who fell into the abyss died without exception. Now that I can use the time reversal skill, I don't have to be afraid of this long cableway. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly moved. About half a day later, he arrived at the long cableway. This long cableway was not long. If Blackhorn flew at full speed, he could reach it in about half a minute. If it was a Saint Venerable expert, it would be faster. However, there was a formation on this long cableway that prevented flying, so one could only travel by foot. Let's go and have a look, Yi Xian immediately said. Old Tree, Heaven Breaker, and Blackhorn immediately stepped on the long cableway. At first, nothing happened, but when they were 1/10 of the way, screams rang out. Yi Xian did not hear it, but Old Tree and the other 2 heard it. The heart-wrenching screams made them stop. The piercing pain in their heads made them unable to move even half a step. In the end, Old Tree and the other 2 fell off the long cableway and disappeared into the dark abyss. The screams continued, and soon, Yi Xian heard 3 system notifications. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn died. Ding! Heaven-breaking Ape God died. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon died. Old Tree and the other 2 were all dead. However, before they died, Yi Xian saw a figure through their eyes. So it's the rare Saint Beast, Agonizing Banshee. Yi Xian immediately understood. The Agonizing Banshee was a special kind of divine beast. Although its attack power was not high, its cries could directly attack one's soul. If the Agonizing Banshee used its full strength, even an expert of the same level would have their soul shattered. This Agonizing Banshee should have been tamed by the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation and thrown in here. It was at least at the level of a Saint Venerable. Its cry no longer had the effect of attacking the soul. It would only give the people in the first level of the Ghost Gate a headache, but that was enough. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian allowed the sword immortal clone to pass through the long rope. When he was 1/10 of the way, the screams rang out again. However, it was useless against the invincible sword immortal clone. Soon, the sword immortal clone passed through the long rope and arrived at the second level. Yi Xian then used the clone swap skill to switch places with the sword immortal clone. He then put away the peerless swords. There were 9 stages in the gates of hell, and each stage was more difficult than the previous one. If one were to compare, the first stage would have the most people because there was no danger at all. They would only hear the screams once a day. As for the second stage of the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate, it was called the Flaming Stage. The temperature was so high that once one stepped into it, the saint energy in one's body would continuously dissipate. If one was not strong enough, he would become a cripple after entering the second stage of the Ghost Gate until he died. Once the saint power was depleted, those who were not strong enough or had no tricks up their sleeves would be roasted to death. However, this was not a threat to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who possessed the immortal Ichilan bloodline and the immortal divine Phoenix bloodline, had an extremely strong fire resistance. In addition to the immortal divine Phoenix bloodline's super recovery ability, this environment didn't have much of an effect on him. However, Yi Xian's cultivation level was too low. He could only hide in Blackhorn's body. Prince Rong is also not in the second stage of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian tried to take out the sensor token but did not get any response. Therefore, Prince Rong should be in the third level or later. Prince Rong was the prince of the ancient kingdom of Vicissitude's Flame. He was also the brother of the ancient kingdom's emperor. He was severely injured in a great battle and was accidentally sent into the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. Now that he had more or less recovered some of his strength, he probably wouldn't wander around the 1st and 2nd levels of the Ghost Gate. After all, he wanted to go out himself. In that case, Yi Xian had to find the entrance to the 3rd level of the Ghost Gate. During his journey, he broke through to the 4th level of the Holy King realm. Old Tree and Padian were also 8th level Holy Kings. They were 1 level below Black Horn. Black Horn would be able to break through in another 10 days. When that time came, he would be even more powerful. This way, Yi Xian would be safer in the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. At this moment, Yi Xian, you've entered the 9th level of the Ghost Gate? Gu Tianlei suddenly sent a message. Yes, I've reached the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian replied. Good. Please be careful. After replying with a few words, Yi Xian continued on his way. This time, he met someone on the way. Based on the person's aura, he was a holy venerable. Although this person's aura is strong, he looks depressed. He must have stayed in the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate for a long time. This means that his battle strength is not that strong. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to attack. Black Horn, Sword Immortal Clone, go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The other party had also noticed Yi Xian. However, he was very surprised by Yi Xian's cultivation level. Are you going to attack me? Good boy, you're courting death. The Holy Venerable was furious. He directly slapped Black Horn, instantly turning him into minced meat. What a powerful attack. Those who can reach the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate should be Holy Venerable. Otherwise, they're just here to die. With my current strength, I don't think I can survive the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to use time reversal to return to when he had just entered the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Then, he decided to go into seclusion for a while. At the entrance to the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate, at the end of the long cableway. This seclusion lasted for 10 days. Chapter 1982. Now, with Black Horn and the demonic dragon's heart, he could probably fight against a Saint Venerable. After all, he had the help of the Sword Celestial Clone and the Old Tree, as well as the environment. As for the demonic dragon's heart, Yi Xian did not hesitate to take back the Eye of Perception. After obtaining 2 devouring points, he used 1 point to stabilize the demonic dragon's heart. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian continued on his way. Half a day later, he met someone. Although it was not the person who slapped Black Horn into minced meat, he was about a 1st-rank Saint Venerable based on his aura. Black Horn, Sword Celestial Clone, Old Tree, go. Yi Xian ordered. In an instant, Black Horn and the other 2 charged over and began to fight. Whether it was Black Horn or the Old Tree, they both had immortal bodies. The Sword Celestial Clone was even more so. He would not die even if he died. Under the joint attack of the 3, the 1st-rank Saint Venerable was quickly defeated. He was then swallowed into Black Horn's devouring space. Soul search. Then, Yi Xian asked Wei Zhentian to search the person's soul. He found out some things about the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. As for the location of the 3rd level of the Ghost Gate, he did not know. Continue. Because of the immortal Phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian could move without restrictions. If it were anyone else, they would have to stop after a while to recover their saint power. Otherwise, they would be exhausted. Young master, there are people fighting here. After a while, the Old Tree sent news. Yi Xian saw 2 figures fighting through his eyes. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void and went over. He liked it the most when 2 people were fighting because he could be the fisherman every time. He would only attack when both sides were injured. After watching for a while, he discovered the reason for the battle between the 2 of them. This was the second level of the Ghost Gate, the Flame Gate. Due to the high temperature, the Saint Qi in the air was very violent. Some people would absorb the Saint Qi in the air when their Saint Qi was depleted and they did not have the support of pills. Therefore, these people were affected by the violent Saint power and became very violent. Their minds were affected and they began to beat up everyone they saw. Yi Xian had the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the immortal Phoenix bloodline, so he did not need to worry about this. At this time, the person with the violent Saint power had already severely injured his opponent. Very soon, he was killed. Alright, make your move. Yi Xian saw the opportunity and immediately ordered his sword immortal avatar to take action. Eye of Assassination. The sword immortal clone was the first to flash behind the berserk Holy Venerate and slashed out with his sword. Bang! But unexpectedly, a surge of violent Saint power gushed out from the opponent's body, and forcefully sent the sword immortal clone flying. However, the sword immortal avatar did not give up. He used the Eye of Assassination again. Although the Death Pursuit order had a limit on the number of times it could be used, the Eye of Assassination did not. The most troublesome thing about the sword immortal avatar was that after using the Death Pursuit order to mark the opponent, he could use the Eye of Assassination indefinitely. It was very annoying. In addition, the old tree had also transformed into his original form and began to attack. Although his strength was weak, he had an increase in strength in an environment like the flame stage. Of course, the strongest was Black Horn. After fusing with the demonic dragon's heart and sharing the immortal Phoenix bloodline, even a second-rank Holy Venerate would not be able to do anything to him. Very soon, this first-rank Holy Venerate whose mind was affected by the violent Saint power was killed. Then Yi Xian searched his and the other corpse's soul again. This time, he finally found out the location of the third Ghost Gate. The third Ghost Gate level requires one to pass through a path of flames. There is abundant Saint Qi there, but it is extremely violent. Ordinary people will be affected by it if they walk through it. It is recommended that a third-rank Holy Venerate pass through it. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. If that was the case, he could pass through this path of flames and enter the third Ghost Gate level. The 9 levels of the Ghost Gate were actually considered a region. There were many cities and teleportation formations inside. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the path of flames through the teleportation formation. Coincidentally, there were 2 people who were preparing to enter the path of flames. By the time Yi Xian arrived, they had already entered. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian stopped. He did not immediately let the old tree and the others enter. Instead, he wanted to wait and see. There was no end to this path of flames. However, Yi Xian saw that the 2 people who had just entered the path of flames suddenly began to attack each other after walking for a while. Rumble. The sound of battle could be heard from the path of flames. Very soon, one of them was killed. As for the other, he did not even collect his corpse and disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. This path of flames is indeed not simple. However, it still does not affect me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he let the old tree and the others move out. Old tree, the sword celestial avatar, and Blackhorn entered the path of flames together and began to move forward quickly. However, after walking for a while, there was a change. Old tree and Blackhorn began to attack each other. In the end, the old tree was killed by Blackhorn. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn is dead. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn is resurrected. After the 2 system notifications, Yi Xian summoned the old tree. Young master, I could not resist the violent holy qi. I lost my mind. Old tree said with some shame. It's okay. Yi Xian smiled and said, Sword Celestial Avatar, take Blackhorn back. At this time, Blackhorn was beating up the Sword Celestial Avatar in the path of flames. Blackhorn was also affected. It was strange that he was not under Yi Xian's control. In the next moment, the Sword Celestial Avatar took Blackhorn into the devouring space. This path of flames could only be taken by the Sword Celestial Avatar in an invincible state. The invincible sword celestial avatar began to go deeper and then took the corpse. This was not the first time that such an attack had happened. There might be other corpses in this path of flames. Sure enough, after the sword celestial avatar walked for a while, he came across another corpse. Then, the sword celestial avatar took it. After losing their minds, they did not care about these benefits. They only knew how to fight. Along the way, the sword celestial avatar came across many corpses. Obviously, no one had passed through the path of flames before, so Yi Xian took advantage of them. However, the sword celestial avatar soon came across a person. This time, it was not a corpse, but a living person. This person was the one who had killed his companion. This was not the point. The point was that the other party was a second-grade sacred venerable. If they were outside, Yi Xian might be able to fight with him. At most, he would exhaust the other party to death. Chapter 1983. Fortunately, the sword celestial clone was an unkillable cockroach. When facing the opponent, he immediately used the eye of assassination to flash behind the opponent. Then, the opponent quickly turned around and punched the sword celestial clone, sending him flying. This person is a second-grade sacred venerate. Even Blackhorn can't fight him, let alone the sword celestial clone. So, why don't we let him fight the road of flames? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This was a good idea. If there was no one else on the road of flames, the sword celestial clone could leave on foot. However, there were people blocking the way, so he could only use this method. He was sent flying. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds were heard. That second-grade sacred venerate punched the sword celestial clone again and again, sending him flying countless times. Even a third-grade sacred venerate would be severely injured after taking so many punches. Fortunately, the sword celestial clone was invincible, so he was spared. Soon, the sword celestial clone encountered a second living person. Then, the two people attacked each other and killed each other. The sword celestial clone took the corpse and sent it flying again. About half a day later, the sword celestial clone was finally sent flying out of the road of flames. Moreover, the person who sent him flying continued to attack because he had lost his mind. Void positioning. Yi Xian quickly let the sword celestial clone locate the person, then let Blackhorn break through the void and go over. The third level of the Ghost Gate was called the Ice Level. As the name suggested, it was a land of ice and snow, a stark contrast to the second level of the Ghost Gate, the Flame Level. After entering the third level of the Ghost Gate, the person who had lost his mind due to the violent holy qi in his body had been suppressed, and he had recovered. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had also put away the unparalleled sword, and the sword celestial clone disappeared. I passed. The second-grade sacred venerate was a little surprised, but he didn't see his companion who entered the road of flames with him. After thinking about it, he knew the reason, so he sighed helplessly and left alone. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the sword celestial clone, he probably would have continued to wander on the road of flames and couldn't kill his way out. However, the following frigid ice stage would be even more brutal than the blazing flame stage. This land of ice and snow would freeze their saint energy. If they could not use their saint energy, they would be frozen to death. Even rank 2 sacred venerables were in danger of dying there. Only rank 3 sacred venerables could move around there. I've heard that this frigid ice pass is very peaceful. After all, everyone wants to preserve their lives. They won't wander outside, and definitely won't fight. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he broke through the void and went from the flame pass to the ice pass. As soon as he landed, he felt the chill around him. He was inside Blackhorn's body. If it wasn't for Blackhorn's protection, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Xian immediately checked the token, but there was still no reaction. It seemed that Prince Rome was no longer in the third stage of the gates of hell. Continue. Yi Xian started to let Blackhorn fly over the land of ice and snow. He had to understand the ice pass first. Like before, he spread out his search and found a person in the ice pass. Then, he let Blackhorn devour him. From the third stage of the gates of hell to the fourth stage of the gates of hell, one had to pass through a mountain range of ice and snow. If one's strength was not enough, they would not be able to pass through and would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Xian felt that it would not be a problem to let the sword's celestial clone enter. However, the fourth stage of the gates of hell required one to be at least a rank 3 sacred venerables. Therefore, Yi Xian stayed at the third stage of the gates of hell for a few more days. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 7 sacred king. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Weizhentian, Sky-breaking Divine Ape, Devouring Black Scale Dragon have broken through. Currently, you are a rank 2 Sacred Lord. Since they had broken through, they could move on to the next stage. This time, Yi Xian still let the sword's celestial clone move. Soon, they passed through the mountain range of ice and snow and arrived at the fourth stage of the gates of hell. Just like before, he took out the sensor token the moment he landed. However, this time, it was out of his expectations. There was a reaction from the sensor token. Prince Rong is in the northwest direction. Yi Xian's eyes widened. After searching for so long, he finally found Prince Rong. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the northwest direction. The fourth stage of the gates of hell was called the Wild Wind Stage. There would be fierce winds blowing at all times. If one was not careful, one's head would be separated from his body. In comparison, the first stage was much easier, even if it was the frigid ice stage and the blazing flame stage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Xian had only run a few steps when a fierce wind appeared. Blackhorn's body was too big, so it was not easy to dodge. He accidentally lost a large piece of his flesh. It's so strong. If it hit his head, he would be dead. Yi Xian shuddered. This wind blade was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Even a rank 4 sacred venerables might not be able to withstand it. However, this did not stop Yi Xian's footsteps at all. After a while, he came to an area with relatively fewer wind blades. At this moment, the sensor token was emitting a white light. Yi Xian checked the direction and continued on his way. As long as he found Prince Rong, he would have completed half of his mission. The other half was to bring Prince Rong out of the 9th stage of the gates of hell. The light became more and more dazzling. Yi Xian looked in that direction and finally saw an ice sculpture. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed. Did something unexpected happen? He quickly rushed over and checked. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Tianlei had shown him Prince Rong's appearance before, but this ice sculpture was not Prince Rong. Then, why did the sensor token sense him? Yi Xian quickly put the ice sculpture into the devouring space because it was already dead. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a strange place. This was the 4th stage of the gates of hell, not the 3rd stage of the frigid ice stage. Why was there an ice sculpture here? Moreover, this ice sculpture should have been here for some time. Why was it not shattered by the wind blades? Yi Xian took out the ice sculpture again and tried it out. He discovered that the ice sculpture was actually able to block the wind blades. Which expert used an ice attribute martial art to freeze this person? Yi Xian was a little curious. Now, there was another problem. The person who froze this person was probably of a high cultivation level. He could even block the wind blades. So, how was Yi Xian going to break the layer of ice on the outside? Yi Xian put the ice sculpture into the devouring space again. In this place, he was the king. However, what surprised him was that even he could not break the layer of ice. In that case, he could only try the second method. Old Tree, try it first. Yi Xian let Old Tree do it. The latter was the infernal god Unicorn, who had extremely powerful flames. Chapter 1984. I don't believe it. Unicorn's sky-burning flame. Old Tree widened its eyes and opened its mouth, using its most powerful attack. Boom! Old Tree's most powerful attack covered the ice sculpture, but it was to no avail. How terrifying. Black Horn, try the devouring dragon's roar. Yi Xian said again. Roar. Black Horn roared at the sky and spat out a black dragon's breath at the ice sculpture. Unfortunately, the ice sculpture's defense was too strong. Even the devouring dragon's roar was useless against it. Only a 5th grade sacred venerate could do that, right? Or a 6th grade sacred venerate. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He had used the perception token to find this ice sculpture, but he could not break this ice sculpture. In that case, he would not be able to find out why the person inside the ice sculpture had Prince Rome's perception token. However, Yi Xian still had one last trump card. Celestial Sword Clone, break it. Yi Xian said again. The Celestial Sword Clone started to attack. The Celestial Sword Clone had Yi Xian's skills, which made him an invincible version of Yi Xian. Naturally, he had the ability to kill in one hit. However, this layer of ice crystals was too hard. It was unknown what level of expert had left it behind, so the Sword Immortal Avatar took a long time to fix it. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had the engulfing space. One day outside was 1,000 years inside. Even so, the Celestial Sword Clone spent an entire hour in the outside world to trigger the one-hit kill effect and break the layer of ice. The Celestial Sword Clone had swung his sword countless times in the outside world. Now, he finally broke the layer of ice. Gotcha! At this moment, the ice layer had been shattered, and the corpse was exposed to the air. Yi Xian quickly went to check on it and asked Wei Zhentian to search its soul. However, the process of searching its soul took half a day in the outside world, which was about 500 years in the engulfing space. This person's cultivation level was very high. Heavens, he's a high-level sacred venerate. Yi Xian was shocked. However, Yi Xian already knew who the other party was. This person was one of the personal guards of the Vicissitudes Flame ancient country's Prince Rong. He had also entered the 9 stages of hell to search for Prince Rong. Previously, Yi Xian's detection token had sensed a small Dharma treasure in his body. This Dharma treasure was something that everyone in the personal guards had. In other words, Yi Xian did not sense Prince Rong this time. However, Yi Xian did benefit from the man's Cosmos Ring, which contained a lot of training resources. Gu Tianlei had also forgotten to tell Yi Xian that he had sent a team of bodyguards and other people into the 9 gates of hell. This way, they could continuously check the 9 gates of hell to see if Prince Rong was in a special place that had not been detected. Perhaps, he might even be in the 1st stage of hell. Yi Xian searched the soul of Prince Rong's personal guard. From the latter's memory, he could see that it was a white-robed man who had frozen him to this state with just one strike. Moreover, this white-robed man did not even care about his Cosmos Ring, nor was he afraid of the wind blades of the 4th stage of hell. He had directly left. This demonic spirit ancient country was really scary. They even took in an 8th grade sacred venerate and even a 9th grade sacred venerate. After the personal guard's body was absorbed into the devouring space, Yi Xian's detection token did not respond. It seemed that he had to continue the investigation. Soon, he found the path to the 5th stage of hell. It was a gale valley. The wind blades attacked at a very high frequency. Even a 4th grade sacred venerate would have a high chance of dying. Unfortunately, even if the wind blades were 10 times stronger, they could not do anything to the sword celestial clone. However, the wind blades were disorderly. The sword celestial clone was constantly repelled. It actually took him several days to pass through the Gale Valley. However, he finally passed. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level had also increased. He had reached 8th grade Sacred King. Old Tree and Black Horn had also broken through to 3rd grade Sacred Lord. Their cultivation levels were still too low. The faster I complete the mission of rescuing Prince Rong, the better the reward. I have been in the 9th stage of hell for a month now. If I complete it, I wonder what kind of reward I will get. Yi Xian fantasized in his heart. However, the reward was still very far away from him. At this moment, he had already arrived at the 5th stage of hell. He had just arrived and did not know what the fifth stage was, so he could only experience it for himself. He looked around but did not find anything strange. However, at this moment, a clap of thunder suddenly descended from the sky. Rumble. This clap of thunder directly struck Blackhorn's body and then transmitted to Yi Xian, who was in Blackhorn's body. In an instant, Yi Xian felt his vision turn black. He was dead. What? Dead? Yi Xian's last clone was scared out of his wits. He quickly used the time reversal skill and returned to the time before he entered the fifth stage of hell. Then, he specially went to the fourth stage of hell to investigate and found out. The fifth stage of hell was called the Thunder Stage. Those who entered the fifth stage of hell were not allowed to stay in an area for more than 3 seconds. Otherwise, lightning would strike. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he was instantly killed by the lightning. So that's how it is. So we have to keep moving? Yi Xian immediately understood. Then, he let the Sword Saint clone pass through the Gale Canyon and arrived at the fifth stage of hell again. This time, he immediately began to move, not stopping even for a single step. This stage was really strange. It was a stark contrast to the ice stage. The ice stage was too cold. Everyone was maintaining their sacred power, so they usually did not walk outside. However, in the thunder stage, one had to keep moving, so people could be seen everywhere. Prince Rong is also not at the fifth stage of hell. That means he is at the sixth stage or even later. Yi Xian had a headache. No matter what, he had to find the way to the sixth stage first. However, because he was anxious to find Prince Rong as soon as possible, he passed the stage a little too quickly. Therefore, his realm was not high enough. It was difficult for him to move people in this stage because there were people running everywhere. If he fought here, he might be targeted. At the same time, this stage would greatly limit one's movement. While moving quickly, one would not have much time to cultivate. Usually, those who passed the ninth stage of hell would have a higher realm when they were caught, so they could easily deal with it. This time, Yi Xian stayed in the thunder stage for a few days before he found the way to the sixth stage. That place was called the Land of Lightning. There was no rule to the lightning. When it struck the ground, it would spread out. It was 10 times more terrifying than the Gale Canyon. Yi Xian used the Sword Saint clone again and easily passed this stage. He arrived at the sixth stage of hell.